is Super Week, 3 days filled with action, and we have a lot more games lined up for you today. My name is Evie Sjokz supporter, and I am joined by Joe Miller and Martin Deficio as we're going to break down what will be happening here today. Starting off with yesterday's results, FNATIC and Alliance locking in their top 2 spots for the playoffs, meaning they will get a bye to the semifinals. And well, guys, especially FNATIC looking sharp yesterday with both teams. Very impressive.
Well, 100% agree, especially on the FNATIC part. Against Copenhagen and Wolves, yes, they were playing around a little bit. Copenhagen and Wolves, they were defending well, but it never seemed like FNATIC were about to lose the game. So they were in control. And next game against SUPA, cruise control. Completely dominated, looks very, very strong leading into playoffs, to be honest.
Alliance, on the other hand, though, bit of a shaky game. A game that they were 12,000 goal behind up until that very last team fight where they won it and then went on to push the game. I'm not sure if that's an indication of how things are to go in the remaining games here. Of course, Alliance can still switch positions with FNATIC, or FNATIC can switch positions with Alliance, I guess we say, since Alliance are still #1. Interesting games to come from the top 2, though, I think, this weekend.
Absolutely. That's the top of the table. At the bottom of the table, we have GAMBIT. GAMBIT was on an 11-game losing streak, yet yesterday a fantastic win versus the Copenhagen Wolves for them, and actually finally showing some team play back again.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about GAMBIT is that game yesterday, where has this GAMBIT been for the entire time? You have to think that the pressure, because it's now off, because of the fact that they're definitely going to promotion, has alleviated all the stress that they've had these previous weeks. That GAMBIT, I think, would have finished at least mid-table if they'd have been playing like that all split long.
I just love the fact they actually changed the tactic they were using, didn't just try and do the same over and over every single week. Because we heard Diamond in the interview after the game even say in scrims, we just ignore bot lane. They can do whatever they want. I ganked the top lane, I ganked the mid lane, it's fine. In the game yesterday, all the focus was on the bottom lane, and all of a sudden Genja picked up 4 kills early on. He ended up carrying the game as well. It seemed to work. So we might see GAMBIT today put even more focus on his bottom lane here. TPs from Kubon and, of course, the ganks from Diamond.
Let's see what Genja can do when he's not on Caitlyn, but on Kama for that difference. And talking about losing streaks, SK Gaming wasn't doing that well either, but yesterday they came out very strong versus MILLENIUM, and they were actually, I don't think we've seen them this aggressive in the last couple of weeks at all.
It just seems like everyone from SK Gaming stepped up the game. Because they were talking about how they were slacking, they didn't practice enough, and now everyone is doing it again. And suddenly the lanes are doing fine. In terms of team fights, they look even better now than they did actually before in this split, in my opinion. The game against MILLENIUM yesterday was simply won by SK Gaming outplaying MILLENIUM in terms of team fights. And it was very nice to see, and it's a good confidence boost. You beat a team you potentially will face in the quarterfinals. And we know how good SK Gaming can be if they do hit the top level, potentially going towards Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, as you mentioned, we've not seen SK play that aggressively this entire time, and it feels like they've had a change of heart somewhat. If you look back to when they did well in spring and the first half of the summer split as well, it was a very late game, mid to late game orientated play that they went for. They never did particularly well in lanes, most of the time going even, if not coming out behind in laning phase. It was later that they went really well. Yesterday, across the entire game, aggression pure, really. I mean, we saw so many kills in that game. Different style from SK, really looking forward to seeing more of it from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, it completes, of course, the mayhem at the middle of the table, where we now have SK, they won, but MILLENIUM, the SUPA Hot Crew, and ROCCAT, they failed to win yesterday. So what do you make of those trends in the middle of the table?
Well, first of all, we are in Europe. So our teams need to be inconsistent to be considered a European middle of the pack team. And it's just the same deal here. I wasn't even surprised to see MILLENIUM, SUPA Crew, and so on losing games because, well, we've seen it all season long.
Absolutely, and with both ends of the table locked up, the only real question is what will happen in the middle of the table mayhem. Right now, only SK Gaming owns the head-to-heads with one of the other teams, and that's against ROCCAT. That means SK would go ahead in the positions if just those 2 teams wind up tied. What is looking increasingly more likely is that some or all of these squads may wind up tied at the end of the week, pointing to a tiebreaker scenario on Thursday, and we love tiebreakers here in Europe.
It wouldn't be Europe without tiebreakers. We've had them consistently throughout the last 3 splits, and let's hope for more games. I love tiebreakers.
I agree. I mean, especially also because they're all going to be so close. We don't really know who's going to win.
I'm very excited for that. And as the seeds get decided over the next 2 days, we'll begin to populate our playoff bracket with the teams who will be facing each other. The SUPA Hot Crew, SK Gaming, MILLENIUM, and ROCCAT will battle in the quarterfinals on our stage here next week. And the semifinals will take place at Gamescom the following week, beginning on Friday, August 15th. Each of those series will be a best of 5, and the top 3 teams from the playoffs will head to Worlds to represent Europe in the group stages. Now, before we get to today's games, let's take a quick look at some of the amazing highlights from yesterday's matches that had you guys tweeting up a storm. Here are your top 2 LCS big plays. Up first was YellowStar's incredible 5-man ult against the Copenhagen Wolves from @LolGamu. That 5-man Soul Shackle from YellowStar showing what a dominant support he is, no matter who he plays. This was your second most talked about play of the day.
May go down before they get close enough, but they're all caught out. YellowStar goes in, 5-man Soul Shackle comes out, and will proc on every single member.
So Cyanide, he's going to jump in, he's going to get the wild growth while YellowStar follows up, so they knock up the members, they get the Soul Shackles onto them, and Rekkles in the background is just hammering away onto them. And that was just the perfect setup for Morgana. 5 members stuck in the Dragon Pit, he goes in, it goes wild growth as well to knock them up, hits Soul Shackle. I mean, you don't really get a chance to hit all 5 people in many games, so credit to YellowStar, he took it, and they also won the game.
It was beautiful. Technically, and Candy Panda going beast mode against MILLENIUM also caught your attention from @Timpot. That 3-man Acathian surprise by Candy Panda, boom, boom, pow, triple kill Kog'Maw. This was your #1 most talked about LCS big play.
With us, any play Candy Panda going to be blown up. Here comes Freddy though from the side. It's a good knockup. He's going to get 3 low. Oh, they're all being shattered.
There is such a gulf in damage between both of these teams' AD carries. And that was the great Acathian surprise. Everybody clustered up together. AoE damage is a thing.
I'm not sure if you can call it a great Acathian surprise because you just move around anyway. Freddy, for me, was actually one of the big stars of that one, managing to get the 3-4-man knock-up at the start of it. Of course, that's the beauty, I suppose, of a Kog'Maw, that even if you're dead, you can still kill 3 people.
Clearly it was all planned. I mean, he was like, I'm just going to die here and get a triple kill. Perfect, get more AoE damage.
All planned. Remember, you can always tweet us the most memorable plays of the day by using the hashtag #LCSBigPlays. And we'll look for even more big plays ahead as we kick off the day with ROCCAT versus the SUPA Hot Crew, and then we will wrap up our 6 matches with a clash between SK Gaming and FNATIC. Immediately following today's LCS games, you can watch European Challenger Summer 2 finals live on stage as Ninjas in Pajamas face SK Gaming Prime in a best-of-3. And as we head towards playoffs and worlds, you can always go to lolesports.com for all info on schedules, stats, and more. And click on the tickets link to find out how to join us for the quarterfinals live in our studio here next week. And now it's time to hear from all of you. Head over to Twitter and let us know which European LCS player has been the most exciting to watch in the summer split and why. Deficio.
So I have to say Kerp, because I never know what he's going to play. I never know how he's going to play the game as well. And the guy, he will jump into 5 people. If it works, we're going to praise him and say it was beautiful. If it fails, we're going to be like, Kerp over-aggressive, didn't really work out, MILLENIUM lost the game. So I just love watching him play because there's always some random stuff going on.
I have to say, Jankos, 19 First Bloods ROCCAT have had this split so far. He's actually got 11 of those 19. Thing is, if you just stuck the camera on Jankos, chances are you're probably going to see a First Blood all over the map, the entire early game. Really exciting to watch.
All right, you can tweet us at LLEsports using the hashtag LCS, and we'll read your responses later in the show. And now let's head over to Deman and Quickshot to get the action started with our first match of the day.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. I am indeed Lee Deman Smith, and I'm joined by Trevor Quickshot Henry once again. And we are ready to get game 1 underway. ROCCAT will be facing off against the Super Hot Crew. Well, ROCCAT are currently behind in the head-to-head in this one. 2-1 they're trailing. They had a good match yesterday against the Lions, and despite the loss, they can take a lot from it. They started out very well in the lane phase, getting yet another First Blood, as Joe just mentioned, and led throughout the game, pushing Alliance all the way back into their base. However, one disjointed team fight in the middle of the map, around the 40-minute mark, was all it took to lose that game.
Yeah, so the problem for ROCCAT was their team comp relied on them closing out the match in the mid-game. But they floundered after the 25-minute mark. They dwindled in terms of finding tower kills or in pushing objectives. And it's actually a problem that ROCCAT have suffered from all throughout the split. They had a 12k gold lead at one point in the game yesterday and still managed to lose because of that positional error. Now for ROCCAT, this match against the Super Hot Crew is important because it can close the gap on the middle of the pack and maybe help ROCCAT climb to 5th place seed or higher if they can win out the rest of the games. If not, they're going to be locking themselves in 6th, potentially against the Super Hot Crew, who are potentially going to lock in 3rd.
Yeah, big match to keep your eyes on this one, that's for sure. The Super Hot Crew, well, they were in 3rd place at the start of yesterday. But honestly, if you watch that match against 2nd place FNATIC, you'd think the teams were completely worlds apart.
I agree. I just think the Super Hot Crew demonstrated their not so hot side. They got absolutely demolished. And there's nothing positive to take away from yesterday's game. For the Super Hot crew, it may be better for them to just forget about the match and focus on the rest of the week. If the Super Hot crew want to secure third place, they need to avoid losing games. Their record of 14-11 is only 1 win ahead of their closest opponents, MILLENIUM and SK, and dropping a game to ROCCAT puts them within touching distance. So this is incredibly important for them to have that preferential seeding of 3-6 in playoffs.
Well, ROCCAT will, of course, want to win this match by exploiting one of Selfie's weaknesses. However, Super Hot crew, they've got a new meta strategy designed to confuse their opponents.
To beat ROCCAT, you've got to throw them off the standard metagame that they're used to playing. Because if you force them not to play standard, they are not the best at reacting. So you can get the lead and kind of just snowball from there.
Selfie is overall very good, in my opinion. He's very talented mid laner. But sometimes he's doing stupid mistakes, he's getting caught or something.
About Selfie being easy to shut down, or that's the aim to shut him down. I think that's like a fairly good aim against our team because Selfie's one to kind of tilt a little when he's losing lane.
He's really good mechanically wise, but his teamwork is not that great.
We don't have synergy, but we work as a team. We don't know each other's thoughts like other teams do, but we have just standard teamwork. We do pretty okay.
In my opinion, Impeller, last season he was worse, now he's very good. And I think he's the best Rengar in Europe right now.
No, I think Mima's the best Rengar. We've actually got a new strat coming along that involves Rengar and another champion that's kind of coming to fruit now and being played a lot, but we've got like this strat where we just swap places all the time, so we're going to have all these flexible champions that 2 or 3 people on the team can play. Then our plan is just completely confuse the enemy. I'll be on Rengar, I'll be on this other champion, and Mima will be on vice versa. So we're going to be looking to like improve our champion pools, but in the sense that we can just swap it to any role on the map.
All I can say is I hope Mima's champion isn't Yorick.
I agree, and I'm not sure how much to read into that. We've been hearing whispers of Mima playing Rengar since Gamescom last year. It's never happened, and I always wonder how much of that is just psychological play or how much is legit, and I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Well, maybe there's a document on the desktop somewhere with super secret strategies. Maybe it didn't quite work out for CLG last time. Let's check out the starting lineups for our first match. Over on the blue side, it is ROCCAT. That means it's xAZZ in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Salivar as the AD carry, and Vander on support.
And on the red side, it is the Super Hot crew with Mima up top, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie playing the mid lane, Mr. Riles and AD carry, and Kasing is the support.
So today in our featured matchup, we want to focus on the 2 players that have the biggest impact for their teams. That is, of course, the jungle battle between Jankos and Impaler.
So if you actually look at the stats between these junglers in terms of kills, deaths, and assists in the head-to-head, they're actually very close. But you do see a massive difference when it comes to securing the kills in the game, as well as stealing their opponent's buffs. Was of course SOAZ is there. Yesterday, Jankos really demonstrated this ability because he completely obliterated Alliance in the early game. He'll be looking to do the same against Super Hot crew. As Joe pointed out, and we're going to keep tracking, he's got the most first bloods of any European jungler, any European player, 11 out of the team's 19. And Super Hot crew need to prevent that because Impaler was impaled yesterday against FNATIC. He can't afford to do the same.
And Jankos, meanwhile, got himself that first blood once again, of course. So let's tally up the votes between these 2 teams over on LOLesports.com. 61% of you have gone for Super Hot crew. They are the highest seed in this game. They have a bit of a fan base building, actually, which is something ROCCAT talked about just last week.
It's very funny because the Super Hot crew have this wealth of positivity, and whenever you look at them, you feel like they've got the ability to compete with the best. They just don't regularly enough. If you go back the last 2 times Super Hot crew played Alliance, they've struggled. They got smashed by FNATIC yesterday.
Yeah.
The Super Hot crew are great at beating teams below them. They struggle at teams that are above them, and we'll see how they perform today.
Well, ROCCAT are below them, so technically this should be a win for them. We'll
In
see how it
theory.
works out. Remember, this is all about the quarterfinal playoffs. This is what they're fighting for right now, this mid-table. 3rd will play 6th, 4th will play 5th. These teams are in the mix for that. So, pick and ban's about to get underway. Anything special?
Yasuo's going to be banned.
For the Super Hot crew.
Yasuo's banned. Twisted Fate's going to be banned. We heard ROCCAT talking very positively about Impaler's Rengar. I believe Impaler's 2-0 in Rengar in the summer split. We'll see if they want to prioritize that pick. It is definitely something that is on the upward trend.
The thing is for me, right, they said Rengar, Impaler's the best Rengar in Europe right now. I'm not sure how high the praise that is, because there's not been a very good Rengar in Europe.
Also true, but you can't deny the fact that he has got wins on it. And I actually think Kottenx is playing it quite mechanically well. Last week, I believe he pulled it out and did a pretty good job. But in terms of the rest of these picks and bans, I really think it's just going to be a heavy focus on mid lane. Twisted Fate is still up. Xerath is still up. And those are champions that both of these guys have played in the past.
Oh, they've not banned Ahri. ROCCAT have not banned Ahri. Interesting one. We'll see when that goes through. Remember, Selfie, big last week. MVP playing Ahri twice back-to-back. Orianna and Twisted Fate were banned away as well. Fizz in there, as you mentioned, all the mid laners. Will they leave it available? Gragas is the ban. That means Tabzz. Will he go for Maokai as first pick here? We'll see how that one goes. Or will they focus on the jungle? Remember, Lee Sin is available.
So if they want to go for the likes of Lee Sin or Elise, in the case of Jankos, who's got a very good stat record on that, it does mean you are safer for the rest of your picks. But by prioritizing an AD carry like Kog'Maw, this will be the 4th time that Selavar's run Cog. He's only got 1 win on the champion thus far, but he is also a player that is very integral to ROCCAT's success. When Selavar was underperforming at the beginning of the split, his team was losing significantly. As the weeks have rolled on, Selavar's definitely stepped up his game.
So, super hot crew, 2 choices, lots of champions available. What will they go with? Anything they consider strong? Remember, these are big, important picks, these first ones. Interesting one could be Morgana. Rengar is locked in, and Morgana is as well. So Kasing making sure he gets hold of that one.
Two reasons for the Morgana, I feel. Vanda's currently undefeated on Morgana. 5 games played, 5 wins. Kasing has got a fairly wide champion pool. I like his Braum, I like his Nami. He's solid on Morgana as well. The one thing I'm interested to see is if Super Hot Crew want to run Ahri, because Kog'Maw is super immobile. Yesterday, Copenhagen Wolves ran a Kog'Maw into Rengar and Fizz against FNATIC. And I said this yesterday, while FNATIC didn't necessarily punish it as hard as they could have, the option is there, the possibility is there. Come in from the sides, you know, stealth jump in and have Ahri just blow Kog'Maw up. So we'll see how Super Hot Crew play the rest of that pick ban.
Well, looks like it's going to be a jungle choice. The question is, which one are you going with, Jankos? You can see the decisions going between him, Elise or Lee Sin. Are the possibilities? We could also see Vanda getting Thresh, it seems. Vandalife, will he be back?
Oh, that's a big praise. It was Vandalife in Spring Split.
It was. He's fell away, that's
It has fallen away. It has fallen away. Vanda is sporting a new haircut, I believe, there as well. Last second swap. I like the fact that Jankos actually swapped away to Elise because he had such a good game yesterday. He went 3-0-1 within the first few minutes against Alliance. He was tower diving effectively, and he just had a very strong performance. ROCCAT have got good picks, they've got good peel, and they can leave their last 2, you know, if they want a frontline with Maokai and then damage maybe with Xerath, that might be something ROCCAT could put together that's strong. Siege and poke from range.
Well, change. Mr. Rala's not sure what he's going with. It seems that it will be Shyvana for Mima in the top lane. It's a champion he's done very well with so far the last couple of weeks. And overall, honestly, the whole summer split. That will leave, as you mentioned, Maokai available. Ziggs is out there as well.
Not so sure. Well, it would play into the engage, and if you went with Zac, Rengar, and Ahri, you've got all in.
So the thing for me is, like, if you are going to pull out some kind of special, and I use the phrase loosely, yeah, tactic, you would not bring it out in Super Week. You'd wait till playoffs.
I agree with you. I do agree with you. On the other side of the coin, Super Hot Crew are relatively safe-ish if they can win this particular matchup. So if you win this game and lock in 3rd, you guarantee that preferential seeding. If ROCCAT lose, and this could be a taste of one of our quarterfinals, very realistically. Yesterday, FNATIC shut down Mima on Shyvana very effectively. He was never the front line that Super Hot Crew needed, and Super Hot Crew just got obliterated. So Mima's going to need to step up or have more assistance from the rest of his team at an earlier stage.
We saw overpower on Zilean yesterday. Worked out relatively well against the Xerath. Of course, Xerath is available out there. Lulu also locked in for Tabzz in that top lane, so it hasn't gone with the Maokai. It does leave a number of options open. Don't think it's going to be Soraka in the mid lane.
Not so sure, but this is just a pure protect the Kog'Maw composition. With Lulu, with Wild Growth, with Chrono Shift, with slows and bombs, all ROCCAT want to do is work around Selavar, keep him alive, and pray that Selavar is able to destroy anybody that jumps onto him. I also like the fact that you've got the Zilean, because if Super Crew are considering Ahri, once you get to that team fight stage, you've got a Wild Growth, you've got the Chrono Shift to actually bring Selavar back to life. So it is fairly smart in terms of countering the assassin play, and I think Ziggs would be a smart choice because you can play the map, you can play the poke game, And then once ROCCAT are low by the AoE from Ziggs, you can engage. You can't revive and save everybody with those single target ultimates.
So Ziggs will get locked in there. Final choice. So Selfie will be playing that one in the mid lane, which gives them a little bit of range. Not a great deal until Tristana gets going.
Yeah, it's going to take some time. In terms of the lane matchups, Kog'Maw and Thresh should have the advantage if they get into that 2v2 scenario. But we've regularly been seeing European teams going for the lane swap when they've got a late game carry. And Tristana and Kog'Maw definitely fit that bill as the game progresses. Earlier today, we've seen some great Tristana play from Bang, I believe it was, in OGN, also against the Kog'Maw. And it's just going to depend so much for ROCCAT in protecting Saliva. They've also once again got this very mid-game heavy sort of power team spike. And while Kog will scale very effectively, if ROCCAT do not push more aggressively than they did yesterday against Alliance, I think SUPA crew have got the tools to outscale them as a team as we progress past the 30-35 minute mark.
Well, we'll see how this one works out. Which jungler do you think has the upper hand in this game? Tweet us #RockYankos or #SHCImpaler to @LOL Esports, and of course we'll tally up the votes as the game gets underway. Is Yankos going to rock Impaler's world?
We'll have to find out. Strong words. I mean, he was saying that Impaler is the best Rengar in Europe.
We'll see if it works out for him.
We will. The one thing that Rengar doesn't necessarily have in this matchup, if his opponents are fairly healthy in lane, Rengar plus Shyvana may not be able to instantly burst down Lulu. She can just wild growth and get away. Dyrus did this last weekend multiple times. sOAZ did it yesterday multiple times. And on the same token, if they try to jump onto Thresh and Kog'Maw, as long as Vander's playing correctly with the Lantern, he may be able to get them out. So a lot is going to depend on the timing of when Impaler goes for those ganks.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game about to get underway. The first game of the day, and the first of potentially 9 today. It's going to be a long one for everyone involved, including these teams. So ROCCAT starting out as the blue team, currently number 6 in the standings against the super hot crew, who are chasing after that defeat yesterday. They are not the strongest, wasn't the best start from them, but after all, they are still sitting in 3rd place because of MILLENIUM's loss. SK Gaming chasing them hard. We'll see if this turns out to be the quarterfinal playoff starting next Thursday. Of course, a lot could change from them. We've still got another 10 games to go.
Well, it's going to depend a lot on Yankos in this early game. We keep harping on about his first blood stats, but it is because they are that incredible. And Yankos will need to get ROCCAT ahead during the course of the laning phase. Okay, overpower. During the course of the laning phase, because if ROCCAT do not have a powerful start, the engage potential of Rengar, Shyvana, and even Morgana in that situation is going to be very difficult for them to deal with. ROCCAT are not necessarily looking for straight-up 5v5s. They would prefer to be in skirmishes. They would prefer to be playing side lanes. And in order to do that, they need to start dictating the tempo of the game.
They also prefer to have a little laugh in the mid lane.
Do a little dance? Maybe get down tonight?
2 Polish players in that mid lane. They do understand each other. We'll see how it works out between them. I wonder if there's a little bit of rivalry built up there. Who knows? You never know with teams from players from the same country. Sometimes they get on really well, sometimes they hate each other, just purely for the fact that they're from the same country. It's bizarre, I know it is. But nonetheless, that is how it works out. So, standard start in the jungle-wise, it seems, and in the lanes. You can see the ROCCAT been very aggressive, far forward in the bottom lane, seeing if they can create something here.
Yeah, we'll see how...
Backing off.
We'll see how the head-to-head duo of Saliva Vander does against Mr. Alden Kasing. I feel like Saliva, once he gets some points in his Biocane Barrage, should be able to bully Mr. Alls a little bit on the back line. But Tristana at the very low level with that explosive shot can also make your life a little difficult. Sort of that mini ignite, just damage over time. But the one thing that SUPA crew needs to be wary of, Tristana is naturally going to be shoving that lane thanks to her explosive shot. So if Yankos is aware of the timing and aware of the minion waves, he can try to increase that tally on his first blood tokens.
We should also keep our eye on the 3-4 minute mark when those junglers, you can see they're both doing the buffs in the lower half of the jungle. We'll see if they decide to pay a visit down here. It'll be very early, but you never know. You never know. See what works out. Death Sentence lands on Mr. Rales. Good trade already here from ROCCAT. Forces Mr. Rales to rocket jump away. And that will give them the advantage at level 2.
Yeah, and Mr. Roll's burned through his potion as well. So Vander going to look to set up another one of those death sentences. We do see Sjokz actually moving to the mid lane as the first potential gank, but with Satchel Charge and Flash, this is optimistic.
Well, it's optimistic, but he gets a good slowdown on him. He is going to try and route them around. Can he get around the side? Sjokz Cocoon does not land. There's a lot of damage coming through here. Sjokz will pounce, and once again, it's another first blood for ROCCAT.
12 first blood secured by Sjokz. That is the 20th for ROCCAT. Seleva's been caught by Dark Binding. This is going to hurt.
Good trade there. You can see the damage coming out from Mr. Rala. A quick flay, though, on Kasing. Will trade it back. Death sentence did not land. Nevertheless, ROCCAT, they have the advantage.
And I feel like Selfie panic flashed. When he gave up first blood, he was not dodging skill shots once he did the satchel and the flash. If he had saved that for a little later, may have gotten away, but he was very overextended. And if you go back to the pre-match video, ROCCAT made it very, very clear. We want to shut down Selfie. Impaler himself said if Selfie loses lane, he goes on tilt. Let's see if Selfie does go on tilt because he's given up first blood. And Sjokz, well, I wonder if that vote's going to change. We'll have to keep our eyes on it.
Well, advantage absolutely is in Sjokz's favor. Impaler fans still out there, though. The British are voting against the Poles, I think, in this one. We'll see if it works out for them. Mima in that top lane just teleports back in there, gets himself a shield to go with that sword that he's got now. Double Doran's ring for xAZZ, meanwhile, in the top. We'll see if he goes with the triple that sOAZ often runs on the Lulu in that top lane.
I also want to see how Impaler's going to itemize, because Rengar is one of those jungle champions that there is not a de facto standard build. You can go for Feral Flare, you can go Blade of the Ruined King, Ghost Blade. We can even see it being built tank, like we've seen yesterday as well. You know, Locket of the Iron Star going full CDR build with Ionian Boots of Lucidity. So I want to see how Impaler wants to play it, because there is damage, a lot of damage from mid, his 80 carry, and if Mima goes Blade of the Ruined King, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him maybe go a little more tanky and be one of those frontline menaces along with Mima. Because Super Hard Crew have just got such a strong team fight composition if they can get grouped and they're not as far behind like they were yesterday against FNATIC.
Well, we see ROCCAT have Sjokz down in this lower half of the jungle. Let's see if he wants to make a play. No, looks like he's going to go back and buy. He hasn't bought, so Sightstone may well be coming out there. Impaler taking his sneaky run in towards the bush here. Going to be unseen, there's no wards. That's a death sentence use, so the timing's going to be down on that for a short period of time here. Can sneak up into this next brush. Seleva, we'll see whether he tries to lead off with a wood. You can see he's got it available from his trinket.
So exhaust up for Vander, flash and heal up for Seleva. Impaler's using a lot of time, and if this backfires, he's going to be a little behind. The thing is, he's got a small CS advantage over Sjokz despite being a level down, and he's jumped onto Seleva.
Straight away in there, no problem.
Easy peasy.
Secure play from Vander. You could see him tweaking in and out of the bush there and just straight up wards down that bush.
So this is what we talked about in picks and bans. Oh, that's a lot of damage on Mima. xAZZ being a good lane bully. But during picks and bans, we talked about how if Vander is aware of potential threats, he can just position himself to get Seleva out. Despite the route coming down, it wasn't long enough to hold Seleva in place, and obviously no Dark Binding meant he could just ride the lantern to safety. Impaler also was not level 6, so he didn't manage to get 2 baller strikes off during a skirmish. And that could be game-changing once he's able to actually get those down.
Well, xAZZ in that top lane has built himself up a bit of an advantage. He's ahead already. There's Mima only just hitting 6, but xAZZ is not far off level 7 already here, because he's just managed to shove this wave right in. xAZZ is now heading up towards the top half of the jungle. We'll see whether he fancies paying a visit or if he can get a cheeky steal on this red buff.
So while xAZZ is doing fairly well at keeping Mima pushed back to his tower, I actually think Mima's doing a good job of farming. That's a difficult lane matchup because of the lane and because of the annoyance that Lulu has in that setup. ROCCAT have grouped up, they've got a lot of support for this red buff steal.
Impaler not on the timers.
No, definitely not, but if he can counter and steal ROCCAT's red with some support from Mr. Rolls and Kasing, they can at least even out the trade. It looks like that's the decision. But I like the fact that ROCCAT responded. They pulled their top lane and mid lane into the jungle of Super Hot Crew.
YellowStar is already heading down here. He's going to come around. Remember, he went for the red buff second, so it's not available yet. It won't be spawning for a while yet. The blue buff is up, of course. Impaler completely caught out here. He's going to try and sneak in. He will buy time because Overpower wants that blue buff, and this will be a steal for Impaler.
So technically, Impaler still does have the support because Mr. Wells and Kissing are shoving the wave to the tower. So if they respond quickly enough, they can join the fight. But did you see Sjokz in the mid lane? He just came in behind Selfie, and the threat of a cocoon was enough to force Selfie to use his summoner heal, get that movement speed increase and back away. So Sjokz and ROCCAT sticking to their pre-game video, definitely applying pressure on the mid lane. It hasn't hurt Selfie in terms of CS yet.
Quick early warning system. Oh, Impaler poured out of jungle here. He's spotted by the ward. Has to pop his stealth to try and get out of there. So ultimate used to simply aid in his escape. With that red buff down, it did give fair warning to the bottom lane. Sjokz quickly pinging around there, but Impaler is safe back into his own jungle.
That's actually really important. That's a 110-second cooldown. So Impaler being forced to use that defensively to stay alive means that ROCCAT have now got this sort of 2-minute window of safety, waiting for Impaler to get his ultimate available again and try to set up more ganks. But we're very, very even. All of the lanes are within touching distance as far as CS is concerned. And I actually think that bodes well for the Super Hot Crew, because if they don't give up multiple objectives, once we start setting up for team fights, as long as Impaler and Mima can be very disruptive and split up the focus of the Chrono Shift and the Wild Growth, that's how Super Hot Crew will win team fights. If Super Hot Crew just bundle and take a lot of AoE damage from ROCCAT, they could be in trouble.
Tower diving here, spotted out by the ward, but it doesn't matter. It won't be able to save him. You can see Sjokz is going to come around. He can, of course, pull aggro, then repel. Mega Inferno Bomb comes up. That will land. It catches out towards Sjokz. There's Sjokz taking the damage, repels away. Safe gang.
Very, very easy. Mima was just trying to wave clear and increase the amount of tower damage that ROCCAT were going to take, but Xaxis and Sjokz coordinate perfectly, and Sjokz has really stepped up. The last 2 or 3 weeks, that's not even fair because he's got 12 first bloods over the split, but his laning phase mechanics is super, super strong. And ROCCAT with the first objective, they give themselves 1,500 gold. Super Hot Crew need to prevent giving up more objectives because that's how they fell so far behind FNATIC yesterday. Multiple towers and dragons back to back, and then they were just too far behind in global gold to be relevant.
Sullivan now up to level 7 down this bottom lane, still just keeping ahead of Mr. Rollins, who will hit that level in just a moment. They have yet to go back and buy either of them, both just sitting on double Doran's blades, which means the dragon most likely not going to be started off shortly. Instead, we do see ROCCAT. They are in position. They want the dragon here. I'm not sure if Super Hot Crew can react quick enough. The ward goes down, it spots it, they know that it's coming. That's going to give Mime a chance to teleport down here, but Ping Ward will clear that out.
Yeah, so ROCCAT, I think, should be able to shred this down before the fight can occur. Impaler may look for a steal. And Super Hot Crew, they're grouping up. Look at this. This is going to be the hook on Impaler.
Oh, the hook caught on towards him. He flashes away, but he's not getting away from this one, surely. The Ignite run in, the bomb lands. Overpower gets the kill.
That was fantastic. The death sentence from Vanda managing to catch Impaler out. At the beginning of this game, our featured matchup was Sjokz versus Impaler. Sjokz has got a dragon, been involved in 3 kills. Impaler has died and used his ultimate defensively twice now.
The thing is, the crazy thing is, Impaler just used his ultimate to try and stealth run in. There was a pink ward clearly there. It's like, you're not going to be stealth, buddy. You're walking straight into a 5-man team that can see you. That's not going to work out, and it is another death. So, big advantage right now for Sjokz and crew in the jungle.
It feels like panic stations. Selfie has been ganked twice in the mid lane, blown summoner spells. In that scenario in the river, as you pointed out, Impaler watched ROCCAT clearing out his wards and still tried to stealth in on the hunt. Got revealed and Vanda landed a good death sentence. So ROCCAT now extend their gold lead further. Overpower has got a tier of the goddess, he's got home guard boots, and a needlessly large rod. So he's going for a big damage spike in the mid game. We see Morellinomicon picked up for Xaxis, similarly done by sOAZ yesterday. But ROCCAT need to punish and take advantage of the mid-game power that they have.
Look at Vander there, hasn't got the ward anymore on the trinket, instead throws the lantern into the bush to just double check there is no Rengar waiting in the bushes. Also, change for Overpower this time around. Of course, he played Zilean against Alliance yesterday. This time he is rushing towards that Rabadon Zedcat.
Yeah.
Yesterday he had to play far more passives because Froggen punished him in the lane.
Yeah, he had a difficult time in the lane. Froggen played a lot more aggressively, and even in this matchup, Overpower's still behind in CS. When you consider Selfie's been ganked twice, you actually have to give some credit to Selfie for doing fairly well at staying relevant. And there's a big problem for ROCCAT in that they need to deal with the wave clear that Selfie Ziggs is going to put down. They couldn't break through inhibitor turrets yesterday against Alliance. They managed to get one, but lost the ensuing team fights and then couldn't put pressure on the inhibitor itself. One other thing to note, Mr. Rolls and Saliva have still yet to back. For a long time. So double Dorans and Pots, and they're both sitting on a lot of money. 3,200 gold for Saliva, 2,700 for Mr. Rolls. So Saliva might be looking for his Trinity Force outright.
Ultimate wasted again from Impaler there. Wanted to get into Tabzz this time around. That was failed, and this is not working out well for, allegedly, or some high praise for the best Rengar in Europe. But as we mentioned, not quite so high praise. We haven't seen too many fantastic Rengars just yet.
No, 0 for 3 as far as his ultimates are concerned. Impaler's had no impact this game. He's not applied pressure on lanes. He's not counter jungle. There's been no threat to ROCCAT. And he won the public opinion poll, 51% of the vote. You know, hashtag SHC Impaler. So for Super Hot Crew, they are down a small amount of gold. One team fight can change that. In order to find the team fight, they need to set it up, or they need to react quickly enough. If you go back to that Dragon fight, Super Hot Crew were too late, Dragon was gone. And by the time Dragon was taken, it wasn't worth engaging. That was a little close. So Dragon was lost instantly to ROCCAT. And look at this now, ROCCAT are pushing the middle lane and applying pressure on this blue buff.
Yeah, they're coming in numbers. Overpower just off at the side, he's happy to shove it in. Jankos thought about trying to come in for a smite. Again, gets caught with the Dark Binding this time around. The AD carry, Mr. Rales, joining them. This is buying time for the mid turret to take a lot of pressure. There's a big wave on there. Mega Infinity Bomb may be required. It's not available, though. It's already gone down. That's going to be the tower.
Tower for blue buff. ROCCAT will be happy with that trade. And Tabzz and Overpower, they're going to get some pretty good damage. That's another summoner heal from Selfie. He's panic using those summoner spells. There wasn't a lot of kill threat from Tabzz or Overpower in that scenario. But nevertheless, played it safe, and now ROCCAT, 2 towers down and a dragon. Mima and Tabzz is going to go toe-to-toe.
Well, Mima's, I think he was trying to counter. He knew the blue buff was stolen. He was like, well, quick, I need to get in there and try and do something. But look at Tabzz. He's punishing him. He's only got that, he's not got a great deal of damage, but Tabzz himself has got that Morellonomicon, so he can just burn through the hit points that Mima's currently got.
More focus on the red buff here for ROCCAT as well. So last time they did this, they had 3 men helping out. Tabzz and Overpower invaded. This time around, they've got the aid of Vander. So this is going to turn into a 4v4, and Impaler started the fight. But once again, Vander playing very, very well. His positional play with the Thresh is superb, and I believe that red buff was actually secured by Jankos. Yep, so he's got the little icon around him.
Managed to get that away with the smite. So, Jankos playing a fantastic game so far. Head in CS and head of kills, head in everything, honestly. And ROCCAT started out well once again in the lane phase. They did the exact same thing against the Lions, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. They had a 14,000 gold lead in that matchup. They ended at 12,000 gold ahead and still lost the game.
Yeah, and it was because they didn't know how to push past the inner turrets. They snuck 2 turrets away from Alliance by some smart map play, but then they couldn't break the inhibitor line. So Saliva's come back to lane with the Trinity Force. He's going to be doing battle with a BF Sword pickaxe. So the power spike is still in favor of Saliva, as long as he can keep at range and doesn't get caught by those dark bindings. Mima fancies a chance, but he doesn't have any support from anyone. And it's just ROCCAT winning their top and bottom lane fairly comfortably. At mid is just going even for the time being.
Well, I'm telling you what, he's taking punishment. Tabzz hooked in. Chooses not to follow, though, this time around. Wave was pushed in as well. Tabzz is winning out that battle in top lane. Mima's been forced to back away from the tower. Tabzz is pretty low on mana, but he's going to get some free damage on the turret. Meanwhile, the rest of ROCCAT continue to push this mid lane.
Yeah, I still think Mima's farming very well, but until Super Hot Crew make a play and actually make a fight happen, that strength and that power is just going to continue to dwindle. ROCCAT with this tower are going to have a 5,000 gold lead, just shy of it. And there's nothing that Super Hot Crew are doing. They're not being proactive. Impaler's been bullied. Impaler's been shut down by the focus and being out of position and some bad calls. And Selfie's had, again, also no impact. So, uncontested Dragon, this is a near mirror of the loss that Super Hard Crew suffered yesterday.
Zaza's just sitting in base. He's like, do you need me to teleport? No. This is completely free. Not even going to get close to this one. So, another Dragon, as you say. A lot of damage on towards Impaler as well. Again, forced out of it. He's having a torrid time right now on that Rengar. Not being able to get anything. Overpower's getting himself some free farm now. Vander's getting himself some free souls in the process. So, ROCCAT pushing up. Look at this. Mimer's shoved the wave out. Doesn't want to get too close to this one because Zazas has been bullying him throughout this top lane phase.
Yeah, there's nothing that Mimer can really do. He's building tank for the time being. Got that Spectre's Cowl, got the Bilgewater Cutlass in his itemization, but again, Impaler's just not been there to help. Impaler hasn't positively impacted any of Super Hard Crew's lanes. And while Super Hard Crew are struggling, ROCCAT now have the hardest task. They've got all outer towers down. They've invaded and controlled Super Hard Crew's red buff very effectively, but they need to get deeper vision and then push those inhibitor turrets. I actually think they've got a fairly strong siege comp, or siege power, with the disengage from Thresh and from Lulu, as well as the bombs from Zilean. But the problem is, of course, they have to deal with wave clear from Selfie. So for ROCCAT, deep vision, split Super Hard Crew up, pick an inner turret and commit to it. That has to be the game plan, 1, 2, and 3.
And they have to make sure they don't play so passive that they let it slide away from them. Overpower there, getting himself the blue buff. You just saw him putting some serious punishment back onto Selfie. Mimer being punished in the top lane. This time again, once again, Super Hard Crew trying to set up for a gank. Can they get their first kill of the game? This time around, they may well be able to make it. Dark Binding does not land though. Zazas puts himself Wild Growth. He speeds away from this one. Shield is available. Flash comes out. Scot-free, no problem. The 3 members dive onto Zazas and he just walks down the lane.
Ends up trading flash for flash with Impaler, and Zazas isn't done, but look at the investment. ROCCAT managed to split Super Hard Crew up. Master Rolls just gets melted down, and ROCCAT grabbed themselves a tower. Selfie's forced back as well. This is great, smart play from ROCCAT. Zazas is going to die though.
This time, finally, Zazas does give himself the trade. He keeps them busy in the top lane while the rest of his team just take another inner turret. They could rotate now in towards the mid lane. Super Hard Crew not really acting. They're going to get the blue buff and push in towards the tower.
Look at all of the wards on the minimap for ROCCAT. They had deep vision. Once Super Hard Crew committed to an overextended Zazas, ROCCAT were able to grab the tower. They've stolen the blue buff. They are going to trade 1 for 1, but if ROCCAT continue to siege, they might actually get a second tower out of this trade once we look in the mid lane. Super Hard Crew grab their first objective, but ROCCAT are backing away. I feel like if they go aggressive, they can drop this. This tower's at 50% HP already.
Well, they've already cleared out the wards as well, starting to ward out the top half of the jungle. They've already taken the bottom. They don't need to worry about that. It's the top they're focusing on now, and Super Hard Crew decision-making is going a little astray here. Jankos not going to get Dark Binding instead, because Sing will eat a bomb. He's going to Black Shield, so he should be able to cover off some of it, or just ignore it. Just didn't really care about it either way. So ROCCAT, full control now, honestly. Mimer and co really have to pull out something. Go defensive like Alliance did yesterday, but honestly, I don't think they've got the late game team comp or the pressure that Alliance showed yesterday.
So it's actually very similar in that Alliance yesterday had an aggressive jungler and a wave clearing sort of long range mid. And you've got a similar situation now with Rengar in the jungle and with Ziggs in the mid lane. So for Super Hard Crew, I think yes, they can go defensive and try to scale themselves up. But on the same token, it's playing passive, it's playing passive that's costing them all of this control. They've not had a successful gank. They've not had a successful team fight. And now they need to try and catch ROCCAT out when they're pushing these towers. So I think a flanking maneuver when ROCCAT commit to a tower, that's got to be their plan.
2 people walk past that ping ward. Now Vander's just like, did you not see that? You just walked straight past the damn thing. This time he will take it down. So ROCCAT clear themselves the ward and look at it. Look at the vision they have now in that upper half of the jungle. They don't care about the bottom. The top is where they're focusing. The top inner and the middle inner.
So Zazas is going to split push this bottom lane. Once Super Hard Crew commit resources to shutting Zazas down, ROCCAT will either go for Baron or they will go for the middle or top inner turrets. With all the vision they've secured, Impaler, death sentence. Ew, that was very bad. We'll pretend it didn't happen. Okay, we'll pretend it didn't happen. Theory was okay.
A little bit off on that. You knew what he wanted.
Lee is not impressed.
It wasn't a good death sentence. Nevertheless, sOAZ will continue to clear out that bottom wave. Mimer's trying to do the same as well. He's trying to cause himself a nuisance. He's in dangerous territory though, being that far ahead in the top lane when there's 4 members of ROCCAT so close by, and they already thought about having a peek up there. Overpower will just simply put 2 bombs down and clear that wave. Let's see if he can do it again.
So fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Let's see. Death sentence. Oh, this is scary.
Back shield's gone.
This is
Guess
scary.
he's scared.
Oh, he got
Oh, the Sunken Goon comes in. Death sentence there. That's it. He goes down. Now, the Baron has been started.
The rest of Super Hockey
Yeah,
are
they're
not
gonna go
going
for
to
it.
respond. There is the threat of a Mega Inferno Bomb here from Selfie, so let's keep our eyes on that. Teleport from Xaxis is coming in. Teleport from Mima would be late. There's no vision for Super Hockey
He's a
yet.
long way out as
So
well.
they've got to be very, very careful. Take a look at Mima from the back line. Look for Mega Inferno Bomb.
Gotta go all in. There's the Mega Inferno gone. Mimer not gonna get there in time. Impaler wasn't able to smite it. Overpower uses his chrono shift on himself. He will be safe. And that is another 2 kills picked up by ROCCAT and the Baron. The Super Hot crew are simply on the retreat.
Very smart play. ROCCAT, they set up the vision. They spent a minute and a half chilling in that pit. Could have made some smalls, pitched a tent. Oh, flash hook does not connect, but Saliva's onto Selfie.
Saliva will put the damage down. Death sentence not going to come out from Vander, still on the cooldown. He'll just shield himself out here. They're going to go straight down to Dragon. Now they can continue the pressure, actually, that middle turret as well. There is a Ziggs there. Has got wave clearance, but at the moment he's focusing on players rather than the tower. Saliva in trouble. He may well get taken down here. Has he got the slow available? The death sentence comes out from Vander. Is it going to be enough though? Saliva's so low. Chrono shift now on him. He will go down in the pool. He'll come back to life. And now Jankos comes back up. And that ultimate, it must have just come back off cooldown.
Very, very safe. Smart play from Overpower, rather. He was low on mana as well, so that was going to be risky. Thanks to the rewind on Zillion's W, you can get that chrono shift off very, very quickly. And between the Baron engage and, of course, the mid lane fight there, Overpower was able to bring Saliva back to life. But that is exactly what ROCCAT's team comp is about. You have Lulu and Zillion to peel and protect and revive Kog'Maw. And as long as Kog'Maw's standing there, he's about to finish off his Blade of the Ruined King. 1,600 gold in Saliva's back pocket, so not far off it. And ROCCAT have got themselves a 10,000 gold lead. They've got absolute map control, but they still need to break the final hurdle, and they didn't do it yesterday against the Lions. Let's see if they've learned from their mistakes and they can do it against the Super Hot crew.
Super Hot crew still lying in 3rd place, but this is definitely not good news for them. As I mentioned, this could be almost certainly at the moment, unless Super Hot crew continue their losing streak right now, their quarterfinal opponent, and they are not doing well. If you look at SK Gaming yesterday, well, they are doing very well. MILLENIUM faded away, but Super Hot crew, they're not looking that strong in this Super Week. They seem to have come a little ill-prepared, it seems. And this is really a big test. It really is. Every time you come into this almost tournament-style 4 games in 3 days, it's the pressure's on you. And this is what you'd be facing if you were to get to Worlds. You know, that group stage of Worlds, you're going to have a lot of games in a short period of time. And right now, Super Hot crew, I'm not sure, are capable of it.
I agree with you. And they've just not played to win. This is a statement that we say fairly often. Super Hot crew have been so defensive, they're playing to not lose, as opposed to being proactive and playing to win. Impaler's not had an impact in this match. His ganks have been non-existent. Jankos has moved around a lot. Now ROCCAT, they've got the Baron buff, they're sieging the mid lane. And look at this long-range poke. This is what we talked about in terms of the siege power. Living Artillery, Voidus, Glitterlance, all smashing around. And when Overpower puts those bombs, oh, that's a good flash from Selfie.
Yeah, he needed that one. I just wonder if this is simply Super Hot crew putting pressure on themselves, because they got themselves into that good 3rd place position last week. And since then, you know, after looking great, they've really not shown anything. It's only been a couple of days in between. The rest of the team seem to have all stepped it up when the pressure is on. Gasing's in trouble. Death sentence now lands on Mimer. He's going to get caught out. Has he got the hit points to get away from this one? Repel not going to quite get close enough. So we do see Overpower coming in. He catches the bomb on Selfie. Didn't get close enough for Mimer, but that's an inhibitor turret going down. And ROCCAT, they've got the free roam of Super Hot crew's base.
Going to secure their first inhibitor. They've got Minion Wave pushing the top lane, so they can even go to the top inner turret as well. And this was exactly what they did not do yesterday. Committed, aggressive, and finding the picks. Vander has been very impactful on this Thresh. It's worked out. He's had a few good death sentences. He saved Saliva once or twice with those lanterns. Will disregard the slightly wide shot on Impaler because he is 0-0-4 and is definitely helping ROCCAT set up the picks they need under the objectives. And Super Hot crew have now got little to no presence Overpower's hunting.
Yeah, Overpower's hunting. It's Selfie that he's found. He's going to get one bomb down on him. Will he get the rewind? That's going to be slowed down by that minefield. Will get the speed up back on himself. Will step away. Inner turret goes down. In the top lane, ROCCAT continue this pressure. That Baron has worked wonders for them, opening up Super Hot Crew's base.
It has, and that was actually very important for Overpower to keep Selfie away. Selfie's wave clear and AoE damage is very important in defending the towers. Misrolls does a pretty good job as well, thanks to the explosive shots. But it's all about ROCCAT. They're playing the waves very effectively, and they've just got to finish the game out now and get past that final hurdle.
Should only be a matter of time right now. ROCCAT, of course, 7-1 up, 28 minutes into this game. Could be a sub 30-minute game. We'll see how it works out for them. ROCCAT are in control. This would be their second game. They had a rough one yesterday, but as we mentioned, you know, they've looked better the last few weeks.
Yeah, they have. But again, they're up and down. I do think the Super Hot Crew have a high ceiling. This is something we talked about in the office. The skill ceiling of the Super Hot Crew is very close to the level of FNATIC and Alliance when they were playing well. But their skill floor, as in the baseline Super Hot Crew that you get, is much lower. They don't deliver consistently. And we see this time and time again from the Super Hot Crew. Some games they'll smash, and the last 2 games, they've been smashed. But it is, of course, a difficult schedule. You know, they've just come out of Week 10 last week. Week 11 is a Super Week, which is just 3 days away. And they've got to prepare for those 4 games with the threat of Gamescom, with the threat of playoffs and potentially Worlds. Super Hot Crew is a very young team. None of these guys have a lot of big stage, big tournament experience, and maybe that is weighing them down mentally.
Well, the big problem is, you know, mine was getting high praise last week. Mega Inferno Bomb, that's going to miss the wave, or it caught some of the wave. It didn't wipe out most of it. We overpower though, look at that. Super Minions in the mid lane. They're going to be shoving into the base of Super Hot Crew in just a few moments. He comes around the side, gets a couple of cheeky bombs on Selfie. That's going to take him very low with that Ignite. Another bomb goes on, he goes down! Overpower sets himself up, and ROCCAT move in for the inhibitor turret.
They're going to grab the second inhibitor turret. The chrono shift was used from Overpower, but look how quickly that rewind is ticking it down. A quarter of the cooldown is already been burned through. ROCCAT going to secure the second inhibitor of the game without wave clear from Selfie. They may even look to finish. Middle inhibitor should be respawning in the not too distant future, so let's see how ROCCAT play out these next few minutes. They've got super minions, they've got the damage. I think they're going for it, Deman.
They've got a wave here, they're going to get straight on. One Nexus turret goes down, super minions on the second one. That's going to get worked down. ROCCAT pushing on this one. The Super Hot Crew are just floundering once again. It has not worked out for them in this match, and 30 minutes gone. ROCCAT will take victory. A very important one when the playoffs loom over the Super Hot Crew.
So with that win, ROCCAT still have the potential to go 14-14. They're 12-14 now. Super Hot Crew are 14-12. And if you look at the other teams who are in this race, SK and Millennium are 13 wins, 12 losses each. Those tiebreakers did not look massively possible at the beginning of the split of the week, but as these games are playing out, these middle 4 teams are getting closer and closer and closer.
It was a low scoring kill game, but honestly, that's all ROCCAT needed. Only 8-1. We just saw similar, ironically, over in the OGN as well. 7-1 complete 21-minute destruction. ROCCAT full control this time around.
ROCCAT got more towers than they got kills. They secured 10 towers that game, only 8 kills. They had full dragon control. They took an uncontested Baron. That was a very strategic, very smart ROCCAT. They didn't necessarily push waves as much as they used vision and jungle pressure to win the game. They had a lot of deep wards, and then once they forced Super Hot Crew's hand to clear those wards out, they just pounced on them. Took a little bit of time, but ROCCAT played it patiently and they made it count.
That man was just on your screen. Jankos involved in 100% of everything ROCCAT did there. 2-0-6. You know, we talked about who will come out on top. Absolutely was Jankos, no doubt about that. Fantastic performance by him. And ROCCAT, who knows? You know, they were coming into this, and this is the irony, right? We just spoke to ROCCAT before the Super Week became, and they were just like, yeah, we know 6th place is pretty much secured, pressure's off us, we're just going to have fun this week. Suddenly, they're playing really well.
I agree. And they pushed Alliance to the absolute limit yesterday. If it wasn't for a positional error in the late game, they probably would have won that game. Maybe needed a little bit more aggression like from this matchup. But ROCCAT looking good. I expected ROCCAT and SK to struggle more this week based on the last few weeks' performances. They've stepped up in Super Week.
And the MILLENIUM and SUPA crew have stepped down.
And they have been struggling. We will be seeing those teams later today. And they really need to start stepping up because there's now one game basically separating third from sixth.
And remember, guys, you know, the quarterfinals are next week. There's no big breaks here. You know, Super Week finishes, quarterfinals, bang, then we're straight into the semi-finals at Gamescom. Just 2 weeks' time, the regional finals for Europe will be coming around. We're going to go over to the stage. Sjokz is standing by with Jankos.
I have to ask you, of course, when it comes to First Bloods, that's 20 First Bloods for ROCCAT and 12 of those secured by you. Do you train on it specifically? What is that magic touch you have to always keep throwing them in?
Literally, I got no idea. I just tried to gank early game. I tried to create as much pressure as I can, and you know, it works.
It absolutely works. A great start here for you guys, again, versus Super Hot Crew. Tell me how you, in your eyes, played the mid and the late game better than you guys did yesterday when you were also up against the late game comp.
Yesterday, we were kind of scared to go in and to dive Alliance, and we talked a little bit about that yesterday as well. And today, when we had lead, when we took 2 Barons or 1 Baron, we wanted to dive them, we wanted to take inhibitors and just close out the game as soon as possible.
Well, and you guys did well now. A victory here today, and the playoffs are just around the corner. What is your general feeling of your skill level when you look at the other teams in the middle of the table?
I think we are improving a lot lately, so I'm looking forward to the playoffs. I want to show the world that we are the best team in Europe.
All right, very strong words. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, the first place Alliance takes on the last place Gambit in a battle for pride. We'll be right back.
Mima, you know what I'm going to ask.
How do I look?
How does my hair look today? 3 out of 10 kiss? 4? 4. Oh my gosh.
No.
I'm really starting to get lucky.
Grouping up. Look at this. This is going to be the hook.
Oh, the hook caught on towards him. He flashes away, but he's not getting away from this one, surely. The Ignite run in the bomb lands. Overpower gets the kill. There's the Mega Inferno gone by, man. Not going to get there in time. Impaler wasn't able to smite it. Overpower uses his chrono shift on himself. He will be safe. Just a few moments. He comes around the side, gets a juke. He's got the cheeky bombs on Selfie. That's going to take him very low with that Ignite. Another bomb goes on. He goes down.
Game sense is a lot about knowing what's going to happen next and just executing your own play.
For example, you don't see anyone on the map and you have this like sense warning you that something is going on, and then everyone starts to panic, like, are they doing Baron, are they doing Dragon?
In laning phase it might be whether to go for a minion or not, simple as that. And then later on it might be whether to TP, whether to roam, it can be anything.
Developing a good game sense is like two things. First you have to like play the game a lot and just get into all kinds of situations. And the second half is like having the capability of analyzing those plays and how to turn it into a favorable situation for you.
The half of stuff which I do, I can't really explain in words. I only like understand it in my mind.
Like, it's kind of mind games, right? Your support is going for the ward and you see enemies. They're just scared because you're like, which guy will just go 1v3, right?
It's really easy to play mind games with some people. Let's say I'm trash, I throw a lantern back, so they expect someone to come.
That is one of the tricks you can do, completely psyching out Candy Panda.
Every move they make, there is a correct move to make back. You've just got to kind of figure out how to do that. Some people spam a lot of games, and sometimes it's just you've done this thing 100 times, but you just naturally do the right things.
Janko, he doesn't know where an enemy will be. It's pretty much like he has sometimes sixth sense.
The best overall game sense is probably Froggen, because he just knows everything.
Somehow he always knows from which direction and when Kottenx is gonna come.
If you're always playing passive and never trying to trade in lane, then it's like extremely easy to see when I'm getting ganked.
Good players are always going to be unpredictable.
If you have a good feeling of where your lane is going and when you're power spiking and when you're not, you will always have the advantage on the enemy unless they manage to mechanically outplay you, but there's not really any players that's better mechanically.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined once again by Joe and Deficio, and we're going to take a look at that win from ROCCAT. Let's take a look at the comms from both sides. A lot of late game elements, but for ROCCAT, once again, a very strong mid-game core coming in.
It seems to be what ROCCAT always aims for, strong mid-game, so they get some first bloods early game for Yankers, as always, get a goal lead, use it in the mid-game, and once they actually close out the game, it looks awesome. Against the Lions yesterday, where they did manage to close it out, of course, you can always look at the tactic and say, was it too much mid-game, or was it just them not playing aggressive enough? Today they did, and when you have a good mid-game come, when you get the lead, like they did here, it works.
And I think it's great to see, we heard Jankos say that they had a chat about what happened against the Lions yesterday. It was a very similar build-up almost, but this game they closed it out much, much quicker, looked a lot more confident, and that's the ROCCAT that are going to win more and more games.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's touch on the first bloods for a second. Deficio, you used to be in a pro team. Is that something you can learn at all? Because he just said, you know, I just do it.
Well, you don't really aim to get the first blood unless you do like a level 1 tactic where you invade him and like this guy always stands here, goes AFK, we kill him. But it's more because Yankers is so aggressive early game and he's very good at knowing where to gank. So, of course, it's communication with his laners. It's like Overpower saying, this guy's overextending, he keeps trading with me, he keeps going forward. We can set it up very easily, and he can embed it, and then Yankers comes in for the first blood. So it's about his laners communicating to him, and then just him as a very good jungler, knowing I can go in here to this guy, I can go whatever lane it is, I know exactly what to do, especially on Elise, where he picks up most of the first bloods. We saw it again this game, and therefore he gets them. I mean, you don't really pre-plan it, saying we need to get first blood or we're done. I mean, it's not how it works.
Yeah, and I was actually quite surprised at the end when I asked him about the playoff, and he's like, you know, we just want to prove we're the best team in Europe, which is a huge difference of how we used to talk to them and they were kind of down, Joe. It's like really setting themselves up and saying we are the best team here in Europe.
And that's the thing, if you think back to the spring split where ROCCAT did so incredibly well, even then they're the really humble guys, you know, they'll never go out there and say we're the best. They'll always say we want to be the best, we want to prove that they're the best. And I think even if they won the playoffs, they'd still say we'd like to be the best. We're not, you know, we won playoffs, but are we really the best? I'm not sure. And that's, I think, really nice to see from them. But as you said, the change really from being completely unconfident to looking so insecure about all their plays, which they did yesterday as well, let's not forget. But there's two very different sides of ROCCAT, a confident, strong, quickly closing out games ROCCAT, and there's a very unsafe ROCCAT that dawdles a little bit and can end up losing games.
And I'm not sure if SUPA crew is the complete opposite here, and they maybe think too highly of themselves and believe they're going to the game against ROCCAT here and they can just do whatever they want and they're going to win it. Because if you look at the way they played this game today, it was very strange. Like, they didn't really respect ROCCAT in any way, didn't respect the ganks from Jankos. Impaler and Rengar didn't do anything. They know Jankos loves to gank early game, and you pick Rengar against it, where you need to farm to level 6 before you can really join in. And once you even hit level 6, you did nothing in the entire game, pretty much. And also, if you do look at the way they play, they kept looking for the fights as well, or at least get caught up by ROCCAT, even though they were weak in the mid game and knew they just had to wait. Selfie even built like Archangel Staff, Athenes, because he knew he wasn't going to get any blue buffs, just to sit and wave clear. It means, okay, we're just going to sit here for now 15-20 minutes, not walk into the Baron, not walk into the Dragon, and die. Again, Impaler, he walks into the Dragon, it's already gone. Just walks in, gets hooked by Vander, dies again. And it's just very weird, and it seems, I wouldn't say disrespectful, but at least like Super Hot Crew a little bit underestimated ROCCAT and the way they could play here and figured they could just pick whatever comp late game they want and it would be fine.
Yeah, some strange decisions there from the Super Hot Crew. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Now let's head back over to Deman and Quickshot as we get into our next match.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. It is indeed time for game 2 of the day to be between top of the table Alliance versus bottom of the table GAMBIT Gaming. A top 2 finish was already secured for Alliance, of course. However, yesterday they had a hard-fought game against the ROCCAT, who we just saw played tremendously well. They had to hold off and defend a strong start to the game and play it very disciplined throughout until they finally reach their late game strength.
Yeah, and truthfully, while they did hit that late game strength, it actually wasn't even that gave them the win. It was the inability to push by ROCCAT and a massive error in positioning from their Polish opponents that gifted Alliance the win. Now, I do want to be fair. Alliance did hold on. They didn't give up that inhibitor turret without a team fight, and they pushed ROCCAT back. My focus for this game will be what Sjokz plays in the matchup. He played Riven Jungle yesterday. It is a pick that has worked for him. He's undefeated, 4 wins. But you can, and I probably will, argue the strength of the champion when there are other priority picks available. It is something that a lot of the other LCS pros in both regions are discussing, whether or not this Riven is actually relevant or viable at this level of play.
Yeah, I remember yesterday during the pick and bans, we were saying, you know, the likes of a League Source available, yet he went for that Riven. It was kind of a surprise for all of us, of course. On the flip side, GAMBIT Gaming finally managed to break their losing streak yesterday after picking up a vital win over the Copenhagen Wolves. They were 0-11. It was a big, big turnaround for them. They are, of course, chasing down 7th place to give them the option of who to face in the promotion series, and are now just 1 win away from tying up that spot with the Wolves.
Yes, and in the head-to-head with the Copenhagen Wolves, GAMBIT are tied at 2-2. They need to have 1 more win than the Wolves over the week to ensure that that tiebreaker actually happens. The Wolves are currently 0-2 after their games yesterday, and GAMBIT find themselves 1-0 coming into their second game here in Super Week. You have to assume that Alliance are far and away the favorites for the match, but you can't assume that this is going to be an easy game based on how well GAMBIT played yesterday. They were solid, they were aggressive, and they were coordinated. It's been well over a month that we've seen them doing that, and Diamond finally delivered a performance that is reminiscent of his pedigree. Let's see if he can do the same against a stronger opponent today in Alliance.
Well, let's move right into the 2 starting lineups for these teams. Over on the blue side, it is Alliance. And of course, top of the table now, Wickd in that top lane, Sjokz in the jungle, Froggen, the big famous mid laner, Tabzz as the AD carry, and Nyph on support.
And on the red side, it is GAMBIT Gaming with Kubon up top, a Diamond in the jungle, Nick playing the mid lane, Genja as AD carry, and Edward as the support.
So while our players are on the loading screen, let's see who you guys at home think will take this match. According to LOLesports.com, 79% of you have voted for Alliance. That is not as big as I thought it would be.
It is not. There is still a fair amount of GAMBIT fans. I would dare say a fair amount of Diamond fans after his Kha'Zix yesterday. I definitely am more intrigued because I thought Diamond was slowly fading away. It's been a long time since he's had a very positive game. Still playing Kha'Zix, one of the only junglers in Europe to pull it out. Kottenx did about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Didn't work with it. Diamond did last week. Didn't work. But yesterday did.
And let's not forget, Alliance are a team that have been overconfident before, losing their big losing streak, big winning streak to the Copenhagen Wolves before. What do we expect, though? Pick and bans? Will we see that Riven come out? Will we see maybe another Aurelio game with the Gragas back?
Any other team, I would say maybe not, but Alliance, they are fairly set in their ways. If they feel Riven is a strong pick and it works for them, look, I can't fault them. They are 4-0. And I think the confidence and the comfort may fall into favor here, so we'll see what they lock in.
So, Maokai being banned away along with Evelyn by Alliance. And of course, Kassadin and Lee Sin being taken away. That leaves Elise possibly on the table. Fizz being removed. A lot of big choices available, though, for both teams. Should it be required? Of course, the Nyph are out there. You never know. You never know. I'm pretty sure Froggen's not going to play that one again.
I don't want to rule it out. Yasuo is still up. It's something Froggen has played in the past when he wants to go split push. Twisted Fate, Irelia. Riven is still up, as is that Elise that you talked about. But Diamond has been playing Rengar and Kha'Zix in recent weeks, and Sjokz has been playing Riven. So we may not even see those sort of trifecta junglers that we tend to see all so often.
So Twisted Fate locked in. First time in a good few weeks, actually. He's been snuck through the ban phase. We'll see how Froggen deals with that one. What will Gambit go with? A lot of choices for them, of course. Will Kog'Maw potentially be locked in? Or Tristana, Genja. Is he switching things up again here? This is going to be crazy.
Knowing your opponent's mid lane and locking in some preferential AD carry and supports, it is a fairly safe option if Gambit want to go that route. Maybe getting a Thresh for Edward or Morgana or Braum, as all the supports are still up and available. But decide against it, and it is going to be that switch for Genja.
You know, you got some big balls when you pick Aurelia up against Wickd, because he knows how to counter that champion as well as play it. Tristana, though, as we mentioned, Genja venturing out once again, and we'll see how this one works out for them. Finally, deciding to move away from that Caitlyn.
Late game, long range, Kog'Maw into Twisted Fate is always going to be a difficult matchup. I keep harping on about how immobile he is when you can jump onto him, and Twisted Fate will almost always find a way to jump onto him. And I like the fact that you point out that Irelia is taken off the table. What is Wickd going to play? Shyvana would be the obvious choice, because Wickd plays Gragas or Irelia. That's where the list ends. And he needs to go back to a previous champion, and the ones that he's played more than any other and to mixed levels of success has been Shyvana mostly. We've seen the Malphite from time to time. And of course Lulu.
Yeah.
Lulu's the other one that you do have to keep in mind. But Alliance like to mix things up, so they've got a strong front line, they've got flanking presence, they've got a massive amount of split push power. Shyvana, if he goes Blade of the Ruined King and TF, they can push those side lanes for days, but still no jungler from Alliance.
We'll see how it works out for him. Of course, Tabzz locking in that Kog'Maw. Tabzz had to farm up strong yesterday. It was a tough match for him and the rest of the team, honestly. So, Gambit, what will they go with? Will we see jungler? What will Diamond go with? Elise is the most likely, but Diamond is never one to go with.
Kha'Zix is going to be a little more difficult in this scenario because the Destiny from Twisted Fate will obviously help counter that stealth and make him easier to focus in team fights. With Elise still being up and available, it is an option. And Gambit have got the makings of a strong team fight team here already. They've got, you know, the ball for engage and disengage, the Shockwave plus Irelia combo. If they put it on something like an Elise or even a Kha'Zix, you've got very strong engage power. Command Protect into Shockwave. But Alliance need to be grouped up. I also need to keep an eye on how Edward lands his bubbles. Because once Froggen starts teleporting into team fights, if Edward is paying attention and awake, he can do to Froggen what MILLENIUM did to Jezzes and SK. Jezzes would teleport into team fights and get insta-gipped. And the power is there for Froggen, for Edward as well, if he gets those Aqua Prisons down.
What will the jungler be for Alliance? Nyph looks like he's going to be on Thresh. 22 assists the other week he got in one of his crazy games. Of course, that did put them over the 1,000 threshold. Tabzz has locked in Elise for Sjokz, so he will be going with the standard jungler this time around instead of that Riven.
And I actually think that's a smart call. The Alliance comp can push side lanes very effectively, and with the Twisted Fate, you're always going to have the power to find picks and single out solo targets. Once you add Elise into that mix, yes, Riven can do that as well, but it's slightly less risky with the Elise. Long-range Cocoon, you've got ranged auto attacks for tower pushes, and I like the combo of Elise plus TF when going on those side lanes. With Elise off the table, it has to be Kha'Zix, it has to be Skarner. I'm not expecting it.
It's Edward, it's Edward.
It is Edward, but I'm just thinking for Diamond. What would Diamond run? He's done Skarner in the past, he's done Kha'Zix, Rengar is up as well. Rengar might fit. It'll be, oh, it has to, come on, although So, Rengar Orianna is a combo that is used very successfully over in OGN. Kha'Zix will fill a somewhat similar role. He can throw his ultimate down, get the Command Protect when stealthed up, and assuming they can catch Froggen by surprise, he won't be revealed. But it is very, very dependent on Diamond getting ahead. I feel that when he plays Kha'Zix, he has no impact like he did 2 weeks ago, or he has a strong game and he's able to run amok like he did yesterday.
You know, cast your mind back 2 years, CLG EU versus Moscow 5 would have been the classic, but now it is Alliance top of the table versus Gambit bottom of the table. A lot has changed in the 2 years. Let's see if these pick and bans have.
So the first Destiny from Froggen, first 2 Destinies are going to be very impactful. If he can get his side lanes rolling, especially Siobhan and Kog'Maw, they can then stay ahead. Alliance's team comp is going to scale very, very effectively. On the other side of the coin, when we start seeing these team fights happening, Kha'Zix is eventually going to get resets, Tristana's eventually going to get resets. So for Gambit, it's all about getting that first kill, focusing them down, then getting those resets to keep fighting. So we need to see if they've got the coordination to beat Alliance. They did yesterday against the Wolves.
Yeah, they started out well. We'll see how it works out. Have these picks, of course, managed to change your vote? Tweet hashtag AllWin for Alliance or hashtag GMBWin for Gambit to @LOL Esports, and we'll see in-game if there's a new crowd favorite. Alliance, of course, leading the vote early on.
Yeah.
No surprises there. What do we think, though, overall? I mean, who's got the power early game? Because that seems to be where the games are starting to swing in everyone's favor.
In this particular matchup, I actually think it is a little bit in terms of Alliance because of the death sentence, because those first Destinies are going to be impactful. Kog'Maw is strong in lane. Elise is very impactful at early games once she gets access to a cocoon. But they need to make it count in the laning phase, because if Gambit ever get ahead, they also can stay here. They're very mobile, very aggressive champions.
A lot focusing on the junglers, they feel. Sjokz and Diamond, as it was in the previous matchup. Alliance starting out as the blue team up against Gambit as the red team, and we'll see whether we have any changes around in the lane phase.
So Ghost Flash for Froggen. Not surprising there. Teleports in both top laners. And Flash Heal for Nick. He was hovering on Flash Cleanse during Champ Select, but swapped that out to the last second. And I think for this game, the laning phase, if Alliance play aggressively, they've got the potential to set up a lot of kills, similarly to Gambit. But in order for, you know, a Kha'Zix and an Irelia to kill a Shyvana, Wickd really needs to be overextended or really needs to be caught out of position. And that doesn't happen all too often. Wickd is a fairly safe player. On the same token in the bottom lane, if Edward lands a good bubble, then Tabzz or Nyph could be in trouble. But just like the previous game, as long as Nyph is paying attention, he can use that lantern and get Tabzz to safety in the nick of time.
We'll see whether Nick himself in the mid lane will get caught out. Death sentence from Nyph. Is he going to try and fling it out?
He will.
There? He's in dangerous perilous position. Not quite going to last. Nick stepped back there.
Well, that was optimistic.
It was optimistic, but it was worth a try, that's for sure.
Yeah, it always is. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything, you know? Your team is in position. So late game hyper carry for Alliance. They've got the makings of a lane swap with both Tabzz and Nyph hanging around that mid lane.
Yep.
With Elise in the jungle, we may even see one of those 3-4 minute tower dives onto Kubon. It's something that we see a lot of the European teams doing now in these lane swap scenarios. Red Buff Steel and Gambit seem to be reciprocating.
Yep.
And they're going to be taking Alliance. So teams are trading maps. Alliance will claim ownership of the top half, and Gambit will say, fine, we'll take the bottom half.
They're going to be a bit slower in this one, of course. They've only just got to the red, whereas Alliance have already taken it. 3 members to help them out on that one. Kubon and Diamond will be taking these reds down the bottom half of the map. Froggen play a little bit passively against Nick, I feel, early on. He's got to be wary of the fact that he could have 3 members of Gambit pouncing out of that jungle on him at any moment. Nick is also doing the same, which is why you can see them playing towards the opposite sides of the bushes. Doesn't know what's really coming out. Blue Wolf now being picked up by Alliance, as I mentioned, much quicker in this jungle phase, of course, because they started it off. Meanwhile, Diamond only just about reaching that blue buff area. We will see whether Sjokz, with that speed advantage, is able to do anything, but he's not only got a speed advantage, he's got to experience disadvantage because Wickd has been alongside him the whole step.
Yeah, so buddy system for Alliance, no buddy system for Gambit. Kubon's going to potentially join Diamond in the next minute or two. We did also see Tabzz, as well as Nyph, playing a little bit of the jungler role when they were moving around the map. And they cleared out some of the camps in the top half before moving into lane. But for the time being, it does look like a fairly standard lane swap scenario. And it's going to come down to when we see Wickd or Kubon going to lane, and this is Nick in trouble.
Uh-oh, gold card, death sentence, Nick's in trouble indeed. Ignite goes down, the play pulls it to the side. Eddie just in the right position at the right time, but now he's going to get focused on. Wickd is shook, dive towards Nick, meanwhile just off the side of the camera. First blood will go down, it's Wickd that picks that up, but you can see again another kill. This time Froggen goes down, Nyph's in trouble, Kubon gets on towards him. That will be picked up by Eddie, and now they can see him turning around. Wickd travels, getting towards Edward, he goes down. 2 for 2 so far, Diamond taken low, but you can see Sjokz is all on his own. In goes pouncing Genja, and he will get on there. And would you believe a 4 for 3 trade, I think it was, a 4 for 2 trade for GAMBIT, and now they go Dragon.
They managed to come away. Diamond is the man of the moment. GAMBIT had the numbers advantage, and Edward was in the right place at the right time. It's not over yet. Wickd has burned his teleport. He's looking to challenge for more kills.
And they're going to come around. Kubon's very low, Diamond's very low, but he is 3-on-1. He's got to be careful if he's going to stop this Dragon. The Dragon's still tanking out on Genja, but Genja's putting the pressure back down and towards him. Froggen comes in, Wildcards come through. Nick joins the fray, back on towards it. Gold card ready, and Alliance step away. Dragon was stopped by Alliance, and that is what they needed. And after all of that craziness, it's still only a 400 gold differential between these two teams.
Edward is probably the reason GAMBIT managed to come away with this. He's in range to support Nick. And look how quickly both Kubon and Diamond come to join the fray. So in a best case scenario, this is still a 4-on-4. But GAMBIT managed to group up and cluster and focus the right targets down. Diamond with the double buff stays alive the entirety of this fight, and Edward lands a great double bubble, locking both Wickd and Sjokz up, despite the fact he goes down instantly afterwards. 4 for 2, Dragon was not secured, so GAMBIT, while they have a gold lead, they didn't extend it further, and if you actually look at it, it's still fairly even between the teams. What we need to see is what Diamond does with those 2 kills and 2 assists. How much more can he impact the game?
Well, the vote still says Alliance will win it. We'll see whether that works out after a fantastic opening to this game. They're going to need to remember also, while that was all happening, Tabzz was off on his own in that top lane, building up his farm. You can see 38-18 for Genja. Genja himself, of course, picked up that 1 kill.
Edward's in trouble.
Evens itself out. Eddie's in trouble. Death Sentence comes in. Cocoon goes down. Edward's in trouble. Wickd will get on towards him. He will get the last hit and get himself another kill. He's now 3 for 1.
That was just overextended. Eddie did not need to be there, had not anticipated Alliance would play that aggressively, and he gives up a kill. Now it's actually Alliance that are setting their sights on Dragon. They know they've got the numbers advantage, and they've just seen Diamond in the top lane. So they were assuming they could rush it down, but there's not a lot of damage between all the carries. Without having Cogmore there, that would have been a very, very long Dragon. So wisely, Alliance back away from it. But this is an interesting lane setup. Kubon is still roaming. You've got a 3-man in the bottom lane putting damage on the tower. And as you pointed out, Tabzz is continuing to CS. He's got a level advantage, 2 level advantage over Genja, and nearly double the CS as well. So this Cogmore is going to come into the mid game significantly stronger than Genja if this roaming aggressive play continues to happen.
Well, Froggen, you can see, playing very passive. He's well aware of the fact that Diamond's in his half of the jungle. He passed by a ward a moment ago and was pinged out. Diamond will clear out the pink ward that Froggen just placed. So that's going to give GAMBIT the advantage in the top half of the jungle. That's going to give Tabzz some issues. You can see he's now gone back to buy. Gets himself a Sheen early, and now will join the lower half of the map down towards that bottom lane.
Yeah, with Dragon Threat being a possibility, that's why Tabzz is going bottom lane. And we talked about how Diamond has got the kills for GAMBIT. Wickd is the one that's picked up all 3 kills for Alliance. So he's on Shyvana, champion I haven't seen him on in a couple of weeks. And he's got some early kills. So this lane swap shenanigans has actually worked out fairly well in his favor. He's got about a 600 or 700 gold lead over Kubon, which has allowed him to pick up an early chain vest. And we'll need to see how Wickd makes use of his teleport going forward. Still about a third of the way off cooldown. GAMBIT with some good vision in the river as well. So smart play actually from both of these teams thus far.
Genja not wanting any of that. The moment Tabzz showed himself in lane, he's like, I cannot compete with this. He's got a Sheen, he's well ahead of me in builds. I need to go back and spend some of this gold, but he can see it's a big differential between them right now. Pickaxe is all he will come back to lane with. He is trailing by around about 400 gold, so we'll see how that continues as this game moves on. He will completely wipe out that wave. Nyph, of course, warding out, giving vision over at that Dragon, which was focused on early, but since then, both teams have realized we need to step back a little bit, calm down this situation, because this game can get out of control quickly.
Yeah, it already started very chaotically, but Alliance are just pulling slightly ahead in the gold. A large portion of that is due to Tabzz having a 30 CS lead over Genja, thanks to being left alone in lane. But we need to see how he continues to punish. Because of the strength that Tabzz already has over Tristan in the laning phase with a Kog'Maw, and the early Sheen advantage, it is definitely something that he'll look to punish.
Nyph and Diamond moving over towards this blue buff, actually. We are going to see Froggen. He wants to get it. Sjokz is having to back away from this one. This is going to get stolen away, I feel.
Sjokz smited
it. Had to smite it, had to steal it away. That will be taken from Froggen then. And of course, that will cause him a few problems in lane against Nyph.
Yeah, once again, just delaying the power spike. We talked about how important the first Destiny from Froggen will be. And something I remember Joe saying last year is how impactful that determines the rest of the mid game. We'll expand on that point in just a moment or two, as both junglers are chilling with Wickd and Kubon. Kubon does not have access to his ultimate yet. We need to see how quickly he can level up, because this could get very explosive.
Well, he tried to bait it out, but Diamond was being very obvious and just walking up there. I think they're realizing that there is a potential threat. Kubon, very aggressive, low on mana, so which is a big issue potentially on Aurelia should this go against him. He hasn't hit level 6 yet, though. He is about to. There we go. So he's now got his ultimate available to try and get some of that lifesteal on.
Look for Cocoon from Sjokz.
Very, very patient play. The ultimate used. Now the Cocoon. Oh, perfect pixel placement there. But you can see Froggen coming in. They're going to tower dive this one. Gold card comes down. Kubon will drop. And that was so well executed. What a Cocoon from Sjokz.
He managed to thread the needle. Despite the fact that the follow-up from Wickd wasn't on target, it didn't matter. Froggen was in range. He'd roamed up to get in distance for the Destiny. And the point that I was trying to highlight that I remember Joe saying so importantly is if that first Destiny doesn't work, it gives your opponents that window of opportunity to play more aggressively and to be more active on the map, make more plays, go for more invades. And Froggen secures the kill with that Destiny. He's gone back to the mid lane, actually. Has not opted to spend any of his money. Still sitting on 2,600 gold. And Nyph is actually the first one that is back from that mid lane. He's got the makings of a Chalice of Harmony as well.
Important kill for him. Remember, no blue buff for Froggen. Diamond now making his way down towards this bottom lane. 2-0-2 for him. Let's see if he can get involved in a little bit more. See if he can make a play on Nyph and Tabzz, who has a big advantage so far.
So Diamond needs to wait a few CS. Edward is very close to hitting level 6. And that tidal wave would be very impactful with trying to keep Nyph and Tabzz in place. But instead, he may actually move around the back of the lane. Look at this, jungler's in the same page, but Tabzz is melting Genja.
A lot of damage going down on Genja. Just a couple of hits there. Sjokz finds Diamond though, gets himself a Cocoon down on him. Tabzz trying to throw his ultimate spit on towards Diamond from long range. Didn't quite land, and they will back away.
Notice how Diamond is trying to set a gank up after the Destiny had been used from Froggen. While Diamond was doing a lot of counter jungling and moving around the map, he didn't pick the fight in the top lane, backed away, and it was a fairly successful tower dive from Alliance that got that kill. Now Sjokz is once again chilling in the bush. Last time he hung out in the top lane, he stayed long enough to secure the kill. Diamond is close-ish by the big white rather, but it's still going to be a little bit of time before he can get involved in the fight.
Wickd putting some pressure on Nyph there as he took the Wraiths away. Nyph will ward out Dragon. Actually, it looks like Dragon may well be started out here for Alliance. They're going to find, not quite get vision of Diamond there. They will do with that ward. But with him nearby, they decided maybe to be a little bit more cautious. Teleport's available for Wickd in that top lane, not available for Kubon. So if Kubon shows himself in a moment, he knows he's got to run all the way down if this fight would start.
30 seconds before Froggen's Destiny's up once more. Neither team has made a big play for Dragon, but with the warding Alliance have just put down, that has to be their focus. And Alliance will either look to punish the back timing of Gambit or try to force a fight and then go for objective. Look at the positioning here on Diamond. Destiny still not up for Froggen, so good numbers advantage. That's a 5-man, and Gambit simply can't contest.
Yeah, Wickd just teleports in, gets himself the Sunfire Cape, secures it. They were simply waiting for him to get that item secured, and he'll return to the top lane without trading anything. So Alliance get themselves the advantage now. 2,000 gold in the lead over Gambit with that second Dragon of the game.
Smart play from Alliance. They set the vision up. Once they had full vision of the pit, then they just committed. They managed to secure. So for Alliance, they've now got themselves in a strong lead. We talked in Picks and Bans how their comp can do very well at finding picks because of the power of Twisted Fate, because of the cocoon and the death sentence. And we just need to see how Froggen now wants to keep playing. He's got a Morello Namicon picked up. That'll help negate some of the healing from Nami, as well as the 2 summoner heals that Gambit have got on the team. And I also think that Tabzz is doing very well. He's got 2,400 gold, so he's also getting close to finishing a Trinity Force. He's extended that CS lead to 40 over Genja. There is a massive disparity in damage and itemization between both of these teams' AD carries.
Yeah, nearly 1,000 gold between the two. Now's just past 1,000 gold, in fact, now between those two. So Tabzz' big lead. That, of course, all came from the opening start. The craziness, the battle that ensued in that river. While it was all going on, while Genja came up to help Gambit out and honestly win them that fight, Tabzz was freely farming in that top lane. Nyph and Edward going at it in the bottom lane, Kubon and Wickd poking back and forward. Remember, Sunfire K picked up for Wickd there, has to use his Dragon Descent to get away from the tower aggro. Sjokz is nearby, but there is a ward in that tri-bush. He will get spotted out. Sjokz coming around to give full vision, give Kubon a little bit of a scare. Diamond is nearby, but I think they're not going to dive on this one just now.
The wards may be setting up for a future dive, though, if Wickd decides to heal and come back, get his Dragon's Descent once more. But since that opening engage in the first few minutes, Diamond has not been successful at finding ganks. If you compare Sjokz and Diamond post the opening kills, Sjokz has got ganks in the top lane, he's got Dragon, he's applied pressure bottom lane. And Diamond is still looking for the opportunity, he's still looking for the scenario where he can jump in. And he has to play a lot safer since the Destiny is now available for Froggen. So Gambit are most likely playing somewhat more reserved out of the threat of a Destiny gank from Froggen. He's got Flash, he's got Ghost, he's just picked up his Distortion boots as well. So we may even be seeing more decisive play, I think, from Froggen is the word I'm going to use.
Well, this bottom lane advantage is pretty huge. I'm seeing movement in the river, actually. Genja called out. He's going to have to rocket jump away, taking a big chunk of damage. Meanwhile, middle of the map, you can see the junglers and mid laners just shifting around there, trying to get some positional movement. Nyph actually fairly low on health, but he gets a quick burst on Froggen. Pinkwood was cleared out by Diamond and Sjokz now. Gonna this time finally get the blue buff for Froggen.
Genja has 1,400 hit points, and that critical hit from Tabzz took 25% of his hit points away. It was a 310 damage crit, and it just melted Genja's HP. We did see Edward land a pretty good bubble onto Nyph, which at least negated any further aggression. But Genja's just playing full damage control. That CS lead is continuing to grow. Tabzz has got another 10 CS advantage over Genja. And of course, because Genja's playing Tristana, it's actually difficult for him to sit on the back line and farm under his tower, because his explosive shot is going to be pushing the wave out. So it actually exacerbates the problem of Genja looking for CS, but still wanting to play safe.
We saw there, Diamond, of course, did level up his Void Spikes in his first evolution. We'll see what he does second time around. But that tower goes down. First one of the game for Alliance. Down in the bottom lane. Concrete performance from Tabzz this time around in Nyph. They are dominating this lane, honestly. A 60+ CS advantage now built up by Tabzz over Genja, and they are not backing off just yet as they move 3 members onto this turret. You can see, actually, Nyph making some moves. He's coming across. Remember, Destiny is available from Froggen if he needs it, as well as the teleport, not up currently for Wickd, but is for Kubon.
Another great bubble from Edward. It at least reduced some of the damage. Gambit are going to look to surround.
Ooh.
Look at Diamond coming in from behind. If Froggen wants to move for Destiny, that was a flash from Tabzz, I believe. There's the tidal wave.
Edward flashed in as well. Diamond comes around. Nyph flays him back there. Gets the death sentence on towards Nyph. It's going to simply flash away from this one. Sjokz going to try and run. Nyph may well be the sacrificial lamb here. I think he will go down. Tabzz is trying to make tracks here. Destiny not going to come out. Froggen's choosing to continue pushing the mid lane instead. And that gives 2 kills for Gambit.
So they shut them down. If Alliance can get 2 towers, that is a more than fair trade. Alliance get map presence and control. Sjokz makes that alive, but you have to think that Tabzz, Nyph, and Sjokz were overextended. They may have counted on the pressure from Froggen, at which point Alliance decided to go the other direction. Nyph is very low in hit points here and eats of wild cards as well, so got to be very, very careful. He's at threat of being caught out by Froggen. And I think strategically, Alliance probably made the right call. They get more net gold, they get more map control, and they've opened up Gambit's jungle for invades and for deep wards without having those outer towers, as well as made this next dragon safer for them because they've still got the middle and bottom tower to fall back to in the event of an engage.
Yeah, I do somewhat question Kubon's teleport down towards that bottom lane, whether it was absolutely needed, because you can tell Alliance, although Wickd did try and Dragon Descent pounce across, didn't quite get the interrupt on him, and instead took the tower, as you mentioned. 2 towers going down, very much worth it over 2 kills. Dragging it up in 20 seconds, Gambit currently have positional advantage, but Alliance, you can see, already moving in force. Kubon does not have teleport available, has just back to base. Wickd can join in at any time. Alliance, of course, was already secured the first 2 dragons of this game. Kubon is heading towards the pit. It's going to be a 5-on-5.
Yeah, Gambit have got pretty good vision set up, so they're aware the objective is coming up. They do, of course, have the timers, as long as they've seen the pit. But very importantly for Gambit, they can't run the risk of being collapsed on quickly. Because if Froggen manages... I mean, look at the damage from Tabzz. Oh. He's just poked down Edward. There is a tidal wave available in Gambit. This is risky. Teleport from Wickd as well as Destiny is going to come down from Froggen. And there's the engage.
No, instead, teleport comes in. Aqua Prison does not land because of that flash. Of course, top lane was pushed in, mid lane is pushed in as well. The inner turrets are taking a beating here while Gambit trying their best to prevent them going towards this. Well, blue buff might get stolen away here. Diamond had to smite that one away. That does mean, of course, smite is no longer available for the dragon.
Now, Alliance have got positional advantage. They've opted to go for the dragon instead of the mid tower. Gambit couldn't even contest. Their sentence gets avoided, but look at this. Gambit are being split up. They were forced to defend their own blue buff with the smite. So, sort of traded from earlier in the game. And while Gambit were defending their blue buff, Froggen was pushing mid lane. The rest of Alliance are now grouping up potentially to push top lane. This is all Alliance. They are dictating the tempo, and Gambit have not been able to find an opportunity to break Alliance's lines.
And this is what Alliance do best. Every team that's faced them has said, you know, positional map advantage. Alliance are the best in the business at this one. Gambit chasing down kills here, but they're leaving so much available on the map. Again, Tabzz free farming down that bottom lane. Froggen shoves up the mid wave, and a simple lantern from Nyph just pulls Sjokz out of danger, and 5 members of Gambit are completely left lost in the mid jungle.
Yeah, Edward threw out that tidal wave. It didn't work out. Probably the smart call, because Froggen was in the mid lane, Tabzz was in the bottom lane, so Gambit sensed there was a theoretical opportunity. But they just couldn't catch up with the mobility. You know, Nyph, with those boots of mobility, was able to get out to a safe enough distance. And he's definitely one of the unsung Thresh heroes. Nyph is very, very solid on this champion, and if you go back to the beginning of the split, maybe it was last split as well. Wickd in trouble.
Well, Wicked's in a 2v1 here. He's doing a good trade, but it's not going to quite be enough. He will go down. Destiny comes out. Is Froggen fancying it? Yes, he is. He's going straight in. Diamond gets actually sacrificial hit. But Froggen, look at this. Pops Ghost. He's chasing on Kubon. Don't think he's going to get close enough. Instead, we'll just red card and clear the wave.
Very important that he picked up those double buffs as well. Blue buff, rather. He had red buff previously, so grabbed himself that blue buff after Diamond smited it in the previous engage. And Nick, Death Sentence, can it connect? If it does, Tabzz has got the damage.
There is a minion wave there. He won't get the slowdown on him. As you mentioned, Nyph has got those boots of mobility. Shockwave pulled in. That's not going to be enough. He can just quickly shield that one off. And Tabzz comes in to protect his support. And Nick forced to back away.
Yeah, but now with the damage that was put onto Nick and the fact that they know Shockwave is not available, Alliance can siege. They've got a lot of damage with Twisted Fate and Hourglass, as well as Tabzz with Trinity Force, so they can destroy this tower in a couple of hits. There's no Shockwave threat here for Gambit, and Nick has got no mana. So it's super easy pickup for Alliance. Punishing the panic play, I think, from Nick.
So first inner turret of the game goes down for Alliance. Now 4-0. Continuing. Kubon chasing on towards Froggen. Has he got the gold card? Will land it, but I'm not sure if it's enough to get away. Kubon chooses not to follow. Hasn't got the vision of the rest of the team in the jungle there. But he forces Froggen to back.
It's important to note how much damage Kubon actually did put down. Despite being 7,000 gold down, if Gambit can find the right opportunity to engage, they could pop somebody very quickly. If Froggen, you know, lands with Destiny, gets instantly caught by a bubble from Edward and blown up, you can get resets for Diamond and for Genja. Let's see if Diamond's actually evolved his wings. He has. So if Gambit can find the right opportunity and kill Sjokz, Froggen, or Tabzz very quickly in a fight, they can get the resets and chase. But that's the only way that they can make up this deficit. It's very reliant on killing Froggen before he hourglasses and not being knocked away by the Dragon's Descent from Wickd.
And honestly, if Tabzz is left alone in that back line, he will kill everyone. Everyone on the field, no doubt about it. You just saw the damage he did to Diamond there. Just a 3-hit combo and half his hit points were gone. That's your jungler going down, who's 3-1-4, the most fed in the game so far for Gambit. So 7-5 in kills, but that's not what counts. 4-0 in turrets is the objectives. And more importantly, that gold advantage, of course, is 6,000 in their favor. Alliance starting off well here. Well, GAMBIT, in fairness, started off well, but a little bit of a loose play at the start. 4-2 up in the opening, exchanging kills as Eddie gives us a quick song as he backs. Will give Alliance a big lead in this game.
2 minutes to go till Dragon. Alliance are going to ward up the blue side jungle of GAMBIT, shove out that bottom lane, potentially to the inner turret. And they're either going to get the turret or they're going to get the Dragon. Look at the vision that is now being set up. Pink wards, green wards, the buddy system of Nyph and Sjokz. While all of that's going on, Wickd is potentially getting ganked. He does have Dragon's Descent and his teleport will be available soon. But look at the pressure onto that tower from Alliance.
Well, this is what we've seen before, honestly. Wickd pulling all the attention. Flash will be back off in just a moment. Tabzz goes in, shoves up the minion wave, goes back to buy, completes Blade of the Rune King, and heads on back. And Alliance, they're in full control of the map right now.
2 Blade of the Rune Kings on the side of Alliance. A lot of damage from Sjokz with the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith and obviously the Hourglass and Froggen. There's not a lot of defensive stats yet for GAMBIT. Diamond has gone all aggressive. He's got a Brutalize in the makings of a Last Whisper. He's not tanking. Look at Wickd.
Whoa.
Melting Kubon in a 1-on-1.
Has to hit the ultimate to try and get some lifesteal back off that minion wave. Diamond is nearby, but I don't think Wicked's too worried about that one. Kubon's going to Blade Surge on towards him, dashes in there. Diamond now coming in for safety. Will try and get on towards him, but look at this. Froggen pops his ultimate, chases in, Ghost pops. Yellow card will come out in a minute. The stun goes down as the Diamond. He's going to drop, and Wickd tanks the turret. No problem about that one. The rest of Diamond try and react on towards it. They will get themselves a kill on towards Wickd. He stuck around a little bit too long. Now Edward's in there. Genja comes around the side there. Quick repel from Sjokz, but while this is all happening, Tabzz is just free farming down the bottom, taking down yet another inner turret. He's going to push on towards the in-hit turret here as Alliance keep them busy in the top.
They trade 1 for 1. Dragon's going to be up in 15 seconds. If Alliance continue to stay grouped in the top lane, they may even be able to put pressure on the top inner turret. Tabzz is finally deciding to back away, and Alliance once again using their bodies as bait. As soon as GAMBIT commit, team members of Alliance take down towers elsewhere on the map. They grab an uncontested tower in the bottom lane. Tabzz continues to get farm, and now Alliance are roaming to the Dragon that we talked about. They set up this play in the bottom lane, realized there was an opportunity top lane. Froggen was forced to Destiny, of course, and the rest of the team came to back it up. But Alliance are just going to get their 10,000 gold lead. Yes, I'm going to call it that. At 25 minutes.
Just 800.
I can almost match. I can almost match.
It's almost there. So Alliance, big advantage for them now as they continue to prove why they are the top team in the league. And let's point out, more importantly, that if they win this game, they will be secure in that top spot come the end of Super Week, because they have that advantage over FNATIC, and FNATIC can now only equal them if Alliance were to win this matchup. Currently, Alliance would put them 2-0 in Super Week, which is a very, very good start for a team that has been, honestly, in brilliant form throughout the season.
Yeah, it has been their season. Or their split, rather. Now Wickd has found Diamond.
Diamond in a little bit of trouble. Eddie comes in and just gets a quick poke on him. That wasn't the Blade of the Rune King, by the way. That was just a simple, straight-up Dragon's Bite, I think, from Wickd. He's got himself a big wave. He'll just push on through.
Luckily, it applies the passive of Blade of the Rune King. That's just melting his HP. But again, Diamond still yet to complete the Last Whisper, still yet to build tanky items. That is literally a bug that can be squashed very quickly. Gambit's got no damage reduction on his Diamond's got no damage reduction on his ultimate. That's been gone for a few patches now. And that was one of the big reasons everybody moved away from Kha'Zix.
Oh dear. Oh, Diamond hooked in. He's not getting out of this one. Oh, is he?
Here
comes Destiny comes in. Froggen, that's a little deep. He's going to use a bit of a Messiah. Sundi's Hourglass straight in amongst 4 members of Gambit. Now Wickd, the big tanky target, comes on through. The rest of Alliance come through. Death Sentence's back off cooldown. Kubon hooked in this time. Didn't fancy that one. Shockwave pulls in 3 members of Alliance. Diamond pounces in there. Kubon gets 1 kill. Diamond gets the reset. Jumps back in there. Genja gets the kill on that one. Everybody from Gambit so low. The heal will protect them and keep them away. It was a 2-0 though for Gambit.
Despite the fact that Gambit were 10,000 gold down going into that team fight, they found the right targets they were able to kite, and the resets is what helped them out. They got 1 kill, they chased further for another one. Alliance were disjointed. They went in drips and drabs, side by side, and weren't really a strengthened force. Now Gambit need to be very careful. They do have wards here, and Wickd does have teleport, so I don't think they're going to go for the objective, but if they at least deny the vision and regain some control of their jungle, it's steps to move forward. The key thing to note is just how split up Alliance are once this fight continues to break out. Froggen is between 4 members. Now he's going to get pulled to safety, and Wickd is then going to be between 4 members. Alliance are never dealing damage as a team, and single members of Alliance are being bursted down by multiple members of GAMBIT. Oh, there's another fight in the mid lane.
Straight back into it. We just saw Froggen surfing that wave, actually. That's made me giggle. But yeah, you can see the fact that Kubon teleported onto the ward in the bush, tried to rush straight around to Baron. They wanted to start it off, but again, that pink ward put a stop to that one. Steal away, Diamond there, gets the blue buff secured. While this is all happening, Froggen has snuck down the bottom lane, and this is what we talked about, the split push possibilities that a Twisted Fate does offer you, along with Wickd now going in towards that top lane. It's going to be a 1-3-1 split push for Alliance, going back to standard tactics.
It's what their composition does best. They put themselves into a position where they can push the side lanes, and because of the response that a teleport or a Destiny can have, it allows Alliance to maximize the opportunities they can punish. But the interesting to note is as this game continues to progress, Diamond has still not found another item. He's been sitting on a pickaxe longsword probably the last 9 minutes, and he hasn't earned a whole lot of gold. He's been investing a lot into vision, into wards. And yes, that is helping out in theory. Diamond is not growing in strength, whereas Sjokz has got himself a Randian's Omen completed, along with Wickd having a Randian's Omen completed. GAMBIT won that last fight because they single targets out. If Alliance don't make that same mistake, I don't think GAMBIT have the damage or the survivability to win another fight.
Big thing is Genja will get stronger, but problem is Tabzz is ginormous right now. Froggen continues, shoves that wave in, comes across again, keeping the vision across the map. They're going to 1-4-1, 1-4 split push this time around. 1-4-1, they're going to get a 6-man on the pitch. You never know, the referee's going to pull himself up a computer in the top lane. Probably would hinder, actually, thinking of the referees. At the moment, though, Froggen shoves on along that bottom lane. Alliance, full control. What will GAMBIT do? They need a little bit of another successful play. Alliance went a little headstrong into the jungle, I think, and which is why they've stepped off the gas here and gone a bit more passive.
Notice Dragon's up once again in 2 minutes, and for the 3rd time this game, because Alliance have got all those towers down, because they've got a lead, they invest a lot of wards and vision into their opponent's jungle. I would dare say there's a small argument for maybe overkill because of the amount of wards that have invested for like the number of dragons. There's 3 sweeping lenses on Alliance, so they're spending a lot to get this vision. Now they need to punish it. To be fair, Alliance have got every single dragon this game. But we'll see how they handle themselves. 45 seconds before it respawns. GAMBIT have not started to make a motion down there to either clear out wards or to get vision themselves. And I don't think they're going to be looking for a straight-up fight. They don't want a 5v5. GAMBIT want to surprise Alliance, 3v1, 4v1, and then fight the rest of the team once they have a 5v4 scenario.
Well, if you hold a conversation with any member of Alliance, it's only 2 sentences before they say vision control.
Yep.
Even if it's just, you know, you're talking about going down the pub later, they talk about vision control. You don't want to know about that. But they are very much focused on that one as a team. Absolutely what they believe in. We heard, of course, Peke talking about yesterday in his interview, talking about their victory over Super Hot Crew, and talking about how basically the vision they had aided them in a complete dominant victory in that game.
Yeah, and it's one of the tools that just gives you the information to work with, especially when you've got a Destiny and a teleport to move around with. But for Alliance, they've not picked the best fights. They've picked the best objective trades, and they've been able to keep control of, you know, the towers and the dragons. But they're losing on kills. Every time engagements have happened, Alliance have been in the wrong place. Right, so Destiny's coming in, and there's Wickd from the side.
Oh dear. We'll forget that happened and just move on, I think. GAMBIT will disengage as they manage to walk away from this one. Baron is a possibility, though. Still, Destiny was used. Alliance, though, let's not discredit here. They've had every single dragon and every single tower so far. GAMBIT yet to get a single objective on the map.
Yeah, GAMBIT have responded well to punishing Alliance when they're overextended. But once again, Nyph has caught Nick, but he might go down.
Oh, he has to back away from that one. Genja used his rocket jump to go in aggressively. It's important to note, Diamond now, he's in trouble. Wickd comes on towards him, playing the Rune King, will get the slowdown on him, along with the Randian's Omen, but I'm not sure he's got the damage to dive on the tower. He could have dived, he could have took the hits, but it was risky.
If Wickd could have got Diamond lower or dead, that would have allowed Alliance to go for the Baron in much more safety. That is why he committed, why he burned the flash and tried to jump in there, but it did not work out in his favor. GAMBIT, unfortunately, again, are just too far behind. They don't want to stand toe-to-toe. And that last little giggle fight where Wickd and Froggen threw themselves at GAMBIT, Edward actually had a very good tidal wave. It was a strong disengage, despite the fact that Wickd went a bit wide with his descent in Dragonfall.
Not for the first time, that's for sure. So Sjokz, laying in wait. He landed and threaded the needle with the cocoon at the start, which aided in Kubon going down. Tabzz was hoping something would get created, but instead, it looks like a bit of a Baron bait potentially here. Alliance want to try and draw GAMBIT in. Remember, GAMBIT have famed before for basically saying they're going to throw everything into a fight to maybe make sure that that Baron is stopped. They put high value in this target, as they should. Edward hooked in and taken down. Tabzz just shreds through his health there. Kubon comes in, but look at Tabzz, he's just ripping through that top laner. Now Nyph separated out. Wickd pounces through and he just disappears under the flap of his wings. Now Genja's gonna get chased down. Destiny comes out, Froggen catches on. Kubon there. Genja blows Froggen off the map there. Diamond gonna get focused on. Tabzz doing all of the damage. One more shot, not gonna land. The stealth just about gives him the speed to evade that ultimate, but the Baron will go down. It's Alliance once again coming out on top.
Finding the right targets and this time punishing GAMBIT for being split up. Alliance landed all of the crowd control they needed, and the very farmed, very fed Tabzz and Froggen were able to just clean house in that scenario. So Alliance grabbed themselves 3 kills, grabbed themselves a tower in the top lane, and a Baron. And now Alliance should feel comfortable to continue committing. That's just Tabzz and Nyph peeling at the right time. Alliance were never fully committed to going for the Baron as the solo target. You've seen how quickly they responded to the threat of GAMBIT. Instantly, every single member peeled. And it's because they had such a big item lead.
What surprised me there, like Nick was caught with a cocoon and how quickly they switched from Kubon to Nick instantly. The shot calling so crisp and clean right now for Alliance. They quickly all reacted instantaneously, all 5 of them going towards that same target. Diamond caught out here. Pinkwood was getting cleared. I'm not sure Nyph's going to catch on towards him. Tab will get some damage down and the eyes and the vision are on him. He continues to poke in. Wickid's chasing around. He finds Nick, pounces across, Dragon's Descent and just melts him once again under his wings. Now Nick this time. Wave gets righted out. Quick surfing comes out from Tabzz and Wickd, but GAMBIT have to back away. And now 5 members with Baron are going up against 4 members of GAMBIT trying to hold this inhibitor turret.
Tabzz hit every single living artillery while chasing Diamond through the jungle. Alliance are now onto the inhibitor turret. There's very little GAMBIT can do. With the tidal wave being used in the jungle, there's no disengage power or engage power. And at 36 minutes, yes, Diamond finally finished his last Whisper, but he's picked up the defensive item he needed. Negatron Cloak. Not even it. A null magic mantle. That's it. Diamond does not have gold. He does not have the resources he needs to be the impactful champion he needs to be, despite the fact he went 2-0-2.
We'll see how it works out. At the moment, it's looking like Alliance strongly in the favor. 666 for Alliance. They are the beasts as they move through on GAMBIT, who are just shy of 50,000 gold. So you can tell 17,000 gold differential now, as Alliance almost certainly will close out this game for the win. Of course, that gives hope and praise maybe even for Copenhagen Wolves, who themselves went 0-2 yesterday. They need GAMBIT to go down in this game and keep themselves in 7th place.
So Froggen did use his Destiny a moment or 2 ago just to get up to this lane and help put some more pressure onto the tower. And rightly so. If GAMBIT lose, well, when they lose this game, they will be 1-1 on the week. Copenhagen Wolves are 0-2. GAMBIT need to have 1 more win than the Wolves. Right, ditch effort from GAMBIT. They've got Nyph.
Ditch effort, they got it towards Tabzz. Straight away, Kubon goes down. And they bounce on through. Not too sure what Trevor was thinking, but nonetheless, Alliance know exactly what the focus is. Nick will get down. He's going to get caught out the heel. Is it going to be enough? Blue card's going to get on towards him. That will be Genja that goes down. Wild card's thrown on through Nick and Edward, both caught with the damage on that one. Alliance will clear out. They don't care about the inhibitor now because the Nexus turrets have been opened up as they push on through. And Alliance secure themselves 1st place. Will they finish it here though? I'm not sure. You can see they're trying to put the damage back down. Can they get on towards it? Just hit the damn Nexus turret for crying out loud. Alliance just toying with the sun. They want some more damage. That's all they want. They're after KDA stats. They're trying to pad them out. It doesn't matter. Alliance are top of the European League of Legends Championship Series in the league and move into playoffs, the #1 seed.
Took a long time to close that out. And Nabs, as it was at the end, managed to get caught. I got a bit excited, D-Man. I got a bit excited.
I'm glad it was Nabs you said, because I thought you said something else. Nonetheless, Alliance, dominant win for them, proving why they are the best team in Europe right now, and really, they are light years ahead of some of their opposition.
To be fair, it did feel like they were struggling to find ways into GAMBIT. They committed 2 or 3 times in that sort of 20 to 35 minute mark where GAMBIT did punish them. But on the same token, didn't lose a single tower, pushed the waves perfectly. Every time they lost champions, they took towers in reply.
Didn't lose a dragon, didn't lose a tower, didn't lose a baron. 22,000 gold lead in the end, just after 38 minutes. That is a strong result for Alliance, that's for sure.
It really is.
Dominant. And you know, the rest of the teams really have to look at Alliance, because if you look back at Spring Split, they were nowhere near this dominant, but they really have stepped it up as a team in the summer.
Yeah, coordination, calling, the decision-making is great. I actually think one thing we can take away for GAMBIT in this game, their team fighting was fairly good. The few times they did actually have battles in the very early game, even when they caught Alliance out in the jungle, their coordination is better than it has been. Genja got obliterated. It's unfortunate, but GAMBIT, of course, they are looking stronger. We need to see if they can chase 7th against the Wolves.
Well, of course, with that win from Alliance, our first 2 playoff seeds are now locked in. We are already knew, of course, both teams would get a bye directly to the semi-finals over at Gamescom, but Alliance, they will be taking the first seed, and FNATIC are now second. So that table's starting to fill out. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you can feel it. The Worlds are getting closer. The World Championships and the regionals at Gamescom just 2 weeks away. They're going to be massive matches, best of 5s. Alliance and FNATIC already secured. Big fan favorites, of course, both those teams.
The biggest question is, who will they be facing? Because you're going to have Super Hard Crew, MILLENIUM, SK Gaming, and ROCCAT doing battle for those last 2 spots. And going into the week, we had theories on who they were going to be, but those theories have been thrown completely out of the water. And those are best of 5 games as well. Not all of the teams that are competing have a lot of experience in the best of 5 format, especially the younger guys, like the Super Hot Crew. They're not necessarily as attuned or accustomed to that style of play.
Yeah, fantastic result nonetheless. GAMBIT, of course, are trying to set the sights on 7th place. It's a minor setback, not a massive one, because Copenhagen Wolves did lose twice yesterday, so they're already 0-2 in Super Week. GAMBIT themselves are 1-1. They still only need 1 win to tie up the Wolves.
So, the next game is ROCCAT versus Copenhagen Wolves. If ROCCAT do GAMBIT a favor and beat the Wolves, Wolves go 0-3. Let's theorize Wolves go 0-4 and GAMBIT go 1-3. All of a sudden, we have at least the first tiebreaker booked in for tomorrow.
Well, we'll see how it works out, ladies and gentlemen. For now, we're going to go over to Sjokz and Deficio, who are ready to speak with Nyph.
Thank you very much, Deman. Trevor is so happy about those tiebreakers, and so are we, of course. But Nyph, the man of the hour, congratulations, another victory here for the Alliance. Tell me about the preparation going into this one. I can imagine that it was very relaxed knowing that you guys had locked in that top 2 spot already.
Yeah, we pretty much had to win only 1 more game, and we are really happy that we achieved the first place in the season. Will this give us a good advantage for the playoffs? We didn't prepare for every single enemy, rather for the whole weekend. So we had some tactics prepared. This time we had a pick comp and we made it work, even though we had a lot of mistakes.
It really seemed like you guys controlled the game in the case you always got all the objectives. Yes, you gave up a few kills. We can actually just pull up the replay we do have, because it's where you guys are already in the lead and you're baiting out the Baron, you're waiting for GAMBIT to make a move. So we can just roll the clip and you can talk over it.
Okay, yeah, so here we catch Nami. He wants to ward so deep and we get the kill, and then we just clean up afterwards. They are splitting, so they get the one full cocoon from Sjokz, and then we get the Orianna. We knew she had no flash, I think. Yeah, and then we just keep chasing with the TF ultimate pretty much, and then we just have to clean up and then get Nashor and then finish the game.
And it seemed to be the tactic you guys were going to run with Wickd split pushing, and then you had the rest of the members in the mid lane. Froggen could always join in. And somewhat the same he's doing here. As soon as you guys are chasing, he joins in, he picks up the kills. Was the whole idea just to do this 1-4 for pretty much the entire game long, or what was the plan?
Yeah, it depends. We have TF, so you just have to pick around the map wherever there's someone out of position pretty much. You don't have to do it 1-4, you can 1-3 as well, but I think 1-4 was a smart idea in that game.
Well, you guys did fantastic in this game. Do you feel any difference in the way GAMBIT is playing now, obviously in comparison to how they were playing before? Because it seems to us that they have better synergy. They did lose this game, but it didn't seem like it was a walkover.
Yeah, I think they play better. They had a good early game as well, where we also made some stupid mistakes, but they were overall better, but got really far behind at the bot lane because they chased us, and then we used this really hard, so we could just snowball from there on.
I asked YellowStar yesterday who he there thought would actually qualify into the semifinals between SK Gaming, MILLENIUM, ROCCAT, and Super Hard Crew, of course. And I'm going to ask you as well. Which 2 teams do you think is going to make it into the semifinal?
From the
quarterfinals, who's going to win, get into semifinal?
Oh, that's a tough question.
Or who would you rather face?
I would say a
face?
Super Hard Crew. I think they are the strongest team right now.
Even after they lost 2 games here in Super Week, you still believe they are the strongest of the 4?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, they have to prepare a bit more. Like it feels like that. The mid lane, I don't remember. He got outpick a bit. Selfie, yes, sorry. And they have to work on more picks so that doesn't happen again.
All right, and then finally, talk me through your aspirations for the playoffs. Obviously, very important going into that as #1. That must give a mental advantage as well.
Yeah, I think it's really good. It helps as well. And we saw the bracket of the Gamescom, and we saw the first team get the second game, so it's in the afternoon, so that helps us really much. So we wanted to secure the first place for sure.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thanks.
We have to step away for a moment, but when we come back, ROCCAT tries to rise above their 6th place spot, while the Copenhagen Wolves try to hold on to 7. Stay tuned.
We are on a winning streak. We need to abuse that.
Wow! GAMBIT win streak, best win streak.
Very, very patient play. The ultimate used. Now the Cocoon. Oh, perfect Pixel placement there. But you can see Froggen coming in. They're going to tower dive this one. Gold card comes down. Kubon will drop. Wickd travels, getting towards Edward. He goes down. 2 for 2 so far. Diamond taken low. But you can see Sjokz is all on his own. In goes pouncing Genja. And he will get on there. Kubon hooked in this time. Didn't fancy that one. Shockwave pulls in 3 members of Alliance. Diamond pounces in there. Kubon gets 1 kill. Diamond gets the reset.
4 exciting LCS matches heading your way today, along with the Challenger Series Summer 2 Championship. So stay with us as the action continues. But first, at the start of the show, we asked for you to tell us which European player has been the most exciting to watch this summer split and why. And here are some of the responses you've sent in. The first one is from @Nils13. Alliance Sjokz has been the most exciting to watch, 4-0 on Riven, and being the most consistent and exciting jungler to watch.
So sadly, he didn't play Riven today, but picked up Elise instead. And honestly, I believe he's the best jungler in Europe at the moment because he can fulfill multiple roles. Like, he can be the supportive guy, he can also be the carry jungler with the Riven. And we just see different play styles, always very aggressive, and as the tweet just said, very consistent. You always know what to get with Sjokz.
Very good point. The second one is from @AngusRoss419. It has to be Kerp. The guy so consistently goes ham and wins. His fizz is also top notch.
Well, he doesn't always go ham. Sometimes he goes, I suppose, the opposite of ham.
Cheese?
Which I don't know. Yeah, cheese.
How's that
Great answer.
Cheese
we've seen the fizzes where he's gone 0-5 and not really got into the swing of it, but he's a master. He's the master of the trackball. And he's always fun to watch. Whether it's a 0-5 fizz, he's always jumping in.
And then the next one is from Deionized Water. Overpow. I mean, off-meta mid lane picks, always ready for them. So exciting.
So sadly, we don't see it too often anymore, but still he brings out some new stuff. We saw Morgana mid lane from him.
Played Zillion twice in a row.
Yeah, but that's normal now. It's
Never
standard
happens.
now. Standard. I need Mordekaiser to really fulfill my needs. But he does have his unique play style. He's a bit too passive in laning phase, in my opinion, but once it comes to team fights, he will always explode and do really well.
And then the next one is from @FNATIC xPeke. Cyanide. You never know if he's going to gank my lane or not. No comment.
Not really sure what to say about that one. I suppose if anyone knows about it, then it'd probably be Peke, right?
Probably. And remember that you guys can always join us by tweeting @LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS. And now we're going to rejoin Deman and Quickshot. But first, Brokenshard thinks that one of ROCCAT's players isn't getting enough credit for carrying the team.
I think Jankos is a really underrated player. I think that he's basically the shoulder on which ROCCAT succeeds. When Jankos does well, ROCCAT eventually does really, really well. But when Jankos doesn't really get his footing in the game, they seem to kind of all fall apart. I kind of feel like he's the star player of that team.
Well, nothing like stating the obvious there for Brokenshard, honestly. It's pretty safe to say, though. I mean, it's true. If Jankos gets going, ROCCAT do wonderful.
If Jankos gets going, he's got 12 out of the 20th first bloods.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when he gets going. But yes, I do mirror the sentiment.
Yes, indeed. So it is time for Game 3 to get underway. It is between ROCCAT and the Copenhagen Wolves. ROCCAT are currently secured in the playoffs for 6th place, and earlier today they completely controlled the Super Hot crew, which is an important game because they could face each other.
Yes, they can. So at this point, ROCCAT can still theoretically finish as high as 3rd place.
Yeah.
Although in order to do that, they need to win this match. They could still end up in a 2, 3, or 4-way tie. And if they lose this match, they can only hope for a 2-way tie with MILLENIUM. I'm going to do one more time, or a 3-way tie with MILLENIUM and SK. So let's talk about the loss yesterday. ROCCAT did look good against Alliance, and even better against the Super Hot crew earlier today. We touched on Jankos earlier. Brokenshard mentioned him as well. He went 2, 0, and 6 as Elise earlier today. He's continuing to rack up those first bloods, and the Copenhagen Wolves are 0 and 2. They did not look scary at all yesterday.
Well, of course, meanwhile, Super Hot crew were defeated by them. Of course, the Wolves are still holding 7th place, but only just. GAMBIT, of course, just lost to Alliance, so they're not in trouble just yet, but one win for GAMBIT, which is a big ask. Don't forget, that is a big ask. They've only got one win in the last 13 games now. Yes. So let's not get carried away. Wolves are fairly secure. Of course, the problem is yesterday was a bad day for the Wolves. You know, as they picked up 2 losses. It was against GAMBIT and FNATIC. FNATIC, I think you probably kind of expected. But the problem is, in those games they did okay in the late phase, but again, some questionable decisions in and around Dragon that cost them the game.
Yeah, I agree. For the Copenhagen Wolves, not only did they not deliver individually against their opponents, there was a number of missed skill shots from multiple players. They held even with FNATIC for a long time, but they never looked like they were going to take control of the game or fight back. Against GAMBIT, the Wolves just got bullied and pushed around, and once they fell behind, they had no way to catch back up. So to demonstrate that, let's take a look at their objective control. They managed to secure 3 dragons. Their opponents both yesterday, in total, took 9. They lost 2 barons. They secured 7 towers, which is not bad, but not great, while giving up 18 across 2 games. Truthfully, the Wolves' objective control is lacking. Their individual play was lacking. So for me, the Wolves need to focus on securing wins to defend that 7th place spot. And with earlier today, Alliance beating GAMBIT, that spot is still up for grabs. That is really what the Wolves are focusing on.
Yeah, especially Ninjas in Pajamas, of course, we'll be playing later today against SK Prime. That's a big match to keep your eye on. That will be in the Challenger Series. But for now, let's check out the starting lineups for these 2 teams. Over on the blue side, it is going to be ROCCAT, who started off so well today. In the top lane is xAZZ, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Celeber as the AD carry, and Vander on support.
And on the red side, it is the Copenhagen Wolves. YoungBuck up top, Brokenshard in the jungle, Soren in the mid lane, Woolite as AD carry, and Unlimited playing the support role.
Well, let's see how you guys have voted for this one. Pretty close game, I think. Of course, it is 6th versus 7th, but 76% of you have gone for ROCCAT in this game.
They've definitely looked better this week. You know, even though ROCCAT are 1-1 on Super Week.
I'd go more than just saying this week. I'll tell you, the second half of the summer. Like, they started off the summer very badly.
Yes, I agree with that. They are definitely stepping up their game. It feels like they're feeling more confident. And something that I think Deficio pointed out after the post-game interviews is that ROCCAT are now saying we want to challenge, we want to fight, we want to prove ourselves.
Confidence is there.
You go back 3-4 weeks ago, we would speak to Overpower after a winner and say, yeah, we played terribly.
Oh, that interview with him,
It was depressing. But
it was
we'll
depressing stuff. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. So pick and ban's going. We saw also earlier on, ROCCAT, of course, putting a lot of pressure. And we want to see what Jankos can get. And, you know, the fact that Brokenshard just talked about Jankos getting going, I wonder if they're going to focus on maybe them bans. At the moment, it's all about the mid lane. Orianna and Twisted Fate taken away from Soren. No surprises there. Kassadin and Gragas banned out also. Standard bans so far for both of these teams.
Gragas has featured in every single game, picked or banned thus far in Super Week, is definitely the most contested top lane champion, I would dare say. Fizz is still up and available. Overpower's run that in the past. And Soren, his primary champion of Orianna has been taken off the table. So we need to see what he's going to default back to. Has played Ryze to mixed success, and I don't really know what he's going to get his hands on this time around.
Let's not forget, of course, that Overpower plays Zillion every game so far in Super Week. Kog'Maw also a big popular choice for them, and that's another lock-in for Celeber in the AD carry role.
First pick Kog'Maw once again. ROCCAT did that earlier today against the Super Hot crew, and Celeber had a great game, was in good positions, and just a strong performance. So the Copenhagen Wolves have got all of the junglers available to them. They can decide whatever they want to run. Brokenshard did try Rengar yesterday. It was not particularly effective. He did try Lee Sin in the secondary game. So we'll see if he wants to try one of those 2 today.
And I wonder if Unlimited is going to run a roaming Braum here. I wonder if they're going to try something interesting to try and topple ROCCAT, try and set themselves apart. Will they go with the AD carry? It would be a counter. Or will they try and lock in a top laner early? You can see a lot of discussion in this one. 15 seconds. Clearly the bans may have pulled them a little out of tilt here. And now, having a while to discuss it, it is going to be the jungle role. Looks like he's going to be Lee Sin for Brokenshard.
I don't think that's too worrying for ROCCAT. Vander has not played a massive amount of Braum, has been preferring the likes of Morgana and Thresh, etc. And on the other side of the coin, Brokenshard's going to get his most comfortable. If I were in Jankos' shoes, I would play Elise once more. He's had 2 fantastic games in Elise this weekend already. It is working. And we'll see if he wants to agree. He's currently hovering over Jarvan. It would be the first time this week for him.
Yeah, I'd be amazed if he decided to switch it out. You can see, he clearly sees flicking through decisions. Doesn't have to make that choice right now, but he will. You talked about it in the previous matchup, of course, against Super Hot Crew. Vander, 5-0 on Morgana. Could he make it 6?
So I believe with this match, it can work. The thing that's good about Morgana is you can block that initial stun that's going to come down from Braum because of those concussive blows from the passive. And on the same token, if you've got an aggressive mid or top laner, then ROCCAT can obviously use that Black Shield aggressively. Lulu is still up and available. ROCCAT have got the makings of exactly the same comp from earlier today. A Protect the Kog'Maw. Vander ran Thresh in game 1. He's got Morgana this time around. But you could stick in the Lulu, you could stick in the Zilean, and just do it all over again. They've got the playstyle. They didn't work against Alliance. They did work against Super Hot Crew. Not sure if Copenhagen Wolves have what it takes to stop ROCCAT if they play the same comp.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think if Ziggs gets locked in, Zilean will be coming out. I mean, it worked so well against Selfie. Why wouldn't it work against Soren? Woolite going for the AD carry role, of course, is Tristana. We just saw Tristana versus Cogmore in the previous matchup between Alliance and Gambit, and that didn't work out too well. Tabzz dominant in that one. We've heard Zazas talking about Maokai in this top lane, which he's currently hovering over, to great success. He completely rates it as the second highest pick for top lane.
So he ran Lulu in the previous game, earlier today, and fulfilled that very kite role effectively. Good little answers, good wild growths. With the Maokai, it's somewhat more aggressive. You want to be jumping into the team, but we talked about it. ROCCAT have got the exact same comp, barring the support role. For the Copenhagen Wolves, they are also running an incredibly similar comp to the Super Hot Crew. Super Hot Crew ran Tristana, Ziggs, Rengar as their sort of primary champions, and they had a Shyvana top lane. If YoungBuck goes for an Irelia or a Shyvana, it's going to be a very similar play style as game 1 of the day. ROCCAT have got a mid-game power spike, they want to protect Salivar, and they want to get items as quickly as possible. And just punish in, the sort of 15 to 30 minute mark.
YoungBuck with the Mundo. It seems it's Champity ran to...
That's a stern focus face.
That's a pressure face. That's a man that knows his mother's watching. She's upstairs.
YoungBuck has struggled. Yesterday, he got obliterated by FNATIC. They really punished him super hard. And I think for the Wolves, it's all going to be about this mid game. If the Wolves do not fall behind, they do have Mundo, who is fantastic against double AP. Zilean's damage falls off. Lulu is not particularly well known for damage. And yes, Cogmore can shred through Mundo quite effectively if he's given time. The Copenhagen Wolves cannot afford to fall behind in the laning phase or the first few rotations around the map. If they do, ROCCAT are going to have the ability to overpower them. If Copenhagen Wolves can force it to go fairly late, Mundo can have a good job. Mundo can survive and theoretically have a front line while Soren and Woolite do the damage.
So ROCCAT, of course, did fantastically well with the same comp. Clearly, Copenhagen Wolves watched that match and obviously thought, you know what, we know how to beat that. We'll see if it works out or whether they've just simply fell straight into the same track and ROCCAT and just like, well, this is all right, this is easy.
ROCCAT have got what they wanted. They had Thresh if they wanted to. They chose Morgana over it. Most likely because of the Brown. Morgana does fairly well in that matchup.
Well, they haven't got the Rengar in the jungle.
And we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see how they handle it. Because again, same comp, mid-game power spike. They want to get ahead early and then punish.
We'll see how it works out. Which 5 champions do you think will push to victory? Tweet us #RockWin for ROCCAT or #CWWin for Copenhagen Wolves to LOL Esports, and we'll see if the players' selections have changed your votes. ROCCAT currently lying in 6th place, chasing out potentially a 5th or maybe in a 4th place. They can theoretically still get 3rd with Super Hot Crew, 2 losses so far. They are now on 12-14, I believe. Can they make it 13-14?
So 2 interesting things about the games today, at least. Cogmore's been blue side all 3 games. Tristana's been red side all 3 games. Cogmore's currently undefeated. We'll see if that trend continues. But it's all about this laning phase. Copenhagen Wolves cannot afford to miss the skill shots that they did yesterday. There was a few missed opportunities by not landing the abilities they needed to. And Copenhagen Wolves were punished, and it's part of the reason they lost their games.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. ROCCAT as the blue team once again up against the Copenhagen Wolves this time around on the red side. ROCCAT currently 1-for-1 in Super Week. Good performances in both games. Copenhagen Wolves meanwhile on 0-2. Jankos sidestepping and Brokenshard smiting one of the little spiders. That's just spiteful.
Spiteful, one might say. Advantage Brokenshard in Copenhagen Wolves. Already got himself 1 CS on the board. It is game-changing, Deman. But we are going to see head-to-head matchups. So Zaza should punish YoungBuck very early on. The Lulu versus Mundo. Mundo does not do particularly well in lane, especially against the range harass that Lulu can put down. And Zazas has got the ability to make it work. Earlier today, against Mima, He put a lot of tower pressure down despite the fact he couldn't deny CS. And we need to see, is Jankos going to get his 13th first blood in 27 games?
Zazz's level 1 took shield there to stop that bomb. That may cause him a problem early on in the lane phase against YoungBuck. We'll see how it works out. And more to the point, whether he'd be up against YoungBuck. It looks like he will. Looks like ROCCAT are going to stick with the bottom lane as sOAZ does a little two-step. This Monarch Butterfly.
I think they're trying to replicate...
yeah.
Oh, sOAZ's getting a scratch on the head. Good guy, Vanda. That was very cute.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as bad as what we saw in North America during the weekend. So the Wolves and ROCCAT, let's see how this one works out. We'll keep our eyes on all of these lanes. Of course, this bottom lane was pretty vital in that last matchup they faced each other. Look at Unlimited immediately going very aggressive. He wants to get around the side there, but missed out on his passive skill shot, trying to land it down, and Vanda immediately starting out with that pull will start getting that gold racking up.
Well, we'll see how they can work themselves out. That concussive blows is a fairly small icon on those minions. Unlimited is taking some pokes. So, of course, because he's melee against both Kog'Maw and Morgana, who have got fantastic range, in order for Unlimited and Woolite to get ahead in this lane, they have to play very aggressively, and Unlimited needs to get some levels. If he can do the stand behind me into Winter's Bite combo on a minion, dash to a minion, land an auto attack and a Q, and then stun a member of ROCCAT's duo lane, that's how he can assert some lane dominance. But if he doesn't play aggressively, in theory he should be poked down by both sOAZ and Vanda, and maybe Woolite will be losing some CS. So we'll have to keep our eyes on how the two of them play that lane out. Also, we have to see if Brokenshard's going to help them and try to get some early presence in that lane.
So far, both junglers continuing about their path. They've both got the double buffs up. Wolves in the race. Jankos, of course, the first blood master, I think it's safe to call him. Setting things up so often for ROCCAT, as Brokenshard so keenly pointed out at the start of this one. Soren putting some good pressure on Overpower, but Overpower himself is managing to keep the CS up, and both of these really are very strong farmers early on.
Yeah, they really are, and that's the combo Unlimited's looking for.
Well, he's going to get the lock-up. sOAZ, of course, stunned out there. Black Shield on him. The Ignite is running. He's in trouble. Will they get enough on first blood, though? Over Woolite flashes for it and gets it. He's going to get away. The Ignite running is not going to be enough. Cathian's surprised, not going to get close, and first blood this time goes to the Wolves.
So I give a cookie award to one player a day. Yesterday, Jez has got it for Ari. Today, Unlimited gets it for a level 3 engage. He played the Braum perfectly. Dashed to a minion, auto-attacked Sullivan Vanda, and landed the skill shots he needed to. Very good combination. And that's the kill lane threat from a Braum and Tristana. The moment Braum lands the damage, Tristana can hop in there with Rocket Jump and close the kill out. So very well executed, and a good start to this match for the Wolves.
So Wolves now in the lead. Just a tiny lead, but
still counts.
Better than nothing, man. Better than nothing. It does, of course, mean, and look at that, Zeal. First item for Woolite, so he looks like he may even try and start out with a Static Shiv here.
So I believe Creatine did this yesterday. Started Static Shiv, and it delayed his power spike so much against SK Gaming that he was a non-factor for the vast majority of the mid-game. So in order for Woolite to make this potential Static Shiv first buy, he needs to punish this lane. He'll be looking for some harassment to Salava, hopefully getting some critical hits. And that can also help reduce the pressure on Unlimited to play hyper-aggressively. Because of the range and the poke advantage Salava and Vanda have in that lane, Woolite can now pick up some of that additional slack. And in Picks and Bans, we talked about the Wolves. If they fell behind in the laning phase, ROCCAT could punish them heavily in the mid-game. Let's see how they handle themselves with that early kill and how that dual lane continues to play out.
Forbidden Idol being picked up by Tabzz on his first back. Looks like it's Morellonomicon once again for him. Meanwhile, Negatron Cloak for YoungBuck to counter the pressure he's undoubtedly about to get. Spirit Visage could well be his first item. Mid laners have yet to go back, actually. They're both in a pretty heavy farming session, keeping fairly even. It is a slight advantage for Soren right now. In the stakes, neither of them going back to get that challenge just yet.
Arguably the world's most annoying mid lane. Dealing with bombs from both sides. Bombs on your heads from Zilean and bouncing bombs from Ziggs. It's going to be a farm fest unless a jungler really gets involved. Overpower, of course, is going to have that Chrono Shift for safety.
Oh, he's low.
YoungBuck doesn't have satyrs.
He's low. Oh, flash. Good flash as well.
because that was a fairly blind Cocoon coming around the side there. Quick reactions from YoungBuck, and that absolutely would have saved his life. He's still in trouble though, because we do see Jankos not backing off. Soren took a bomb there. He's heading up towards the top. Mega Inferno bomb is going to come in. Cocoon lands on towards YoungBuck. That's a lot of damage on Jankos. Wild Growth should be enough to get him down. No, he's in trouble. Has to repel. Where's he going to go? Tries to get around there. Then quickly going to get hit out. Does not have the damage, and a great counter from the Wolves gives them a 2-0 lead.
YoungBuck hitting 6 thanks to the minion wave being killed by Soren is what allowed him to get away with his life in that situation. So Copenhagen Wolves, they reply to the gank, and they give themselves a 1,000 gold lead. Brokenshard was also in the right time to defend. Ends up helping them out. So good play to the start of this game here for the Wolves. Brokenshard was actually responding to the dive by Jankos relatively well. He came a tiny bit late, but you could see that he was anticipating the dive from Jankos. So good read of the situation from Brokenshard to be close enough to actually impactful and helpful.
We did see Soren, of course, helping out. That means it gave him the assist and the extra gold required. Now, look at this. Blue Wolf potential steal coming out from Brokenshard. He's waiting off at the side. Yet to hit 6. Overpower is going to come across. There's the smite used. He's going to try and come in. Smite steals it away. Brokenshard hit and run.
Very, very good play. In contrast to his Lee Sin yesterday against FNATIC, this is much more determined. Reading his opponent much better, and also the advantage, because Overpower's gone for Distortion Boots first. Overpower doesn't have mana regen. He's not stacking a tier like we've seen him do earlier. So that blue buff is a massive, massive swing in power, especially if Soren can secure his team's blue buff once it respawns, because that will, of course, just give him the ability to bully that lane out and assert some dominance.
Salavar missing a little bit of CS there. Has fell behind. Of course, he did get taken down in that lane. Blue buff will be taken this time for Soren, of course. Brokenshard making sure this one is secure. So a big advantage building in that bottom lane after that kill. 73 CS to 52. A lot of pressure on the ROCCAT this time around.
And we haven't really seen the mechanics of it, but you have to feel it is Woolite just playing very aggressively. Look at him moving forward, shooting out the explosive shots and trying to get those Zeal auto attacks down. But if Woolite is rushing that static shift first, Jankos is going to interrupt Brokenshard. Yeah, he's actually going to have some help from Overpower in a second as well.
Yeah, he manages to catch on towards him. Brokenshard having to use that ultimate, kicks him straight away. That will be down. It's a fairly quick cooldown, not the longest of ultimates. Salavalo continuing to keep the farm up on the tower fairly safe. One thing we should point out is big and important, that ROCCAT struggle if they do not win the lane phase. And right now, they are slowly falling behind.
They're losing their grasp, that is for sure. And as a team, ROCCAT do not play from behind particularly well. What we've seen from Copenhagen Wolves, nor do they in recent games. They've lost a number of games in the last couple of weeks, and not very often do they dig deep and pull the game back. But I do think we're getting a tiny bit ahead of ourselves. It is only 700 gold. CS is fairly close, despite Copenhagen Wolves having a lead in the mid lane and a lead in the bottom lane. But once Salavar starts picking up the likes of a Sheen or a Phage, he can now start trading a little more with Woolite, but he needs to be very careful, hopefully relying on his Living Artillery poke, because Woolite with Static Shiv is going to keep that wave pushed very, very aggressively.
Dragon starts here now. Jankos long way away from this one. I'm not sure he's going to get close enough to try and smite steal. Overpower simply going to try and run interference. It will be smited out. Brokenshard secures that one, and the Wolves extend their lead. Mega Inferno bomb thrown out just to keep that wave pushed in the mid lane and keep the pressure on Overpower.
Soren does not want to give up any sort of presence or control. And he's got that blue buff that we talked about, so he's accelerating his lead. Because Overpower has to be so much more reserved with his spellcast and his mana management, it's allowed Soren to pull ahead in the CS numbers. But more importantly, as Copenhagen Wolves read the back timing of Salavar effectively and punished by securing the first dragon of the game. So Copenhagen Wolves are the ones that have come out the gate swinging, and they're looking to gain authority in this matchup, and it's a significant improvement from yesterday's games.
I mean, as we said, ROCCAT ran the almost identical comp. Oh, Woolite, a little aggressive there, has to rocket jump over the side. Vander could catch him out. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Jankos getting stunned and locked up. Brokenshard going in for that one, knocks him straight down. Now Overpower in trouble, didn't get his Chrono Shift off on his jungler in time, and now he's in trouble. May have to use it on himself.
Overpower should have used that. I don't know if it was in range for Chrono Shift or not, but Jankos just got soloed out and blown up from the Copenhagen Wolves, they secure themselves into the kill. And that's also Jankos playing maybe a tad over-aggressive. There was not a lot of vision in the jungle there for ROCCAT to be making those sorts of plays, and he gets punished for it.
YoungBuck on the tower is being harassed, has got sadism available if he needs it. Just instead going to farm out, can back off and teleport straight back to lane, which is what he plans to do. So sOAZ, he's really the only shining light so far for ROCCAT, although he's only holding even in terms of farming his top lane.
So in order for ROCCAT to pull themselves back in this game, they want to start using their skirmish power with Zilean, with Elise, with Lulu, against smaller targets of the Copenhagen Wolves. If the Wolves are able to get ROCCAT grouped up together and Soren can get a lot of damage down, it's the exact same scenario we said earlier for the Super Hot crew. You can negate the power of Wild Growth and Chrono Shift by hitting multiple targets with your high damage spells. And Tristana's quite a good pickup as well, especially with an early static Shiv. While it's not a massive amount of damage, you can hit multiple opponents with the proc and the AoE from the explosive shot if you can secure some kills and get those resets. So for ROCCAT, they can't group up.
Tower's taken a fair bit of damage from Woolite. They're continuing to keep the pressure on. Woolite does catch himself a dark binding. You're not going to be able to block out the spit. It does kind of go over your head. Unlimited trying his best nonetheless to protect any of those shots. Back in the mid lane, again, pressure. Meanwhile, in the top lane, YoungBuck putting some pressure onto Tabzz as well. Tabzz now sadism used by YoungBuck to keep that pressure on. Jankos again looking to go aggressive here on Brokenshard. Lands that Sonic Wave, gives him full vision. And ROCCAT not able to create any play. Mega Inferno Bomb once again thrown out by Soren, really shoving that wave back in towards Overpower's face every time.
It also tells you that because Soren is using that Mega Inferno Bomb very willy-nilly and just throwing it out there, Copenhagen Wolves are happy to extend this laning phase. While there has been pressure on top and bottom, neither team has gone for the tower kill super hard. Look at Woolite, he's looking for poke, not tower damage.
And one thing we didn't notice or didn't point out for Soren is the fact that he didn't rush the other things. I mean, he's got the makings of it now, but because he was so successful in lane, he got that needlessly large rod and thought, you know what, I can probably get the death gap before I even need this item. He's fairly safe for mana, returning back to lane, got a big farm advantage built up Overpower, along with the 2 assists. So in terms of gold, he's doing a really good job against Overpower. Overpower, I want to see how he's going to build this one, how it's going to work out for him. Of course, he rushed the Rod of Ages last time around, again in the previous matchup, but against Froggen yesterday, he had to change his build. We'll see how he changes it this time when he's doing okay-ish against Soren.
Nothing yet.
But he has actually done the same as Froggen. He rushed the Distortion Boots.
Home Guard boots, and earlier today I think he went Death Cap first as well. Needlessly large into Death Cap. This time around he hasn't had the same level of gold to play with. But ROCCAT have got a fairly decent play. Because the tower's down in the top lane, I still feel that they need to get Jankos and Overpower to find singled out members of the Copenhagen Wolves. Look for those 1-on-1s, look for those 2-on-2s, where your Lulu and your Zilean are going to shine at this stage of the game. We should also potentially maybe see some involvement in that bottom lane. Celiva is still working towards his Trinity Force, and unlike Creatine yesterday, Woolite on this Tristana has got lane authority. He's had an extended laning phase. Part of the reason that Creatine was unable to farm up and get the build he wanted to is SK played hyper aggressively and was in Millennium's jungle the whole time. ROCCAT have not done anything of the sort. So Woolite, Soren and YoungBuck are just farming themselves to a power spike and will be looking for a team fight.
So 2 towers now down. ROCCAT get themselves the top one. The Wolves take the bottom one. Brokenshard lingering, waiting off. Finds Vander, goes in for Vander, puts a bit of pressure down on him. Vander having to back away. That's going to leave Celiva exposed. This is simply setting up for the Dragon, which will be spawning in 40 seconds time, but ROCCAT are grouped nicely in this mid lane.
There's a fair amount of vision from ROCCAT, so they are aware of the objective. They just don't have the numbers at the moment. Tabzz is backing, so he's got teleport available. If an engagement were to break out, he could join the fight, but as does YoungBuck. And yesterday, Copenhagen Wolves committed to a dragon fight where they shouldn't have.
Woolite well out of position, takes a big chunk of damage. He's burning down. Safeguard should be enough to save him. We do see Jankos chasing. Now he's over towards Soren. Mega Inferno Bomb thrown out. He's in trouble. Bomb's going to go on towards his head. He will drop. And Jankos stole that one away from Overpower.
So ROCCAT's first kill of the game does land in Jankos' hands. Yesterday, Copenhagen Wolves made bad decisions around Dragon by over-committing and playing over-aggressive. This time round, they were split up. And Woolite just got caught.
What? Rocky jumped into that.
Simply got caught by the CC. So ROCCAT punish, force him away, and they should be grabbing this dragon. It'll be the first of their game. And look at that, Copenhagen Wolves can't contest. No teleports used from either top laner, and all of a sudden it's only 300 gold game between these two teams.
Yeah, suddenly ROCCAT back in it. Obviously taking that top turret down. They can put pressure on this middle turret. Nobody's reacting to this. This could be a free turret. We can see Soren coming back. He's got no Mega Inferno Bomb. He's got to run all the way from lane now. Unlimited, the only person nearby. They're slowly collapsing in around them. YoungBuck coming in from the side. Oh, Brokenshard also there. They do manage to land the cleave on towards sOAZ, but I think they're going to go away scot-free here. Yeah. No problem at all. ROCCAT just step away.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy to get away from the middle lane. ROCCAT punish Copenhagen Wolves around the Dragon Pit. I actually think one of the biggest problems the Copenhagen Wolves have had all split long is their decisions in and around the Dragon. They have lost many, many games by overcommitting to fights, by picking bad fights. And this is another example of them playing the Dragon Pit incorrectly. I believe they were trying to deny vision, which is why they were moving into ROCCAT's jungle, and may have overemphasized the lead that they had built up, because ROCCAT just found the right targets and then won the engagement, and obviously the Dragon. So for Wolves, they're just going to be a little more cautious around the next time that objective spawns. And it looks like almost all of the lanes have returned to fairly standard settings, with the exception of Woolite now pushing mid lane and getting closer to getting that Infinity Edge completed.
Pink Ward spotted Overpower, lands the Sonic Wave. Brokenshard lands the Sonic Wave on Overpower. Bomb goes in return. Unlimited caught with a Dark Binding. They really want to get this Pink Ward down. Putting a lot of investment in it. Blue buff is spawning shortly, I feel, which is why the Wolves are getting close and by them, trying to take that away from Overpower. Meanwhile, they do put a lot of pressure on this mid lane turret. The cannon minion's there, but it's going to get wiped so fast by Overpower and Celeber.
Yeah, the wave clear between Overpower, xAZUS, and even a little bit from Celeber with that Void Ooze and Living Artillery makes it quite difficult to siege up. But once the Copenhagen Wolves do get to a tower, Ziggs and Tristana do a whole lot of damage and dropping that one down. So Overpower's going to get this blue buff. It was the previous one was stolen away by Brokenshard. YoungBuck just continues to push. He's actually got a small CS advantage over xAZUS, and he should get this tower down.
Yeah, tower down, 2-1 in favor of the Wolves. xAZUS, though, will he let him get away? He's got Sadism, uses it as soon as Jankos shows himself, steps away. Brokenshard, he's taking some burst damage. You can see how much damage that exactly is. Every single bomb that ticks on Overpower does it. Quite a substantial amount.
Yeah, no defensive stats from Brokenshard yet. And Overpower getting closer to a death cap. Soren also working himself probably towards an hourglass. But look at this. Copenhagen Wolves out of position, and ROCCAT are just going to grab the second tower of the game. This is just poor positioning for the Wolves. They knew that there was a numbers advantage in the mid lane, but unfortunately, Woolite and Unlimited had overcommitted in the bottom half of the map. They'd shoved the wave out. At least they've stolen a red buff, but that's what they gained in exchange for their mid lane tower. Not sure that's worth it.
Yeah, they could have pushed the bottom. They could have continued pushing that bottom wave. Instead, they chose like you said, to focus on that red buff, and instead basically defending the turret. Whether that was simply Soren saying, it's okay guys, I've got it, I've got my ultimate, and then just mistimed his ultimate and left those two minions in there.
On the same token, the risk of being collapsed upon, Zilean is incredibly quick, as is Lulu with teleport. If Woolite and Unlimited had stuck around in the lane, they could have been run down by those champions, potentially. So, you know, Woolite and Unlimited, they made a call. Fortunately, it's sort of backfired. They at least got a jungle buff from it. And Copenhagen Wolves do still hold a gold lead at the 20-minute mark. They're even on towers. They're even on dragons. And they've got more kills. And very importantly, Woolite has an Infinity Edge and a Static Shift completed. So if a fight were to break out, despite the fact that Kog'Maw has a lot of damage, he's only working with a single completed item. So Woolite should have the advantage, plus the ability to have a larger impact thanks to the resets on Rocket Jump.
And YoungBuck is a brick wall. He's got Banshee's Veil and Spirit Visage now completed. He's not going to worry too much about the heavy magic comp that ROCCAT have. Not really a great deal of attack damage coming other than Celeber, and even then that's only half.
So what ROCCAT will be looking for is one of those slightly extended fights where Celeber's got a lot of time to get a lot of auto attacks down. Thanks to his Caustic Spittle and his Q, he can shred some of the resistances on YoungBuck, and obviously the percentage HP damage on his W is going to help get through Mundo. But in order for all of that to happen, Celeber needs to be kept alive, potentially needs to keep Soren and Woolite away from him, and he needs to focus down YoungBuck. So again, ROCCAT are just looking for the opportunity to have those extended fights, and ideally, they can bait out a Mega Inferno Bomb. Notice the difference in that top lane. YoungBuck was playing aggressive on Xaxus.
Yeah, definite turnaround, you can tell. Xaxus playing far more cautious. Despite the fact he's got Morellonomicon getting a little bit of bleed onto YoungBuck, it's not enough. Overpower clearing that wave out, got to be careful. The rest of the Wolves are stepping around the side here. They are spotted out by a ward, and again, Wolves have got to be careful. They don't invest too much to get that single pink ward again by the back of the red.
Dragon in 50 seconds. This is a near perfect replica of the previous Dragon fight. Wolves are slightly tighter knit, and Woolite is not completely out of position, but look at that double bomb damage. One hits all 4 members, and Soren dropped to about 40% hit points because he ate both of them. Very good damage from Overpower. That might, if Wolves back away, give the Dragon to ROCCAT.
Yeah, just 20 seconds on that one. Soren backs off, gets himself topped off, and runs straight back in here. Hasn't got tier 2 boots though, so it's going to take him a while to get close. Xaxus, teleport available, goes back in towards that top lane to deal with that, while the rest of it, Woolite now caught with a double bomb. He's going to go down below half hit points. And again, ROCCAT get themselves a little bit of positional advantage just with the help of Overpower's bombs.
Yeah, so with that death cap completed, this is where the power spike for Zilean shines. YoungBuck's in a 1v3, but that Banshees is going to help and the rest of the team. Nobody's really there to support him out. So Overpower's done a good job of forcing the Wolves away thanks to that AoE damage. But Soren has returned to the lane. Yeah, Woolite's got himself a Vamp Scepter, so he's going to have some built-in sustain. And if ROCCAT are not decisive in committing to objectives, it's going to give Woolite the time to farm up. In order for ROCCAT to take this Dragon, they need to poke Copenhagen Wolves low. I don't believe ROCCAT can win a straight-up 5v5 because of the fact that almost all of their damage is centralized in keeping Celevar alive for the longest period of time. Overpower will get 2, 3, maybe 4 bombs off in an entire fight, and Soren will get more bouncing bomb. Let's see what they can do
They're
together.
going for YoungBuck. He's taken very low, but you can say, just pops that, saves them, and just walks away. Health, regen, no worries about that one. Spirit Visage on him, that will tick up very quickly. Vander caught with the Sonic Wave. Copenhagen Wolves moving in on this one. They're all grouped. Mega Inferno Bomb only landed on Jankos and Vanger, didn't do too much damage. Xaxus' shield managed to cut a lot of that off. YoungBuck caught out once again. His ultimate's already down. Jankos caught up. Will he get locked up? He needs a couple more basic attacks. The Wolves, this is a risky fight still for them. ROCCAT, not too bad, but a lot was burned in that engagement. This time the Wolves, it's that Dragon.
Without that wild growth, it's so much more difficult to win the fight. Vander may want to pull a YellowStar. There's a lot of Wolves grouped up in the pit, and that's Jankos going in.
Jankos desperate to get close enough, can't get in there. Repels away, got nowhere to drop. ROCCAT trying to put the damage down, but they're all grouped up. Soren's got no mana though. He levels up. Oh, you jammy git. He's just going to get the damage back down on him. Quick jump on towards him. Woolite gets himself the triple. And just like that, they get the resets by a level up on Soren.
Copenhagen Wolves played that team fight perfectly. They got the ultimates out of ROCCAT that they wanted, committed to the objective, and then punished ROCCAT for an over-aggressive play. I actually think Jankos had a bomb on him when he repelled up and managed to deliver some damage, which was quite cheeky, but it didn't change the outcome of the fight. ROCCAT lost 3 members, lost Dragon, lost Baron, and if Xaxus isn't careful, he's going to get lost as well.
He's dead. That's going down. Baron picked up. Great turnaround by the Wolves, and suddenly ROCCAT, they are looking like they're in trouble.
ROCCAT should not have team fought there. Copenhagen Wolves' team fight was much more effective. I want to keep my eyes on Jankos. Does he have a bomb on his head in a second or not? No, he didn't actually. It's just AoE from the rest of the team. But unfortunately for ROCCAT, they didn't have that wild growth, which is super important. And Woolite gets the damages, gets those rocket jumps, and sticks to ROCCAT over and over. That's an Infinity Edge static shift versus just a Trinity Force. Now Overpower's in trouble.
Well, he's going to try and run away from this one. Everything misses there. He has got Chrono Shift available, but he's not going to buy him too much time. The rest of ROCCAT come around. Chrono Shift goes down, but look at this. Woolite coming in, trying to get around the side there. Overpower gets locked up. Brokenshard gets that. Now Jankos and Vander, they have to run. They're going to get caught with the cleaver. Black Shield will catch up. Brokenshard eats himself straight in towards her. Black Shield will not go down. Now Jankos in trouble. Cocoon lands in there, but the rest of Copenhagen Wolves close the gap, and it's another kill for Woolite as he chases down the rest of ROCCAT.
ROCCAT are completely out of sorts, out of position. Overpower gets caught out, and instead of ROCCAT just sort of leaving him to his death, they stick around and give up another kill, Jankos going down. So Copenhagen Wolves build up them a massive gold lead. They've got the tower lead, and they've got Baron buff. All of the kills that Woolite secured in the last few minutes has also given him a 3,000 gold lead, plus a completed Bloodthirster. So he's miles and miles ahead of Celevar. And considering there's not a lot of kill threat from Overpower from Xazus onto Woolite on the back line, he's going to have very, very easy team fights. His front line of Brokenshard and YoungBuck are going to stick on their front and soak up those Glitter Lancers and bombs, and Woolite, really, I don't see him getting killed unless he completely overcommits.
See the goal difference, just look at that. It got so close. ROCCAT edged themselves in the lead. And then the gigantic spike as the Copenhagen's Wolves dump down and take the team fight, the Dragon, the Baron, and again, yet another team fight. Overpower caught out of position. That bomb's going to do nothing. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Soren gets himself another kill.
All too easy. Without Overpower's wave clear and chrono shift, the Wolves can just siege this tower. Xazus can do a good job at wave clearing, but if the Wolves want to dive, I mean, they've got Sadism available for YoungBuck. He's even setting himself up to potentially go around the back. You throw in a Glacial Fissure and a Mundo in your back line, and it's very difficult to deal with that. Copenhagen Wolves don't even need it. ROCCAT give up the tower.
So, continue pushing. Inhibitor turret available. Overpower still down for 10 seconds, and the Wolves can keep on pressuring. Honestly, YoungBuck could probably take a couple of hits. Instead, Woolite with that blood shield on him with the Bloodthirster will, of course, tank out a couple of hits for free as he keeps on pushing. So, Overpower now up. It is a 5-on-5, but of course, Baron is still on for another full minute for the Wolves.
And the Copenhagen Wolves squad is just better at 5v5s. So, if a fight were to break out, not only does the Wolves have the gold lead and Baron, they're in a stronger position. Here comes Overpower from the side. It's not committed yet.
He's going to get spotted as well. There's a ward around the side there. They immediately see him, and they have to get away from this one. He can't go around there. So, Wolves back off. Try and step themselves around the side and maybe start focusing on this inner turret, which would be the second one of the game for them.
Yeah, I want to go back to picks and bans, and we said in order for Copenhagen Wolves to actually make this composition work against ROCCAT, who have done well in their previous games, they needed to get ahead in the laning phase. Copenhagen Wolves did not necessarily smash the laning phase, but they got ahead in 2 of their 3 lanes. They got a Dragon early. They lost 1 fight and then bounced back and have just really punished ROCCAT. And the siege power here from this front line of Mundo and Lee Sin. Woolite's caught, but nobody's committed yet.
Yeah, Wolves quickly moving in position. Oh, Vander, Wild Growth used. It's not going to save him, or is it? Yes, it will. The shield, no, goes down. Chrono shifts there, but the inhibitor turret will go down. They focus so much on saving their support that they forgot to actually do their job and defend the turret. And the Wolves now crack open the base of ROCCAT.
Wolves got everything they needed. Without a Wild Growth and Chrono Shift for a champion like Saliva, or even Overpower in those fights, there is no more threat on the Wolves. So they force ROCCAT backwards, grab the first inhibitor of the game. And truthfully, Vander may or should have potentially just flashed forward, got the Soul Shackles down, maybe tried to put some damage down. If the Wolves were focusing Vander, it would have allowed Saliva and Overpower to put damage onto their opponents, in theory. But of course, when you're 10k down, it is very difficult to maybe even pull that off.
And the interesting thing for me in this game is the fact that, as I mentioned, when we were talking about how the playing, other than Thresh, that is the only difference between this game and the Super Hot crew. They had a chance to watch that, figure out a counter, and now effectively use it. You look at that game and you think the difference is jungle ganks from Brokenshard. Brokenshard's been everywhere on the map on that Lee Sin. 205, compare that to the Rengar that Impaler ran.
Yep, who did nothing.
A tragedy.
Uh-oh. Can they kill him?
Well, I don't know. Can they kill him? That's the question. He's going to get taken low. Soul Shackles will go off. That's going to lock him up, and they will get themselves a kill. But now, after throwing everything at that tank, Overpowered gets obliterated. Woolite pouncing through, gets the reset, won't get close enough. Oh, you got nowhere to repel. He's just going to drop straight in amongst the team. Will go to the golems just off the side. Yes, he does. They were up. And the Wolves get themselves a 1-for-1. It's a top laner for a mid laner, but now don't forget the super minions pushing, and more importantly, Overpower's wave clear was the key to defending against the Wolves. They could just shove this mid lane.
Overpower got popped before he could even chrono shift himself. He just got destroyed there by the Copenhagen Wolves. And that was a death push that ROCCAT were putting together. I really like the point you were making before that fight happened though, Deman, because Super Hot Crew got bullied and there was no impact from Rengar. Yes, the low level or the early game impact of Lee Sin is stronger than Rengar, but none of Impaler's ganks with his ultimate worked at all. And he's going to be able to at least get away from this one, I believe. Here comes Woolite.
Yeah, if Woolite goes aggressive, he may well turn things around, but he's not going to get on him. Baron up in 30 seconds. That's going to be Wolves' focus now. They need to start where clearing out every bit of vision. They've got 0 wards right now in the actual river. They've got a couple of aggressive deep ones. Woolite, though, is going to get focused. Dark Binding will land, but nothing will follow.
Yeah, there is nothing to follow up. Lulu's not a champion that dives into somebody that's been hit by a Dark Binding, nor is Zilean really. And Copenhagen Wolves have just outplayed ROCCAT. The play style that they adopted in this game was stronger than SUPA Hot Crew did earlier, and because the Wolves have been more aggressive in their movements around the map, it's worked out. So, Death Gang set up here by the Wolves. I think it should be fairly obvious, and that Spiderling's going to spot it, but they've jumped on Jankos.
They've still caught him out, kicks him away. Mega Deathprox, Mega Super, whatever the bomb. Mega Inferno bomb lands on 3 people. Who cares? Everybody's disengaged.
They got away. They got away. The
damn little yodel.
The boom happened. Now, Copenhagen Wolves are on the Baron. ROCCAT are split up. They do still have Wild Growth and Chrono Ship. A steal is what Jankos is looking for, but this is risky. Look at the positioning from ROCCAT. They're not in the best of positions to dive in together, and they may be like, oh!
Well, he's not going to dive in now, that's for sure, because Woolite found him once again, and a quick crit hit is enough to take him down from Woolite there. It was his ultimate boomed out in the end there. Woolite chasing now on towards Overpower. He's got a bomb on his head. Overpower's going to have to try and use that little speed up, but coming around the side is a perfect Glacial Fissure. That was fantastic.
Exactly the same as a moment ago. Glacial Fissure knocks him up in the air. Overpower can't even get Chrono Shift. The Wolves have done it.
YoungBuck literally is going where he pleases, and it's in the ROCCAT base as he just tanks it around there. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in this time around. Vander in trouble. Super Minion's doing the job. The rest of the Wolves come around. They take victory over ROCCAT and just edge one step closer to securing that 7th place spot.
Very, very strong game from the Wolves. The Howl is back. Not a Howl we hear all too often here in the ULCS, but a deserved win. Got ahead early, stayed ahead. And the mistakes from yesterday's games have been removed from the Wolves in this particular match.
Well, they said, you know, you got to focus on Jankos. 1-5-1, that's what they did, and it worked well. 8-0-2 for Woolite this time around. Once he gets going, despite that mistake where he jumped in with the rocket jump, didn't get able to flash out in time. Basically, his team put themselves on the line to save him. The Wolves get themselves their 8th win of the season. It's been a long, hard season for them, no doubt about it. They've had a lot of roster changes throughout, but seemingly it has kept them that 7th place. GAMBIT, of course, still in the chance to pursue them, but it is much harder now. GAMBIT need to go 3-1 now. They need to win both games that they have remaining.
And not only have Copenhagen Wolves made it so much more difficult for GAMBIT to catch them in 7th, they've also nearly guaranteed ROCCAT's position in 6th.
Yeah.
At 12 wins and 15 losses. The rest of the teams in this middle of the table pack have to lose a lot of games to even hit that same number of losses. I'm looking at SK, for example. MILLENIUM, for example, if they lose their next 2 games, they'll be on 14 losses that they can hit 15. So it's possible, but not necessarily likely. So heartbreakers. Wolves may have locked and relegated ROCCAT to 6th.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them, of course. Tough matchup, but honestly, the Wolves seem to have them figured out from the start.
I agree. I completely agree. The Wolves had a game plan. They executed their game plan earlier, and it threw ROCCAT off. ROCCAT's team comp, while it had moments that were good, that very first Dragon fight, for example, where they punished the Wolves, it just wasn't enough for them really to carry on further, and ROCCAT just fell to pieces in the mid-game.
Well, fantastic performance by the Copenhagen Wolves. Let's hear what they have to say. Brokenshard is with Sjokz.
Thank you very much, Deman. Congratulations, Brokenshard. An applause directly for you. Amazing game by you guys. Talk me through the strategy coming into this one. ROCCAT obviously running the same comp as they did earlier. How much did you take off that going into this one?
We actually really wanted to pick Seraph this game. And when they banned it, we were like, wow, they actually read our minds or something. We kind of just established that the best way to beat a Zilean is also the best way to kind of stop ourselves from tunneling in too much. When we played MILLENIUM and they played that comp and we tunneled really, really hard for kills, that really ended up making us lose the game. So when we wanted to pick Ziggs and Tristana, kind of give us that long range kind of buffer zone. But obviously Woolite is crazy, so he just goes in, ham, and tries to kill everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. He is fantastic. You also had a great game. Talk me through how it's been in the team for you. You seem to be on top of what is strategy as well for the team. Is that a main role for you in there as well?
Strategy, no, I'm not really like the main person behind it. Generally, we have a coach and we have an analyst who kind of figure that stuff out. My specific job is, some might say like a shot caller. I just like give information to the team in the early game where I think the jungler is going to be or what I want to do and what like kind of early game stuff is going on. The difference between here and Complexity, where Prawley and Robert were main shot callers, is that I kind of tend to control the flow of the game and tell the team where to go. But when it comes to strategy, we all have a big part of it because it can't just be one person.
All right, now finally, you mentioned Complexity, of course. You, of course, played over in NA, you're playing here. You played over in the Challenger scene. What is the biggest difference of playing in Europe in comparison to over there?
It's a little bit skewed because I did play against LMQ in the Challenger scene, so they kind of made it a lot more difficult because they were a really strong team, both mechanically and strategically. Overall, the way that I see is that NA has a lot more resources when it comes to organizations. They kind of have the funding in order to salary teams, whereas EU has the really raw mechanical talent that we see. We're going to see a game later today between NIP and SKP. SKP, obviously my old team. Watt the Fox of SKP is a fantastic mid laner, and that's just an example of the talent that we have here in EU.
All right, well, good words for you. Thank you very much.
And I just want to make a quick shout out to my boys at Complexity. I miss you guys and I watch every one of your games. So if you haven't already, go check out the LCS and watch Complexity's 80-minute games.
All right. Thank you very much, Brokenshard. Little publicity for the LCS here, always a pleasure. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to be halfway through this jam-packed day of action here in the LCS with SK takes on Alliance. Don't go anywhere.
Brokenshard.
Yo.
Whenever, wherever, we're meant to be together.
2 minutes. I'm taking Cillian out of the fight.
I got it.
At least first target. I'm gonna ulti. I'm on Cillian. Cillian is out of the fight for now.
Morgana. Nice.
Nice.
I'm going for this one. Nice.
1, 2, 3. Oh!
back to the European LCS. We just saw the Wolves take down ROCCAT, and I'm here to break down that game with Joe and Deficio. So guys, from ROCCAT, the exact same comp coming out that we saw earlier, yet minimal impact.
Well, Jankos, for once, didn't actually get going early game. He went up top lane, he died when he tried to tower dive YoungBuck. And it actually set the entire team behind because they rely so much on Jankos doing well early game to get their lanes going. Didn't work this time around. Copenhagen Wolves had a great start, got the first dragon as well. Got ahead in gold, and all of a sudden ROCCAT didn't look as strong as they did before.
I think that's a worrying fact moving forward for ROCCAT as well, that if someone reads Jankos well enough and they can set up counter ganks, that's how ROCCAT get rolling in these games. If they can stop that early on, well, we've just seen what happens there. So that's something that ROCCAT really need to work on, I think.
Yeah, and also their flexibility. They had the Lulu top again, and then the Zillion and Brokenshard said it, well, we kind of expected the pick and we knew exactly how to play against it. So maybe a bit more variation would be on point here?
Well, no reason to actually change anything before you lose, and now they lost with it, so maybe we see them the next game. Okay, they lost yesterday too. Point is, it was a pretty good comp. Against the Lions, they actually did win for like 40 minutes, so I take it as a win for ROCCAT in that case on the comp. Now they got destroyed early game for the first time with it. We just save it this way. Terrible. But point is, it didn't work for them because Jankos didn't get going, and we can actually just show the replay because that was a big deal now for ROCCAT if you just pull it up on your guys' screen, which is the dragon fight where Copenhagen Wolves, they already take the dragon. Now, two things we need to notice. First of all, there's no ulti on Xaxus on Lulu, which is very important for this comp here, and Overpower is not actually in the fight because for some reason he's dancing with YoungBuck away from the rest of the team here, so it's 4 versus 4. The two most important ultis for ROCCAT in this comp, Zillion ultimate and Lulu ultimate. So let's just roll the clip here. They don't have any of them in the fight, which also means as soon as the dragon is dead and the fight actually goes on, there's nobody to save Jankos. He jumps in by himself. As soon as he comes down, he's already really low. Switch over to Vander, same deal for him. No wild growth, no ulti from Overpower, which means they can now get the resets on Woolite and he can keep jumping. And when you do have a mid-game power spike like ROCCAT had in this game here, and you do fall this far behind, especially against the Tristana, bye-bye.
Yeah, it was a weird scenario to be even picking a fight when your main two ultimates there. I'm not sure why you'd come in that late. Maybe they were thinking we need this dragon right now or we've lost this game anyway, but bad decision making overall. And like you said, I don't know why Overpower was trying to fight off with YoungBuck on the top side when they were there to contest dragon in the first place.
So final question maybe about the Copenhagen Wolves. We see them doing so dominant here. Then we had that one-off game versus Alliance where they did so good. Do you guys think it will be enough moving forward?
So I believe ROCCAT as a team work really well if they can prepare for an opponent, and their pick and ban phase they can pull out where they can surprise people. It's very good. We saw playoffs last split where all of a sudden they surprised GAMBIT, beat them, got into the third place match or into the semifinal. They lost to SK Gaming, but still managed to beat Alliance and get the third place. So I believe in a playoff, ROCCAT is a very good team. So leading into it, if they do face someone like SUPA who's been looking kind of lackluster lately, I could definitely see them go to semifinals.
Especially in a best of 5 as well. Gives them a lot of time to adjust if their preparation wasn't strong enough, which you expect it to be from ROCCAT. And they seem like one of the hungrier teams out there. Super Hot Crew, we saw some tweets earlier on after their game. We hope I'll get our stuff together, Impaler said, before playoff comes. And ROCCAT, on the other hand, are saying, you know, we just want to prove that we're the best team in Europe. There seems to be a different level of hunger and coordination between some of these teams, and I think the Super Hot Crew, if they end up facing ROCCAT, could be in trouble there.
Yep, good point. Now the players are ready for our next match, so let's send it over to Deman and Quickshot.
Thank you very much, Sjokz. Once again, it is time for Game 4 now, and it is between the SK Gaming and Alliance. SK Gaming are yet to take a win off Alliance so far in the summer split. They're now 0-3. Can it be 0-4? Who knows? However, of course, they did look strong yesterday against MILLENIUM, while the game didn't exactly start off so well, with Freddy, of course, being caught out at the red buff. A little bit unlucky, I think you could say. But then, of course, he was camped in that top tower, losing 2 deaths. But they were the only 2 deaths into the entire game for Freddy. They came back very, very strong. A decisive dragon fight led to a domination across the map for them, as MILLENIUM tried and failed to counterattack several times throughout.
Yeah, they really did. And SK just found a level of play and a strength that we associated with them earlier in the year. They were so dominant in the match, but one game does not get me on board the hype train yet. So to get me on board, I need to see Svenskeren and Jezz. These are the two players that need to convince me. Yesterday, Svenskeren and Jezz had fantastic performances. Sven played Elise, he was invading, he controlled his opponent's jungle, and Jezz playing Ahri, his roaming was incredible, and very importantly, his timing was spot on, dealing with Kerp's teleport Kassadin very, very effectively. So SK want to take a game off the #1 team. These two will need to disrupt Alliance's flow. And also remember, Alliance played Riven yesterday, they did not today. So let's see if Sven has something up his sleeves to deal with Sjokz, who had a very strong game on Elise as well.
Well, earlier today we saw Alliance, of course, defeat GAMBIT. They locked up first place in the league overall, but initially looked very close. 4-2 in that crazy, crazy early fight.
Yes, and Alliance continued to play a little risky in those team fights. They lost multiple kills, trading back and forth with GAMBIT, but their objective control was unquestionable. They didn't lose a tower, secured 10, had absolute dragon control. Also, Alliance can be heartbreakers here to SK to prevent them climbing up this middle of the table battle if Alliance can pick up the win.
Well, while Alliance have yet to lose to SK Game in this split, both teams have had their issues. Both, of course, see weaknesses in their opponents.
I don't think we've lost against SK yet this season.
They're looking really strong. They've come a long way since Spring Split. They've already had their rough patch, and we're just going for ours now.
It's very important in your slump to stay positive and don't change anything. Then you're just playing bad, you overthink things, you overthink we need to change this, we need to change that, and then you start making mistakes and your whole playstyle will be wrong.
I think SK tries to play a lot like us, like very rotational and objective based, but they have weaker individual players, so whenever we play against them, we do similar rotations, but we just manage to outplay them at every turn.
All the lanes are good in the jungle. I think the weakest lane is probably top lane, but they make up for that with really good bot lane.
Froggen's not hard carrying. They're playing good overall as a team.
I don't think we're gonna be like as nervous as we were against them before.
If we are going into the match with being scared already, then we're already lost. So we just gotta go into the game like nothing to lose, just everything to win.
And it's interesting that the team that finished #1 in the spring are nervous about facing the team that's #1 in summer.
Yeah, in the regular season at the very least. SK Gaming have been somewhat disheartened in recent weeks, but Jezz has said it quite well. It's not Froggen carrying, it's the whole team playing well. And I think that's a very fair statement.
Yeah, everybody's stepping up on that team. Let's check out those teams. Over on the blue side, it is SK Gaming, and you just saw them there. Freddy122 in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jezz is in the mid lane, Candy Panda as AD carry, and Rated on support.
And on the red side, it is Alliance with Wickd up top, Sjokz in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabzz the AD carry, and Nyph playing the support role.
So all week you've been voting on which team will come out on top, and according to the votes on LOLesports.com, it is 79% of you going for Alliance. That's a bigger vote for Alliance against SK Gaming than it was against ROCCAT.
Yes, that is the
GAMBIT rather, sorry.
From earlier today. Well, GAMBIT did have some pretty good performances yesterday. And of course, Alliance, it is their second game of the day. Despite some questionable team fights, there was never a point where they were not in control of the map. And they'll be looking to do the same thing against SK. You heard in the video how Alliance was saying, I believe it was Tabzz was saying that SK plays a similar style, that they play rotation, they play objective, but he feels they have weaker individual players. I actually mirror that sentiment. It's not often you see the SK players smashing the 1v1s and 2v2s. And if SK can elevate their individual performances, that's how they can help control Alliance.
Well, we are about to get underway with pick and bounds. We'll see how this one works out. We saw how it went earlier. Will they leave something open? Of course, SK left Kassadin open the other day and knew how to counter it. They knew what they were doing. Twisted Fate is banned away from Alliance. That was, of course, picked by Froggen earlier on today, as well as Aurelia taken off Wickd. Maokai and Kassadin banned out by Alliance. Gragas still open. Kog'Maw banned out. That's an important one for the AD carries.
It is very important, and also note Gragas is still available. As a side note, Alliance have banned Gragas, Maokai in all 3 games they've played. That's either Wickd not wanting to deal with it in the top lane, or Alliance recognize the strength of the bark of that tree because they do not want to face off against it. I think Gragas has to be a consideration.
That's a wise
for
choice.
both of these teams. Whether it's going to be first pick for Freddy or not is another question, because Freddy has tended to go towards Aatrox as opposed to Gragas. So this might be a calculated pick here from Alliance.
Well, I mean, Nidalee is a wise choice. Freddy has pretty much been playing that solely throughout the last week. Tristana, though, first picked in there. That does, of course, leave Gragas open for Wickd in that top lane. He wants to lock that one in. That's, as you mentioned, most likely going to be against an Aatrox in the top lane. Sjokz, will he go for a jungler here? Of course, he is up against Svenskeren, and everything is available. He has first choice, and he could go for that Lee Sin.
So that is a possibility, but we're having the other junglers up and available and knowing Sjokz plays Riven. I wonder if they're going to go another direction. Yesterday, Alliance locked in Kog'Maw and Morgana as their first two. Kog'Maw is off the table. So the question is, what is Tabzz playing next? We've seen a hover over Corki. Lucian is obviously not enabled. It is 4.12. So what is Tabzz going to play as a replacement?
I'm not sold on this one. Jezza's thinking of going for Fizz. That is ballsy play up against Froggen in that mid lane. Assassins have not worked out overly well for Jezza's in the past.
His Ari was good against Millennium, though.
That's not really an assassin. You're not exactly getting in the face. It's a long-range poke.
I respectfully disagree. Ari lands a charm, has to go in to get all of your Spirit Rush damage down. Think of Selfie playing in the Baron Pit. He had to dive into 5. I think it has to be a consideration. If we see, it might even be an assassin v assassin. Froggen's been wanting to play Xerath. So if Jezz wants to play, you know, an assassin, it might be into a long-range poke. Ziggs is still available as well.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes for them. Svenskeren, of course, Elise and Morgana was picked in there for SK. What will Alliance counter with? Of course, they have an AD carry choice. Tabzz has, as you mentioned, played a number. Corki is available, would be a strong choice. Ezreal currently being considered. We have seen Kraton playing this one just 2 weeks ago to great success. I think he went 8-1-9 or something like that in that match. Incredible result.
It's going to be an interesting one, and you know, I think he has to play a champion that's got some form of escape, especially with the hover over Fizz, knowing Jezz has played Ari yesterday. If Tabzz locks in something like Corki or Ezreal, you do have that safety factor to get away, and you've got the mobility. Alliance have already got a lot of movement spells, a lot of displacement, and a lot of disengage as well as engage.
So think of this one. Consider this just for now. Fizz could get locked in. Think back to the Worlds. Faker played Riven to counter Fizz. Last time NewBuck played it, if I recall. So that actually could be Froggen.
You know what? It wouldn't surprise me, right? It is a possibility. But I don't know if Alliance would go all in for something like that. On the same token, they're first.
That's
there's nothing that can happen in this game that would cost Alliance anything. If that is going to be a Riven mid, it obviously means the jungler needs to be locked up. I don't think it will.
No, Orianna was picked in, so that will not be. That will be jungle, I think, for Sjokz there. Candy Panda also locking in the Aatrox for Freddy in the top lane. This, of course, leaves anything open for Froggen.
Xerath.
What does he fancy?
I think Xerath. Against an Orianna, he can do okay in the lane matchup, and Alliance...
I think he wants to play Anivia.
Alliance have paired Xerath and Riven together multiple times. They combo the stuns and the knock-up from Riven, along with the very long-range damage of Xerath to assassinate their opponents.
Well.
But if there was ever a time to experiment and have fun, it's in your last 2 games of the split when you've guaranteed first because of the phenomenal performances the team has put up.
Well, there's a giggling going on.
I think all chat, I'm sure all chat will be listening in.
Yeah, absolutely want to hear what they're saying here for this one. Froggen looks like he is making the decision. It could well be Xerath. It's locked in.
So the safe pick, it's the same combo Alliance have been putting together when Sjokz has been on his large winning streaks on Riven. 4 games played, 4 games undefeated. Keep in mind that Lee Sin was available, Evelynn was available, and again, Sjokz is showing preference to this Riven. It also means we're expecting Alliance to play aggressively. Gragas should have a fairly good time in the early game against Freddy if Sjokz decides to roam that way. I also think Ezreal, Braum, as long as they play aggressive, can have a similar situation to what Woolite and Unlimited did in the previous game. But Nyph's just got to get in the face of Candy Panda and Rated and try to disrupt it. Assuming we don't have a lane swap.
Assuming we don't have a lane swap and assuming this works out well. Nevertheless, some interesting picks from both teams, some strong picks from both teams. I think both teams actually probably got what they wanted in that pick and ban phase.
I think so too, and I do still feel the team fighting power in this game because of the Orianna is slightly in favor of SK. And I think the scaling does tend to lean a little more to SK's side. So if Alliance can win in the mid game, I think that's when they're going to hit their power spike earlier.
We'll see how it works out with the lineups. Do you think we'll have the edge in this matchup? Tweet a hashtag SKWin for SK Gaming. And of course, all win for Alliance to @LOL Esports, and we'll see if you guys have changed your mind when we get into the game. Alliance are #1 in the league, secured.
Yep.
Can they be champions? Can they dethrone FNATIC? That's all happening in 2 weeks' time. Of course, the quarterfinals will be next week, right here in the studios. Tickets are available for that one. That will be happening on the Thursday and Friday, regular times, best of 5s. You're going to make sure you don't want to miss that, that's for sure. Here we go, though, game getting underway. SK Gaming starting out as the blue team, up against Alliance as the red team.
Well, we'll have to see how these laning phases, or how this laning phase rather, plays out. Svenskeren had a very, very good performance on Elise yesterday. Slightly risky invades because of the somewhat lack of vision when he was moving around the map. He needs to be careful of that because of the fact that you do not want to be fighting Riven in the jungle, especially once Riven gets the support of the Right of the Arcane from Xerath. But look at this. Alliance have grouped up in the top tri-bush. If anyone from SK moves up that way, there's going to be a whole lot of damage coming up very, very early.
They have no ward. Tabzz is scouting it out. You can hear the annoying noise as he gets a...
I think that's Skynet.
Dancing on there. Sjokz is also in there. This is going to be a full invade. Remember last time around, Sjokz, of course, against FNATIC played Riven, and it was a full invade from FNATIC that put Sjokz behind in the early phases. Freddy's already pinged it.
Yeah, and
no, actually, it's a lie. That's an Alliance ping.
And in the early stages of that game, FNATIC really punished the jungle of Alliance and tried to keep control with repeated invades over and over. The reason it worked, they had support though.
They're going to see this late. You can see Svenskeren and Freddy are going to start off the blue. It's going to be a very late invade. There is a ward in the river just above. Can't see it on the mini-map. Fully going to spot them. But of course, at 1:30, they are coming early. So this will give Svenskeren time to change. You can see he's already switched the spider form, skitters away as quick as possible. Freddy will go to safety. They will come in and get that ward, and I think they're going to steal this one away. We saw last time Sjokz and Wickd running around. That buddy system works well for them. Meanwhile, you can see down the bottom lane, Candy Panda and then Rated, they're thinking, fine, we're going to have some freedom down here. It's going to be a 2v1. We're going to try and shove this wave up fast.
Yeah, it looks to be a lane swap that Alliance have initiated. Candy Panda and Rated getting some auto attacks down early. Sven with a trade of buffs. Obviously having the information that his buff was stolen. So in this top lane, Freddy level 1, and Nyph is already going to get the stun down.
Is he going to get stunned out? Yes, he is. Bloodwell's available. Ignite goes down. One more shot should be enough, but he's going to get away. Bloodwell's safe.
So Ignite burned, but they're going to force Freddy out of lane. This is going to delay his level up and slow him down. What we do see in the bottom, Svenskeren maybe making a place. As level 2, he does not have Cocoon. Keep that in mind. So Enrated needs to land a Dark Binding for this to work out.
Clever counter here from SK. It's been a long time since we saw that 3-man early dive down there. Freddy once again getting locked up. This time around, the stun will not land. Wicked still safe. It's a very dangerous game to play as well. Wicked, of course, is going to have some defensive stats on this one. They're going to pounce on towards him. Can barely rush away from there, and he's safe.
So Wicked gets out of a very similar gank to what Freddy did. It was just straight up teams diving. This time around, Svenskeren committed some time. He's behind in levels and behind in CS to Sjokz, and Sjokz is now trying to do the tower dive. He's level 3, got a full complement of abilities available to him. Obviously that ward is going to spot him out. In conjunction with the on-hit stun that Braum can provide, this should be a theoretical easier dive. It's not over though, because Wicked is still under pressure in the bottom lane. We'll see who comes out on top.
Freddy this time, he knows he's in trouble. He knows he's going to get caught out. There's the hit on towards the tower. Nyph trades tower aggro. Freddy's Bloodwell will get caught out. Sjokz takes 2 tower hits. That's a lot of damage. Freddy's taken low. Tabzz goes in for it. Sjokz got to be careful here. He could get taken down. He will get the hit. The trade is good. And Alliance get themselves first blood.
Now Wicked's in trouble. They're going to dive him.
They're going to go towards him. He's got that belly slam available. He's not going to get away this time around, though. Belly slam on Candy Panda will not slow down. Good trade of aggro again from SK.
1 for 1. On the side of Alliance, it's the jungler that picks up the kill in Sjokz, which I actually think is a good call. Sjokz needs items and gold for Riven to be as effective as he can be. But because of the lane swap scenario that Alliance initiated, SK Gaming are going to get the first global objective in that dragon. It will be replied with a tower though, so global gold should stay fairly even. I do think you need to give a lot of credit to Alliance for that tower dive. They took a lot of damage, but traded and juked the tower hits very, very effectively. So, well played by both teams on the respective dives. One tower for one dragon, completely even on gold at 5 minutes.
So, mid lane, we haven't had a chance to look at Froggen and Jezz. Jezz is caught out with a stun straight away and quickly bursted down by Froggen. It's a combo he was landing non-stop against Overpower yesterday that was working out well for him. Xerath definitely is a champion that's risen to prominence in this mid lane. A lot of mid laners, especially in Europe, really are liking this one.
Yeah, favoriting the long-range harass and damage, really, that he can put down. And, you know, in these lane swap scenarios, these mid laners basically get left on an island. In normal lane scenarios, it's the top laners that basically just live alone and generally have little involvement unless junglers get up there. But we'll see Freddy continues to get pushed away. Without his tower, it's going to make his farming and leveling much more difficult and risky.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Alliance have chose to stay in this top lane. They're freezing the lane out and actually causing Freddy a couple of problems. Finally, of course, Wickd is going back down towards that bottom lane, so they haven't decided to quickly switch up the moment that tower went down.
Well, there's no dragon, so because the objective had already been secured by SK Gaming, the swap to defender or apply threat is removed.
Oh,
the flash stun.
Sjokz flashed on towards him. Cocoon was already used. Froggen can come in. Stun has not been used by Froggen yet, as far as I'm aware. He will sidestep. Arcana Pulse is now in trouble. Sjokz going to get caught out. Dark Binding and Rated secures the kill for that one.
So when Rated is in the right place at the right time, he had left Candy Panda to deal with Wickd alone in that lane, and comes up just in time to support his teammates. Froggen was fairly low on mana during that engage as well, so wasn't really able to spam out all the spells. Svenskeren stays alive thanks to that repel.
That was a flash from Sjokz as well.
It was.
Flash straight into a Cocoon as well. Headlong into that one. Svenskeren will be happy, and look at this. It's another big dive on towards the bottom lane. Wicked's in trouble again. He's got Belly Slam available, but that's going to be a long, long way to go just to slam yourself out of this one. He's going to choose to go towards Candy Panda. Instead, he's just going to get bounced. It's a simple trade.
Very, very easy kill for SK. Grab themselves yet another one on the board. I also like the decision from Freddy to roam around the map because of the fact that he can't CS safely against the long range of Ezreal and the stuns of Braum. He's actually trying to impact other places on the map. Grabs himself an assist, and now Sjokz and Wickd are going to be defending this tower. A little bit of a missed shot there by Sjokz.
Skippity miss. And, well, Wickd once again gets himself the CS, which is a big difference for Freddy and Wickd, but of course there is an assist for Freddy, which should counter that, 20 CS gap. Close-ish.
There's about 150 gold that separates the two top laners. Keep in mind the Dragon as well is obviously helping SK out, whereas the tower is also sitting in Wicked's back pocket. So SK, despite the fact that they've been moving very effectively and playing very aggressively, they're only 100 gold ahead, 200 gold ahead, so it is very, very even. That very big CS disparity between the top laners is helping Alliance, and the fact that Froggen is out-CSing Jezz is also playing into their favor. But also important to note, Tristana 2-0-0 is going to get over that weak mid-game phase where Ezreal's going to shine very, very prominently because of the additional gold that Candy Pan has been able to collect.
Well played, SK here, playing the map well and securing both blue buffs. They stole away, of course, Svenskeren, remember, got that first blue buff in the Alliance jungle after that counter. Svenskeren will gift his blue buff across to Jezz's, which is going to put Froggen in a little bit of problems. Freddy trying to return back to that top lane, thought he got himself a little bit of freedom, but Nyph shows himself up there. So both AD carriers continuing their free farm. It's going to be Trinity Falls first for Tabzz. Meanwhile, Candy Panda looks like this time is going to go towards that Infinity Edge as opposed to the static shield we just saw in the previous game.
So with the lane shenanigans going on, Alliance need to get some vision for this next dragon. With Elise on your side, it allows you to really get those dragon controls very early on, like SK have already done, in addition to having the lane swap being in their favor. But with the timing being up, and Alliance not really wanting to give up more gold, they can do well. Gragas barrels, Xerath from range. If Sjokz gets in there and causes a disruption along with, you know, the Glacial Fissure from Nyph, there's a lot of power in Alliance's team comp in that very confined space. Obviously, Wickd needs to avoid taking harass and using his cooldown just to defend the tower for that to happen.
He's in trouble. That was his explosive cast just used. Svenskeren's like, fine, we'll move in. That tower's taken a lot of punishment already. He's got next to nothing to defend it. He has flash available. He can just dash himself away. Good wave clear. Triple Thorn's Ring, of course, gives him a
chunk of health. Enrated could have done without taking his tower hits, but look at this. Candy Pan's Svenskeren, they're simply going to run him away from the tower, and this will be the first turret of the game for SK.
Completely shutting down Wickd. This actually goes back to like Season 2 days, where the way to beat the old CLG EU was to camp Wickd, really. Put him on tilt and make his impact negatively felt. Now with Wickd playing Gragas, in the early to mid-game stages, he's predominantly there to cause disruption. You're looking for him to get body slams down, you're looking for him to get explosive casks off. So while he may not have the burst that you'd like him to have if you're an Alliance fan, he's still going to have the disruption power. So in 30 seconds when this dragon spawns, look at Alliance. They're grouping, they're moving to the pit. And thanks to that ward in the river bush, Nyph doesn't face check and get caught by several SK members.
Yeah, everybody there. So all 5 members of Alliance moving into the dragon. Freddy is actually going to go clear that top wave first. It looks like Wickd may have to back off. Teleport's not available, so he can't go too far yet. That's why he's just going to come around the blue side, make it safe. Alliance will get themselves the vision. They get the ping ward down, and they have positional advantage as this Baron will get started out. SK, remember, secured the first one. Dark Binding almost catching on Tabzz. Is SK moving? Yeah, Dragons took a lot of damage on Sjokz, but Alliance have peeled. I think Alliance are looking for the team fight. Look at the teleport coming in from Freddy. There they go. They're going on towards it, Svenskeren, but that's a good shockwave. 3 members of Alliance pulled in on this one. Freddy's Blood Will available. Wickd not going to get away. Fail flash there. Now Arcano pulls. Svenskeren does live to stay that one, and that is going to be a kill for Candy Panda on Wickd. Everybody from Alliance backing away. What a fantastic shockwave from Jez's Zoriana. Very good team fight from SK Gaming. They managed to keep Alliance grouped up and get the damage down. Alliance, they haven't ended it yet. Also note, Nyph did not have access to the steal. Oh, no, that was secured by Svenskeren. Teleport now from Wickd. We'll see if they can get any kills. I think it's too little too late. Yep, they're going to get her out of there. SK are home free. All taken very low, but it's a good fight again. Sjokz was not in the middle of the team for long enough. So we do see Tabzz and Wickd putting some pressure on Candy Panda and Nyph in rated, but it's just not enough. And because Nyph didn't have that Glacial Fissure, it allowed SK to dance around Alliance and get even better positioning for damage with that Shockwave. Alliance will at least counter, so for both Dragons they've lost, Alliance have secured a tower in reply. They should. I think they will. No, they won't. Svenskeren's coming to back it off. It's going to be close. I think they're going to get it. SK will have to step away. Tabzz is looking like he wants to secure it. The question is, will he get caught out? Darbinding was following through. Good arcane shift and managed to escape that one. I think Sjokz going to be gifted some CS here. You can see he's going towards that top lane. He's going to clear a wave out. Feeling the need for it. Of course, a Riven does need a couple of items. Has got a big CS advantage over Svenskeren, but Svenskeren, of course, with those 2 assists, with the global gold from the 2 dragons that he's got and that tower, he is leading. Yeah, and I think, you know, for Sjokz, in order for this Riven to work in the composition they put together, Sjokz leading goal.
Sjokz needs to actually, he needs to be running amok. He needs to be in the middle of the SK team. And when this composition has worked for SK in the past, it's when Sjokz has been playing aggressively and counter jungling and comboing his damage in CC with the long range damage of Froggen. Froggen, unfortunately, only has an Athene's and Holy Grail at this point. It is, you know, 12 minutes in, so he's farming effectively, got a lead over Jez's. But he needs to be comboing that burst with the execution from Riven to secure some kills.
The invade is on, SK move in. Red buff now is the focus target. Froggen will get himself his first blue buff of the game. Sjokz spotting out the red invade. SK have full vision. Oh, Tabzz, you are well out of position here.
I think he can get away though.
Back the hell away. He's going to have arcane shift. He has not got flash. I tell you he has. Yeah. Looking at Sjokz for some reason. And does just simply shift away. Candy Panda using his ultimate to blast him in the wall there. A little
too early.
Questionable there.
So if he had used it when Enrated was in range, that sort of travel time while hitting the wall would have made the Dark Binding easier to land. But there we go, Cocoon on Sjokz. No support from the rest of SK though. That is a support and a jungler taking on support and jungler. Now Jezz has joined the fray. We do see a Shockwave. Let's see who gets red.
Smite steal. Sjokz gets in there. Glacial Fissure not going to land because he managed to repel, but he's only going to land straight back in there. He's going to get taken down. Soul Shackles from Enrated. Will stun out 3 members, but Enrated is now very low. Arcano Pulse coming in straight away. Sjokz in there. 3-man Shockwave once again from Jezz. Sets up another 2 kills for SK. They turn it around. Froggen gives chase. and it was a straight up 2 for 2. The red buff traded in the end back to Candy Panda.
So Froggen was using the range really as the only advantage. Jesus had roamed earlier, he got involved in the fight earlier, and the scariest thing of that scenario is Candy Panda got the kill, the red buff, and he's 4-0-1. Look at the minimap. Jesus was zoning Froggen away, so Froggen couldn't really get into a position to lob all of the artillery out. And by time he can, that is just another fantastic shockwave coming out of Jesus. Candy Panda and Jesus get out clean. 2 for 2, red buff secured for Candy, and I think he's going to have enough gold for his Infinity Edge as well. So big power spike on this Tristana against a not even complete Trinity Force yet on Tabzz' Ezreal.
We've been talking about, of course, confidence gained, and SK just getting a single win over Alliance could be a big booster for them. You know, they said yesterday, Jesus, we're back. They got that win yesterday. SK feeling confident coming throughout this one. Of course, they're currently lying in, I believe it's joint 4th or 5th position in the table, chasing down the likes of MILLENIUM and SUPA Hot Crew, who themselves are losing games. So SK are actually the team that are, I would say, probably favorites for 3rd spot right now.
I would think so too. If SK win this game, they will be tied for wins and losses with the SUPA Hot Crew. And it comes down to their last few games. I mean, later today, SK also play FNATIC. So it's 2 very big games against number 1 and number 2 if you're SK Gaming. And I want to plant a seed. Alliance have got nothing to lose this game because they are first. But on the same token, they don't really have anything to gain either. So do Alliance let off the gas? Do they continue the focus? It's just a question. We'll see how this continues to play out, because for the time being, SK have been much more influential in this early stages.
Well, it's also a little bit in their hands of who they actually face. They face the 3rd and 6th place team in that semi-final. That could be the winner. Right now, it could well be SK versus ROCCAT. You know, they're going to be facing this. If SK win this game, they're going to be going into that match 2 weeks' time thinking, well, we beat them last time, we can do it again.
Yeah, it's a very, very good point. So we'll see how the game continues to play out. SK have still only got a 1,500 lead. They're behind in CS in both top and middle and jungle by a decent amount, and that's what's keeping Alliance relevant. And with another dragon spawning, SK are going to set their sights. The 2 previous dragons have been countered by a tower with Alliance, which is why the gold lead is much shorter. But look at the vision for SK Gaming. They've got the jungle and the river very nicely warded up. So if Alliance want to move towards that objective, SK have got a lot of information to work with.
I'm not sure Alliance can compete with SK right now for that dragon. That fed Candy Panda is a serious, serious issue. Not to mention Jesus landing shockwaves on point in the last 2 team fights.
It's all dependent on Froggen and Tabzz landing long-range poke, as well as Wickd disrupting the team fight with his ultimate. He can no longer do that for the dragon fight because he just used that against Freddy in the top lane. And of course, because they're going toe-to-toe, dragon started by SK.
Now, Wicked's in trouble here. Belly Slam will be back up. He's trying to buy time for Sjokz to come back up there. Freddy's going to try and jump away. Double flash used out there. Sjokz not going to catch on. He's not. Oh, the Bloodwings will not be enough. Wicked's going to try and slam it towards it. Froggen will come in the coast. Right at the Arcane will land. He's going to come off Bloodwell. Wicked's got to be careful here. He does get the kill, though. He will secure it. They lost Dragon, of course, and now they're going to lose a turret.
Yeah, SK Gaming have got the numbers advantage in the bottom lane. They also have Jez is pushing up the mid lane. So there's going to be a lot of tower damage going down. Tabzz doesn't even have his True Shot Barrage to clear out the wave, and this is Nyph just all defensive duty. They don't want to lose more towers than they need to.
Well, Wickd has got himself back across just in time to hold out this mid lane turret as well, but the pressure is still on the inner turret down the side there. Look how careful Froggen is being. Doesn't want to step in towards that ball defensive zone that Jesus has set up, being very aggressive. Svenskeren moves back in. This will be the 3rd time he's come in and stole away that blue ball.
Yeah, complete control. Froggen has been denied the regen, he's been denied the CDR, and that obviously means there's less opportunities for him to combo with Sjokz with Wickd for those kills. So SK are just grabbing control of this game through dragon control. That is far and away been SK Gaming's biggest priority and biggest focus. From the moment Alliance initiated the lane swap, SK have committed a lot of resources, a lot of time, a lot of vision into going for those dragons. And thus far, it's paying off. Thus far, they've kept Alliance in the back foot. And as long as they keep being there at the right time, getting there early, they can prevent Alliance from really setting up the challenge.
And Jez is on that Orianna. Well, oftentimes you feel that Orianna's taking a little while to get going, has been instrumental in the last 2 fights. Shockwave's on point. Sjokz gets himself the red buff securely. Once that's going to slow down the opponent. Still doing a great job, honestly, Sjokz in that jungle, despite the fact that his team are behind. He is quite far ahead of Svenskeren, and the only really leading factor. Wickd doing a good job in terms of his farm as well. Nyph having to run defensive duties. They will secure this middle turret for now. But this bottom inner turret, that is the focus. SK once again pushing in. Tabzz has got to be careful because Candy Panda's feeling aggressive. Oh, that's not going to land. That's going to cause problems. He's going to burn down here. This is going to take him low. Tabzz, he can't defend this one. He has to back off.
Yeah, that was very smart from Candy Panda. He sidestepped the True Shot barrage thanks to the damage and the ultimate. Just gives another tower. Nobody else from Alliance was in range to defend. Sjokz is thinking of coming from behind, but this is going to be a 3 versus 3 versus an Infinity Edge Zeal. Candy Panda is going to destroy Sjokz. He's got just some attack damage to work with, but no defensive items either. And you know, much like Kha'Zix when Diamond played him earlier, Riven is another champion. You need to build somewhat glass cannon to be super effective. Once you have enough damage to get kills, then you can prioritize maybe a 3rd or a 4th item defensively. But until then, you need aggression, and right now SK have got it all.
One play from Candy Panda sets up 2 turrets. Really well played by him. He's using this Tristana that's been fed early on to pretty much perfect success. Freddy is the focus in the top lane. Sjokz going to come around to him. Explosive cast, force him away. No Bloodwell available. He's going to try and pounce away. Sjokz will find him. He's just going to jump straight into him. He's going to go down. Right at the arcane. Does come in. Did he even get the assist on that one? I'm not sure he did. Froggen will be a little angry that that did not get chance to give him the assist.
Good shot earlier. It's got the range. But yes, it's once again the combination. Whenever Sjokz plays Riven, they like to use the extreme mobility and hard CC that Riven brings to teamfights to line up the long-range damage that Xerath can put down. And yes, while they are punishing Freddy, it's not really giving Alliance a lot of pressure. Killing Freddy is not leading them to buff steals, it's not leading them to tower kills, or it's not leading them to dragon presence. So it's little bits, yes, but Alliance need to find more. And in order to find more, I think they need to get deeper vision in SK's jungle and then catch them out of position.
Wickd,
like this.
Yeah, caught out of position here. Wickd doesn't know he's there though.
No.
They don't know he's there. Boy lives again.
Come on, give us a smile, Wickd. Focus
face, of course. Well, focus face. Speaking of focus face, Froggen in his mid lane has the rest of Alliance with him, but they are running defensive duties. They're careful of this top lane threat, moving again into another inner turret. Candy Panda's just rotating around the map, taking what he pleases. They're going to focus on Jezz and completely miss. Glacial Fishing being used out there. They can keep focusing on this top lane turret. Wickd taken in serious trouble. He cannot face his 2 alone.
So Nyph traded his flash for Jezz's flash. That is actually important to note, because if the next fight breaks out and Sjokz or Nyph are able to get on Jezz's, they can take him down. But it means that window of opportunity needs to be punished. Alliance are 4k gold down. They're hemorrhaging towers every single time they get split up. And in the pre-game video, Alliance said SK plays the objective rotation game. SK are rotating better than Alliance are.
Well, while they're doing this, SK rotating around there down the bottom lane. Freddy also pushing in. Another inner turret goes down. Wickd has to deal with that. He can't get involved in here. And Freddy just hops away as the rest of the team all move to the mid.
Now, SK are just really making use of their minion waves very effectively. The moment Alliance are split up, or the moment Alliance are engaged elsewhere on the map, SK have just pushed relentlessly. And of course, the wave clear from that massive AoE on Candy Panda as well as Jezz's is also helping them control the tempo of the map. Another dragon. This one's going to be uncontested. I don't see Alliance getting anywhere near. And SK just accelerate their lead and put more of a stamp of control in this game.
Well, blue buff has been stolen 4 times so far. Svenskeren comes around. This one's going to get locked up as well. I think they're going to give it Candy Panda this time.
Smited by Sjokz.
Was smited away. Finally managed to get in and steal it. It's a small win, but not a great one, that's for sure. It does mean, of course, Candy Panda goes back and keeps on pushing.
A lot of gold for SK Gaming now. They can all go back and buy. You can see that, nearly 3K on Jesus, 1,700 on Candy Panda. Everybody go back, get those items. Alliance continuing to push. They've still only got 2 towers, remember. Still yet to get that middle outer turret down, while SK, they're focusing on the final inner turret.
Yeah, and I still feel that SK Gaming's comp can also scale better. Tristana's going to outshine Ezreal. Jesus will do more in a team fight if he can get a good shockwave off, whereas I feel Froggen's going to be a little better in sieging and maybe defending sieges thanks to that long range, but I also like the combination of Aatrox and Elise. Not only are they very good at diving, oh, red buff goes to Tabzz. Nicely done.
It was gifted to him.
It was gifted to him.
Calm down, calm down.
What I like about the dive buddies of Freddy and Svenskeren is if they do jump onto Froggen or Tabzz, because of the Bloodwell and the Repel, they've also got great escapes and survivability built in to disrupt that backline and make the carries of Alliance's life very, very difficult.
At the moment, we've got to see whether Freddy and Wickd can stay with each other, whether they want to fight, because that Blade of the Ring was completed a while ago. Freddy still only got that single item though, whereas Wickd is reeling, trying to get some damage on there, wants to get that death cap on. Look at SK. They're causing problems, and Alliance are fearful of honestly going in their own jungle right now because the vision is there for SK. Alliance have really got zero vision in their own jungle, which is why they're just skirting around the outsides of it. Nyph, every time he goes in, everything gets swept out, and he can't manage to place anything. Gets himself some vision that way, throws out the Q, manages to land it unenrated.
So we talked about this yesterday when SK played Millennium. Last week, we highlighted how SK had bought and placed the least wards out of every single team in the European LCS, and yesterday, or last week rather, when they beat ROCCAT, they placed aggressive wards and they used their aggressive wards exactly like they are doing now. There is deep vision all throughout Alliance's red buff side of the jungle. Sven and Candy Panda are fed and farmed so effectively that they should be taking this Baron before Alliance even get there. And Rated running interference, but I think this buff is gone.
It's gone. Oh, nearly. Svenskeren caught out. Oh, right, the Arcane's going to have to pop on him. Still not going to get enough on there. Completely out of position now, Alliance. They're in trouble. Tabzz is trying to run away, but he's running straight in towards the team. So it's going to will go down to him. So he manages to get a kill. They're going to rush in the mid lane now. Look at the mid lane. We can see, of course, Sjokz rushing in there. Nyph's going to try and run away from this one. He will get caught out. Candy Panda should blow him away any second now, but they are losing towers in the mid. They have to start dealing with this one. The second turret could go down here, Alliance, but they've got to get back. Look in the top lane. Candy Panda continuing to push in there. Froggen and Sjokz should have enough. This is going to be a turret down. Jez is going to get jumped on. Sjokz, I'm not sure he's on the same page. He's eating too many tower hits. Jez is now hand to counter towards him, but now they're continuing to push the top wave. Wickd is there. He should be able to wave clear this. He has the barrels and his ultimate available. There's the ulti. Blows Freddy into the tower, but they're continuing to burn it down. Candy Panda turns back onto Wickd, and now they do finally settle down. Lots of action across the map.
So Alliance managed to secure 2 towers off that play. Yes, they gave up a kill and some damage on the inhibitor turret, but that's probably the best that they could have done in that situation. Getting the global gold and opening up both the blue and red buff side of SK's jungle is a small win for Alliance. I think more credit has to be given to SK. They set up a ring of wards around Alliance's red buff, instantly bursted down that Baron very, very quickly as a 2-man, and obviously then just traced around the map. So very smart play from SK. They continue to show that they are deserving to be in control of this game.
Well, we'll see what they can do with this Baron, of course. There was a fair amount of time used up there by the fact that they did continue pushing just as a 2-man. Does, of course, wipe half of it off. Who do you think will win? Well, no surprises. You guys voting on Twitter right now think SK are in control. Well, they are a 5,000 in the lead, so it's not surprising that you do think that. Bandwagon and jump, I believe, is the phrase.
We'll have to ask the LCS preview crew if they can actually see who changes their votes.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we track who's voted for both with a 15-minute difference in time frame? But regardless, SK have just, from the moment they took the first dragon, they have been controlling the tempo. Now, this is actually a similar situation that Alliance found themselves yesterday against against ROCCAT rather, where ROCCAT were dictating control, and a misplay from ROCCAT gave Alliance the win. We'll need to see if SK make those same mistakes. For the time being, I don't believe they will, because every decision they have made has ended up being a net gain for the SK Gaming team.
Well, the problem is, Candy Panda's now getting longer and longer range. He's almost at max, and he can just walk up with that shield. Dark Binding lands on Wickd. Look at the damage it just turned down on him. Half the hit points gone instantly. And now Nyph, he's in trouble. Has to flash away. Tower goes down. SK continue to move forward with this Baron Buff.
Yeah, they're going to be able to continue the siege up by knowing the fact that Nyph and Wickd should back to heal. This should allow SK Gaming to finish off this tower. They've got a minion wave conga lining its way up. It'll be a few seconds before it actually gets to the tower. There's not a whole lot of armor on Freddy. He's prioritized the MR, obviously against the likes of Froggen and Wickd. Look at Candy Panda, he's just cheeky. Ooh, that was good damage.
Oh, Arcane Pulse, not gonna land. Right, the Arcane, gonna snipe him out! Froggen gets on towards him! SK now in trouble because Alliance will push. They will take that as the red rag to the ball, and they're gonna keep on pushing through. SK Gaming sneak away the red buff, but they're in trouble. They can't go for Dragon. They've still got the Baron buff that's gonna run out any second now as Alliance continue to chase.
Keep in mind, Alliance are 3 ultimates down. They do not have True Shot Barrage, Right of the Arcane, or the Explosive Cast, but they do have Nyph's Glacial Fissure for team fights. So Alliance managed to grab their first dragon of the game after punishing Candy Panda with a great skill shot there from Froggen. But it still is just a small win. The thing is, right, even though SK have been in control, Alliance is still only 5k gold down. At 30 minutes, that is not a massive amount when it is split across 5 members of the team. Every time SK took a dragon, Alliance took a tower. SK take Baron, Alliance take 2 towers. So the objective play and objective focus is keeping Alliance relevant. They are not out of this game yet.
Yeah, they managed to shove all the waves out as well. You can see the bottom wave was pushed out. Wickd working his way on that one. He's got to be careful he doesn't go too far. He can just slam himself across there. They did take the dragon. He will get spotted out by a ward, so they know that now Candy Panda is free to farm in this bottom. We should point out, of course, that everybody went back from SK. Special count picked up by Unrated. Void Staff was going to be by Jezzes. So big items starting to come in for them. Magic Resist all around, honestly. Spectral Cal also picked up.
Oh, they're jumping on SK.
Oh, they're going to jump towards them. Enrate is now going to be the focus. He will get slowed down. There's the belly slam. It's not going to be quite enough. Dark Binding turns it around. Glacial Fissure will get on Jezzes. He's going to be the focus. If he goes down, it's big trouble for SK. Sjokz gets on towards him. Enrated running for his life. Sjokz could help Skubin and jump on him in a second. Nyph manages to catch on. 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit. He will get stunned up. He goes down. And just like this is exactly what happened to ROCCAT yesterday. Alliance are going to push on. Candy Panda's only just back into bases in the inhibitor turret going down.
Deman, you talked about the split push from Candy Panda. Yes, he had the vision, but the moment Candy Panda was pushing out the bottom wave, Alliance seized the opportunity. They found 2 kills in the middle, shutting down Jezzes, Enrated. They're going to get super minions in the middle lane, and they're going to carry on pushing.
They're going to get a Nexus turret, that's for sure. They're going to keep on shoving through. It's 3 members. 15-second death time is still up. They could get 1 and back out, but it's a risky play. Alliance are playing a dangerous game. They need to back away from this one. They haven't got the minions with them. They are going to step away, and they should take exactly what they got from that one. It's a good play for Alliance, but it is a dangerous game to stick around.
The decisiveness from Alliance, the moment they realized they could catch Jezzes out in that middle lane, because Candy Panda wasn't there, because Freddy wasn't there, Alliance pounced. With super minions pouring down the middle lane, this is going to give Alliance more map control. If Alliance can control the top and bottom waves and allow those super minions to work in their favor, it may set Alliance up for the next Baron, which spawns in 40 seconds.
And SK moving in, you just saw the pink ward getting wiped out by Nyph. He snuck one in the side. This is what we talked about this yesterday. Everybody puts the pink ward into the pit, and then there's a sneaky one just outside that's getting swept, not seen. SK didn't spot that ward. So Alliance with vision right now. Know that SK are in there.
SK have got to be careful. This is a similar mistake
look
that
what
they
they're doing.
made.
They're pushing the super minions down. SK cannot leave their base untouched like this.
So Wickd pushed out the bottom lane before he backed. With Alliance shoving the super minions and helping them reach the base of SK Gaming in the middle, it's going to allow them to get vision superiority once more in the Baron pit, and then also look to set up this objective. Nyph is trying to get some wards up, and nobody's going to go for the buff just yet.
Nobody came in and put a ping ward down. SK didn't get in. They didn't get a ping ward down. There is one on and rated, but they didn't use it. I guess they realized that they weren't going to be able to hold the position, so they simply wanted to clear the vision away.
Sjokz has flash stunned multiple times. Wickd has also used his explosive cask as an initiation tool. If they continue to stick in the grass, this is exactly what they'll be looking to do. And in terms of spell shields or something like that, Candy Panda needs to be super on point with his flash or his rocket jump to dodge those out. There's no banshees to burst through, so Alliance have got fairly clean initiation if they can close the distance.
Top, bottom, and mid wave are all pushing in favor of Alliance. So SK are the ones on the defensive here, and Native taking
A little bit of punishment there. Quick shot coming out of Tabzz. Alliance are not feeling too confident here because SK is trying to shove here. This is a dangerous fight, whichever way it will go.
In terms of straight-up team fights, if Alliance get hit by multi-man spells, you know, a 2-3-man knockup from Freddy or a 2-3-man shockwave, that can be devastating for their squad. Similarly, if Alliance land a Glacial Fissure in the right way, they can use their long range to shut down SK's members. But SK, they stare down the barrel of the gun and they push those super minions out.
Yep.
That buys them time for that inhibitor to respawn and for them to get control of the Baron pit.
Well, SK do move in. They do get control. Freddy is going to go down the bottom. Has got teleport available. Can just wipe out that wave. But Alliance have bullied them out, brute forced them out. As soon as he shows himself, they go aggressive. And again, they're looking to get in there. Sjokz not able to flash in this time. They're going to keep on pushing with those super minions in the mid lane. They're going to choose this time. They can turn around. Baron is up at the moment. SK out of position. Alliance rushing for it.
So Alliance should feel they have vision control. And if they sweep out any more wards, it also means Freddy's options for teleporting in are somewhat reduced. But what Alliance have shown when they play these types of comps as well, they peel from Baron instantly and jump on the champions. They're more focused on getting the kills than and then a safe Baron.
We've seen this before, I think. SK going to try and push up the mid lane again. And Alliance sticking around the side. Dark Binding will not land. But Alliance are winning this poke fight here. Candy Panda, though, one shot onto Tabzz shows how much damage he can do. Lifesteal being used. They wipe out the Wraiths, and SK Gaming try and come around the side. That shockwave, it could be huge for Jez. Svenskoren's taking a big chunk of poke in that last engage. You can see he's on half health, and he's backing off to base.
So that shockwave can win the team fight for SK, and it can lose the team fight for SK. If it does not hit the right targets, or it doesn't do enough damage, then SK Gaming's straight-up 5v5 power is somewhat reduced, especially because of the Gragas barrel. That is such a game-changing ultimate for Alliance. Those are the two that we need to keep our eyes on. If Jez or Wickd land the right ultis, that can guarantee you a team fight win. So Alliance have started Baron. I think SK are aware of it. Look, they're grouping up. Candy's going to be a little late to this fight, but instantly hopping over the wall.
Clever play, though, from SK, making use of their vision or lack of vision for Alliance. Candy Panda went out, stole away the blue, went back to base, and now he's back in the fight. All that's happened, and Alliance were just sitting, dancing around the Baron. Out of position, they didn't have vision, and now SK honestly have a little bit of an advantage.
70 seconds before that explosive cask is available again. Look at how aggressive SK are deciding to play. They know the disruption from Gragas is not there, and now they're moving a little further forward. That was an aggressive rocket jump from Candy Panda. Needs to be somewhat careful.
He's got to bunch his veil now, though.
If he does rocket jump into a Sjokz stun or a Xerath stun, I think he'll be fighting the dust.
So, Alliance, they're going to have to do something here. They've got a good advantage in that last fight. They managed to work well. They got in there. Now they're going to come around the side. Look at that damage, though. Wickd and Froggen both hit by Jez's shockwave. It was enough to slow everything down, and I think everybody wants to back away after that fight.
Yeah, Baron Dance is a very, very real thing. Alliance, thanks to catching SK out and punishing the inhibitor, have been able to pull themselves back in the game. That 5,000 gold difference that was at 30 minutes is still there at 37, where it's even less relevant. There's a lot of damage being built up by all of the carries on both of these squads, and Sjokz has got himself some defensive stats as well. With that Banshees, with that Hex Drink and potentially a more of Mortius, he's also going to take a while to go down. Alliance is backed, and now it's all of a sudden SK, they're going for the two-man Baron. They did this last time with Enrated zoning, but I think Alliance can get you. I mean, there's a TP on Wickd, and Froggen, that TP's being used from Wickd. I don't know where he's joining. He's middle lane. There's Baron going lower.
That's going to give vision. They saw it. Sjokz going to try and hop across. Oh, he's blown backwards. Nice use of ulti from Candy Panda. He manages to get in and get the Baron nonetheless, though. Sjokz will go down. That's a trade. It's going to be the Baron going in there. Can SK manage to pick something up from this one? Freddy's going to chase on towards Nyph. Flashes out just at the right time. He's going to get taken down. That's a double kill for Candy Panda. It's a 5-on-3 Alliance. Can they defend?
Well, Alliance have got some wave clear with Froggen. That is very, very key. But against 5 members of SK, if SK decide to tower dive, it's going to be much more difficult to defend. So Sjokz manages to hop over the wall, get the execute with his Wind Slash and Smite, steals Baron away from SK Gaming, but at what cost? 2 deaths is the current tally, and SK Gaming are going to get this inhibitor turret. Alliance don't seem to be looking to defend.
No, I think they know that this turret's going to go down. They're going to keep them away from the Nexus turret. They're going to accept the fact the inhibitor will go down. Gigantic stack in the top lane that SK could rotate up towards. Right, the Arcane coming out. Can he snipe anyone out this time? It doesn't look like it. Freddy will use the slow to keep them away, and Alliance will hold the base for now. Dragon is available. SK's going to run down there and keep that gold advantage in their favor.
So Alliance lose control of the Baron pit. SK once again decisively start that one off. They kick it off very quickly, got a lot of damage down, and despite the fact that Sjokz stole the objective, SK get the advantage. They get super minions in the mid lane, they get the Dragon Gold as well. And we need to see if SK are going to push these side lanes. All of that happened because Jesus managed to land that shockwave. It forced Alliance to back away. They took a lot of damage, and that was the go signal for SK Gaming.
So Alliance, they got the first inhibitor, despite the way this game was going, but now theirs is down, and SK's has respawned. So Alliance have to be defensive. They are up against a SK Gaming team that is determined, despite the fact 3 members of Alliance have Baron buff on them. Candy Panda, he has been the deal breaker, I think, in this game, absolutely causing all of the problems from the very start. 7-1-2, big shields on him. That's a Banshee's Veil and a Bloodthirster, just keeping him topped off. And look how quick he's wiping out the waves. Top level 18, max range Tristana with max item build.
There are 4 Banshee's Veils on SK Gaming's side. So Alliance need to put in so much work with Gragas and Xerath before they can even look to engage. They need to pop multiple Banshees before Sjokz can even consider going in. And it makes life very, very difficult for Alliance because of the fact that all of their damage is being mitigated and reduced. That's 2 burst mages of Gragas and Xerath. And, you know, Wicked's built mage. He hasn't built for tankiness. He hasn't built to be sticking around in the middle of a fight. So SK are in a very good position. Rated. Still got a fair amount of health, but burst down very low.
True Shot Barrage kind of wasted there, though. Not sure what he was aiming to gain with that one, whether he just wants to force him away. Nevertheless, it's on a pretty quick cooldown. Blue buff, though, is going to get picked up once again by SK. They've pretty much controlled this one. Only twice Alliance have been able to get in and secure it. Froggen will push out a little bit, but Jesus will now have that blue buff. That could be important. Those shockwaves working so well for him. Hasn't had too many of them, but every time it lands, it has been vital for SK.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Jesus has been in the right place at the right time. One thing that does play into Alliance's favor in sort of this base defense scenario, because of the wave clear that Xerath and Gragas have, as well as the fact that 4 of their 5 champions have relatively low cooldowns, they can actually afford to use those ultimates in defense of their remaining inhibitor turrets, and then still hope to have it up by the time the next fight breaks out. SK are still playing fairly timid. Finally grouped up in this bottom lane, but we'll see how deep they commit.
The one thing with those Banshee's Veils, Tabzz can pop them quite easily, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's working on taking down those Banshee's Veils every time. Freddy with the super minions, trying to push in the mid lane. Gotta be careful, he is pretty tanky right now. Spirit Visage and Frozen. The Randian's Omen on him. But he is not anywhere close to being vulnerable against the damage the Alliance do have.
And something else to highlight, in this scenario, if Nyph manages to get a Flash Glacial Fissure, this is such a tight area or tight zone of control. That's where Alliance can get a lot of AoE down and really control the area effectively. But Candy Panda has just taken off, what, 80% of that tower with 1.5 minion waves? And done such a good job of forcing Alliance to think about the engagement.
It's gone. Candy Panda opens up. The can opener that is Tristana from long range has done work. They need to go aggressive on this one. They're going to lose themselves a second inhibitor. It's dangerous stuff here, though. Tabzz is going to get another Banshee's Veil down, and Rated's this time around. Freddy, he gets the belly slam on there. Wicked goes aggressive, holds that inhibitor that has respawned in the mid lane. Then Rated getting a little bit dumped on. SK will back away. They've got the turret down. That's what they wanted, but they're not moving yet.
They're very, very scared of the engage. If they group up on those steps and get hit by the stun of Sjokz and the stun of Nyph, or the knock-up of Nyph, that's going to be the gold lead that they've built up just gone. They've got an exposed inhibitor themselves, so it is a little risky. And they're relying on those Black Shields and those Banshee's Veils to help keep them alive and help keep them in the right place at the right time. Freddy has pushed minions up to the mid lane. There we go. Candy Panda's got a couple of hits onto the inhibitor, but look for a flash fissure from Nyph or an explosive cast from Wickd. They have to do it soon. If they don't, they're going to have super minions in 2 lanes. Alliance, time is running out.
Freddy hitting the inhibitor off the side. This inhibitor's going down. Alliance are basically sitting possums right now. They're going for it. Sjokz manages to get in, lands the stun. Shockwave yet to be used. They disengage well. Sven's going taking a lot of damage. Freddy takes down the inhibitor. There was the Shockwave. Only caught to Sjokz, so that is going to be 1 for 0 currently to Alliance. They lost the inhibitor. SK will disengage.
Yeah, so we're managing to get out to Froggen.
Right at the arcade, not going to quite be enough, but they're going to pursue. They're going to keep on chasing. Alliance, they have super minions in that mid lane at the moment. They will have to deal with them. Sjokz back there. The rest of Alliance, they're going to chase SK down.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot that they can gain from that. Alliance really tried to make a fight happen, but they were somewhat split. Freddy pulled some of the focus over the left-hand side of the fight, and even though Sjokz managed to flash in and get that stun down, there was just not enough damage to clean up multiple members of SK. The primary threats of Jezzes and Candy Panda were alive, but there's 20 seconds on Baron. It correlates with the death time on Sven Skjern. Alliance should have the timer for this. If they want to rush it down, the possibilities for Alliance to grab an inhibitor, a Baron, at the cost of that inhibitor.
Well, SK are going to get close. Freddy thinking of teleporting in, actually cancelled it there. Instead, he's going to move around the side. Froggen trying to get some Pokemon towards N-rated. Baron, they are ready to go. It's going to spawn. Alliance starts it off. SK moving in. Sven Skjern is up and running towards this one. He's going to be too late, though, to get in and smite. It's down to the rest of his team to try and delay this one. Shockwave will be vital in this Baron pit. That's what they need to land. It's going to come in. 4-man Shockwave pulls in. A little Alliance secure the Baron, but at what cost? Because SK Gaming are just wrecking them in the pit. 1, 2, 3, 4 members down. Just Froggen remaining, and SK Gaming can turn and run for the base.
They've got 5 members to deal with Froggen. They've got an exposed middle lane. They should be able to turn onto these Nexus turrets, and SK Gaming, Deman, have taken down the #1 team in Europe.
Fantastic performance overall. They've led the whole game, and SK Gaming look to close this one out. We can see it just again. The 4-man Shockwave, they've managed to land it, and it's such a dangerous, dangerous thing to face them. They landed it, they got it, and it was a risky play for Alliance, and they knew it. That's going to be 1 Nexus turret down. The second one will follow. Sven Skjern's keeping Froggen busy. He will get the reset on towards Freddy. That doesn't matter. Nexus turret goes down. SK Gaming take down Alliance.
2-0 in Super Week for SK. They completely controlled and smashed MILLENIUM yesterday. They led against Alliance the entire game, despite a hairy moment where they lost their inhibitor. And they've set themselves up in a very positive, confident game in El Clasico to wrap up the LCS today.
9-1-4 for Candy Panda. He started off and continued to play brilliantly. You've got to give massive props, though, to Jezzes. Those shockwaves were vital in so many team fights. I count 1, 2, 3 three-man team fight, 3-man shockwaves, and of course that big 4-man shockwave in the Baron pit. That is what you need with an Orianna, and that is what you got with Jezzes.
He hit every single one. His Ari yesterday was superb. His Orianna today was superb. And SK Gaming are now tied with the Super Hot crew at 14 wins and 12 losses apiece. If they take down FNATIC later today, they will take control of that 3rd place.
What a turnaround. SK Gaming suddenly come into Super Week. They were so far down. Remember, they were on 0-5 just a week ago.
Yep.
That one win gave them the confidence they need, it seems. And of course, that sports psychologist I know is here. I've seen him. And they are obviously doing some wonderful, wonderful things because SK are lifted right now. The win over Alliance, I think they may well go 4-0 now. FNATIC is a big, tough game, though.
It is
That's
tough.
The final match of the day.
It is tough, but the confidence that they've got from going 2-0 is definitely going to help them out. And I think if you look at SK, every video we've had, no matter how strong or how heavy those interviews and those segments are, the team always goes, we just weren't scrimming enough, we weren't training enough, we know what we need to do. And they've come into Super Week, they sure as hell have been doing what they need to do. Because taking down Alliance in a very confident way, very deserving.
Burnout is a real thing, that's for sure. We'll see how it works out. We're going to go speak with N-rated over on the stage with Sjokz.
Thank you very much, Deman. Congratulations, N-rated. What a victory here versus the 1st place team. Talk me through the end phase of that game. Incredibly close, culminating all in that Baron.
Well, one time they even tried to sneak Baron. I think there was they almost got away with that. They're a very strong opponent. They know what they're doing, and it was very hard to play the late game against them. I feel right now they're kind of on their peak. They're playing really well, and they also were on a winning streak. So coming into this match, we just went with all preparation we had and just did the best we could, and we won.
Talk me through how vital that Kog'Maw ban turned out to be in the end, because I feel like that would have been the only thing in their late game comp that could have made you guys lose, maybe.
Well, I feel like right now, because of Candy got very fat and Tabzz didn't, so he had a lot more impact. So the main key factor of them was the poke that Xerath offered, and as long as we evaded that poke, we could have had a team fight, but it was very hard to push them in because they had Kragas and Xerath, so everything slowed down, and we had a long like break phase where we were trying to establish vision control around Baron, but couldn't really get it, and we managed to sneak it in the end, so that was our point, and they stole it, the last one, but beside that, we just won the game because we had a lot more on teamfight potential and our AD carry was way more fat than theirs.
Yeah, and you finally managed to beat out the Riven jungler from Sjokz. That's also a feat. Let me ask you how you guys are gearing up for playoffs, because obviously it's a very different season than what you guys have done last season around. You ended second after the playoffs. Now, kind of a split full of ups and downs.
Well, it was kind of up and down for sure. We started off very good, but we didn't put as much preparation in as we could have, and I feel like we stepped up in terms of practice a lot, especially now for Super Weekend playoffs. We just played them as much as we could, and we talked about the game, and we just kind of figured out what we wanted to do in every scenario, and it kind of helps us being in shape and being in our comfort zone and just playing our game, and that's what you're seeing right now, just playing our game and trying to do what we can.
It shows, and it is scary. You've taken down Alliance, the first place team. Later up, you're facing FNATIC, the second place team. Talk me through the importance of that game for you.
I feel FNATIC is kind of unpredictable in some cases. Some cases they are predictable. We're trying to get advantage of those. We have made our preparation for those matches as well. So coming into this, we feel secure. We know what we're doing, and if everything goes like we expect it to go, then we can have the upper hand.
I think it's going to be a very good matchup. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, all of our ults are on cooldown, so we have to back off for just a minute. But when we come back, GAMBIT takes on MILLENIUM. Stay put.
Just hold on, we're going home. Going home.
Saw Sjokz from Enrated. Wilson now 3 members, but Enrated is now very low. Okay, no balls coming in straight away. Sjokz in now, 3-man shockwave once again from Tabzz. Right, the Arcane gonna snipe him out! Froggen gets on towards him! Not gonna be quite enough. Darkbinding turns it around. Glacial Fisher will get on Tabzz. He's gonna be the focus. If he goes down, it's big trouble for SK. That's gonna be vision. They saw it. Sjokz gonna try and hop across. Oh, he's blown backwards. Nice use of ulti from Candy. He manages to get in and get the power nonetheless, though. Sjokz will go down. He's gonna come in. 4-man shockwave balls in. A little iron secure the Baron, but at what cost? Because SK Gaming are just wrecking them in the pit.
GAMBIT has been in this so long, so it wouldn't feel weird to not have them there. I mean, they have been such a huge part of esports and somebody that I looked up to when I started playing.
Once again, everyone, I'm Joe Miller along with Martin, Deficio, and welcome back to the action. We're going to get straight into things as well as GAMBIT head off against MILLENIUM. Yesterday, we finally saw GAMBIT end their miserable run of 11 straight losses, and whilst it's come too late in the day to push them to playoffs, they could still tie with the Copenhagen Wolves. But to do so, they need to win both of their remaining games in Super Week, and the Wolves need to lose to the Super Hot Crew tomorrow. And let's not forget, we've already seen GAMBIT lose one game today against Alliance.
So if we just look at the game against Alliance, they were actually hitting kills and played pretty well. They just lost every single objective to Alliance. They fell behind in gold, and in the end of the game, they were too far behind. They ended up losing the game. But I still like the fact we see GAMBIT play more aggressive, more confident. They actually go into the fights here. We had the very early 4-for-2 exchange actually in favor of GAMBIT at like level 1, level 2 here, which is nice to see. They want to go in, they want to make some plays. And also the tactic we saw from GAMBIT yesterday was new. They had a lot of focus all of a sudden on ganking the bot lane with Diamond and Kubon with teleport, and it paid off. Genja picked up a lot of kills. He ended up carrying the game. I believe he went 7-0. Which is great, and not something we have seen from Genja in a long time because he's been stuck on his Caitlyn pick where he didn't really do anything. And also, they really played the poke comp they had yesterday. I would almost say to perfection. They had very good wall control, and they always set up objectives by poking down the walls before starting it. So, very good game yesterday, and very aggressive game today.
Well, on the other side, we saw MILLENIUM losing out to a return-to-form SK Gaming. They finally decided as well that it was time to let Kassadin slip through the bans and first picked it on the blue side.
So that Kassadin, that Tristana for Creaton and Maokai top lane adds a lot of late-game power. However, your mid-game is very, very weak all of a sudden. They did have a good start. They got 2 early kills on Freddy, but then they simply lost all control of the game. Creaton was completely shut down. We saw SK Gaming sent Freddy and Svenska down to just tower dive him and kill him. And he actually sat on a static shift for the first Dragon fight, where Candy Panda had a Trinity Force. Not really a fair fight, and also why SK Gaming won the fight, took pretty much a goal lead and kept it for the entire game and just destroyed MILLENIUM in just a matter of 28-30 minutes. And now, for me, the weird, or the unlucky thing, we could say, for MILLENIUM is the fact they lose to a potential quarterfinal opponent. So it could have hurt the confidence going into the quarterfinals. But MILLENIUM is a team who kind of looks back on the games and laugh if they lose and say, okay, let's just fix whatever mistake we have and then move on.
Well, we'll find out here shortly if they've moved on from that one. Let's check out the starting lineups for this game. On the blue side today, it's GAMBIT Gaming with Kubon in the top lane, Diamond in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane, Genja on AD carry, and Edward the support.
On the red side, we do have MILLENIUM with Kevin in the top lane, Kottenx in the jungle, Kerp as the mid laner, Creaton on AD carry, and of course Jerry as the support.
So let's get a report then from LOLesports.com and see who you guys have predicted to take Game 5 today. With 74% of the vote, you've chosen MILLENIUM. Almost 3/4, and when you look at form, it's easy to see why.
Well, yes. Still, we see more votes for GAMBIT now. They've been under 20% for the last few games here, but now moving up a little bit. Been looking better in the Super Week, and it should just be a good sign for GAMBIT leading into the promotion tournament if they can keep improving and then actually re-qualify.
So let's talk about bans and picks then and what's going to get through. MILLENIUM, we've said it already, they managed to get their hands on Kassadin. Didn't work out the way that they maybe would have been expecting. They're on the red side today as well, which you'd expect means then a Kassadin ban at least.
Yeah, Kassadin ban from MILLENIUM should be pretty obvious. I wonder if they want to actually target Nick with the bans, because I do believe GAMBIT will look towards Kerp. Fizz could be a ban, Twisted Fate, we have seen it being banned against Kerp before. And then of course we have to look at Gragas top lane. Kubon played it yesterday. Great TPs, great ults. There was one he missed the entire game. Everything else hit perfectly. Definitely should or could be a ban for MILLENIUM. Otherwise, we know Kubon is going to first pick it. And then we have to see what they actually want to counter it with.
So I want to pose a question about the AD carries, because you talked about Genja moving on to, or moving away really from Caitlyn. Obviously, Lucian is disabled right now. Is it worth taking away the Cogmore to put Genja back onto that pick that's not been so successful?
Well, hopefully he would just lock in a Corki, and we did see him play Tristana earlier.
True.
A bit of a different style, maxed his W and jumped into people, but still it was very manly. Just didn't win them the game anyway.
Well, let's find out here as the bans are starting to come through then. So Fizz taken away against Kerp. No real surprise there. Lee Sin also away from Kottenx on the other side. That's that red side casted in ban. And taking Orianna away from Gambit's mid laner.
So they banned Orianna yesterday against SK Gaming as well. So clearly don't want to deal with this lane bully and also, of course, the very strong team fight she brings. The fifth ban, however, very standard against Kerp. He was the first guy in Europe to actually play it, then Overpower joined in. He wanted to play it as well. Teleport, we've seen FNATIC play it as well. Now become a standard ban, to be honest.
And along with those bans, we see the final one from Gambit will be Zilean and Evelynn taking away a common ban against Diamond.
So Gragas is open, and yeah, as you just said, Evelynn is banned against Diamond pretty much every single game. Even though he has shown a lot of other junglers, they keep banning Evelynn. With Lee Sin gone as well, there is an Elise option for Kottenx, but we've also seen his Rengar, which was very good for 15 minutes, and then it was complete garbage.
For the rest.
We'll
see. We'll see about that one. We did see, however, the Gragas being locked in. As you mentioned, Kubon, in that win yesterday for Gambit, was in the right place at the right time so often. That bottom lane fight that we showed in a replay yesterday was really well done from Kubon.
It was just Gambit Gaming putting full focus on helping Genja and Edward. So every time they were pressured around their own tower, Kubon would TP down, join in for whatever fight was happening, and make sure Gambit won it, got a few kills, could take the dragon as well. They took 4 out of 5 dragons yesterday, which is very new for this Gambit lineup to actually get the dragons in the game, get the objective gold. So it was a very, very important pick. Should, however, mean we could see a Maokai from Kevin. It's a lane where both of them should be able to farm, and then Maokai will come this tanky beast in the late game where Gragas normally builds some AP.
On the other side then, for MILLENIUM, they did decide to take Elise away here, so something different maybe for Diamond to consider this time around, although it's been going back a lot to Kha'Zix as well, we have to say. Also, they took Tristana for Creatine.
Okay, so very, very nice pick for Creatine here. Tristana has become the new safe AD carry, which you can just instant lock in the first rotation because you are so good in the laning phase. Your mid game, yes, we always talk about how you go downhill a little bit, you're a bit weak in the mid game, but then as soon as you get to late game points, you are strong again. And with Elise, already got some good tower pushing potential here because Elise is one of the only junglers who are actually ranged and can then push up waves, get a few hits on the tower here. And if Gambit takes away Maokai here, it's simply to make sure Kevin doesn't lock it in for the top lane. And it's actually very smart as long as Diamond can play properly.
And as long as they maybe lock that one in.
Very true.
Well, they've switched back to it. So Maokai taken away. Does that as well mean that we may see a possible Maokai top lane support Gragas?
Oh, yes. Yes. Very, very nice spotted there, Joe. Because we have seen Edward play Gragas support. He was the first guy to do it in Europe as well and had actually quite some success with it. Very aggressive laning phase. Like he wants to play the lane. He always wants to go in your face. So could definitely be Gragas support here.
Also saw Sjokz picked up here for Nick. And we've seen he likes these safer mid laners as well. In fact, played the Gragas yesterday, the Sjokz in their win yesterday over the Copenhagen Wolves. Actually ended up 9-2-5 as well on that good performance. On the other side though, for MILLENIUM, their next 2 picks have been locked in. We're going to see Yasuo coming out and also Braum for support.
So we did see Kevin play Yasuo against Gragas top lane back when MILLENIUM played against Copenhagen Wolves, and they had a Zilean mid lane, Yasuo top lane. Zilean is of course banned away, so not an option this time, but could still be the top lane Yasuo we have seen before. And it's actually fine against Gragas in lane. He can farm against him. Against Maokai, should also be pretty easy for him to farm because Maokai is not the strongest laner.
So, Rammus, an option, we have to say, since Diamond has actually played it before. Cogmore, we're pretty secure on that one. You know, we never want to fall into Eddie's trap of, you know, talking about what he's hovering over. But it will be a Cogmore locked in then for Genja. What we were expecting really coming in.
And it seems like we are actually going to get the support Gragas because Edward is looking at Kha'Zix at the moment. And Diamond really seems to favor it. And he loves to just max his W, evolve it, and poke. Poke kite all the time. When someone drops low, he jumps in, he finishes them with his Q. And then as soon as he's level 11, he gets the reset. And it's the way he wants to play it. It makes his ganks slightly weaker in terms of damage. And also his overall team fight damage before he hits the point where he actually evolves his Q at level 16 is also weaker than we normally see from a Kha'Zix, but you have a lot of poke instead. and you can kite him. When you have a Sjokz and a Gragas, it's actually the same champions they had yesterday. You can just kite for days.
Yeah, pretty much the exact same lineup, really, across the board. Obviously bringing Maokai in there and moving the Gragas down to the support role for Edward. Over on Millennium side, though, their final choice here was Twisted Fate, so we will be seeing Kevin taking the Yasuo into the top lane.
And he does have a few knock-ups here, or knockbacks, from the bottom lane of Millennium, so good amount of setups for him. And then, of course, you have now at least Twisted Fate together to catch people off, get the CC down, Braum can follow up, and then you just blow people off with both Tristana and Yasuo. So Millennium, once again, as we normally see, going for the pick comp here, wanna catch GAMBIT out of position, and we see GAMBIT, same lineup as yesterday. Full focus on team fighting, poking, they need good ward control. Before objectives, they have to be grouped, zone Millennium away, land some poke, and once they are too low to actually fight, you get the objective from GAMBIT side, and they can happily go back to the lanes and therefore get a goal lead. And just be very careful they don't split up, otherwise Kerp is going to get them.
So guys, did these champion picks make you want to switch your vote? Tweet to at LOL Esports, easy for me to say, with hashtag GMB win or hashtag MIL win. And we'll check once we get in game to see if those numbers have changed. What's the key here for GAMBIT? Because we saw earlier on they were super aggressive early on against Alliance. Yesterday it was more of a standard game, but they executed that one really well.
So most importantly, don't fall behind in the laning phase. I know it's very easy to say don't fall behind, but when you play like a siege comp or a poke comp, if you do fall behind, you never really get the chance to group up and poke them because they can always engage onto you. There's a lot of engage options for Millennium here, so if they feel confident, they're just going to go straight for GAMBIT, fight them and win. If GAMBIT, however, gets ahead, Millennium are going to be scared. They're going to get poked down, they're going to lose objectives, and that's the way you can snowball the game.
Well, let's find out. We are going to go into game. It's our 5th match of the day as GAMBIT take on Millennium. And as I said before, GAMBIT have to win both of their remaining games. And the Wolves have to lose tomorrow if GAMBIT are to have a chance of playing a tiebreaker game to finish in 7th position with the Wolves. That'll be an interesting one, but a lot of work to do here, first of all, for GAMBIT, because Millennium generally recently have been the stronger of these two teams. I guess that's easy to say when GAMBIT are in the 8th position as well.
But we did also see Millennium yesterday struggle against SK Gaming. Never really got a lead. Had the first 2 kills, and then SK Gaming just took over the game. Millennium, which we have seen in the past when they do fall behind, because they play all these pick comps, have a very hard time actually coming back in the game. And if you are against, again, all the poke from the side of GAMBIT, if Millennium falls behind early, we might just see them lose all the objectives and in the end give up the game.
Diamond going to be a key factor in this one as well. We've seen 2 different sides of him. Edward might have to be a little careful here. Sees a Spiderling actually coming through and will then have fair warning to get away from that one. It was just to get the ward in actually from J-Reet, just so that they've got vision of that red buff area. You can see across the river, those wards have gone down fairly early. One in the tri-bush as well, right at the very start from GAMBIT, just to make sure that they've got any vision of any possible red invades. GAMBIT going to do almost identical over the other side of the map. And it looks like we're going to get off to a pretty standard start with these 2v2 lanes setting up in bottom.
So very, very standard. Kevin up in his top lane against Kubon. Should be able to do whatever he actually wants to in the laning phase here. Just get as much farm as possible, because normally he picks the Yasuo into a Gragas top lane, which is better in the laning phase than Maokai, and he actually does fine. So this time around he should still be able to get all the farm he wants, and then it's all about Kerp here. At level 6, is he gonna straight up try and set up a play down his bottom lane? Edward normally is very aggressive on Gragas. He's gonna body slam in your face, and he simply opens up for a stun from the Braum passive, and then Kerp joins in.
Got to be a little bit careful of how aggressive he goes down on that bottom side with the threat of that stun coming in. But those barrels, deceptive amounts of damage, I think, at the early stage, and especially once he gets that body slam in there, it's a lot of damage very quickly, even out of the support.
Yeah, and also you land it slow onto Creaton and makes it easier for Genja to just follow up here, keep hitting him with the long range he has whenever he activates the W. So this is actually a very strong lane from GAMBIT. And every time we do see it Gragas as well, Genja actually wins on farm. Normally it's paired with like Lucian or Caitlyn. This time around, Genja on something else once again.
Ogmore coming in for him this time. We see the junglers here just moving over onto their bottom sides. Kottenx, of course, started it on his red. The blue buff start for Diamond. This top lane then, we can see that Kubon already taken a fair bit of harassment out of Kevin. And those saplings, the only real thing that he's got to stop Kevin getting right up in his face. Oh, this could be dangerous. Edward actually not quite going to get stunned. Jerry was just trying to keep him away so that Creatine could get the farm.
And up in this top lane again, just to talk about what you just mentioned, what Kubon can do as Maokai is set up ganks really easily. Because again, Kevin will always be in his face, close to him. You can get the snare in, land slow, and then Diamond can follow up. We've seen it before as well from Gambit, where Diamond would go top lane first, just for the very first gank of the game. Either force a flash. He's actually going to do the exact same thing in this game here. Let's see if Kevin is ready. He's in a pretty good position, very close to his own tower. So Diamond shouldn't be able to do anything.
And no ward there for Kevin, but that wave is pushing his way as well, so no real need to be too far up the lane. See that Kottenx is actually on the top side of the jungle as well, just finishing off his, or just starting his golems there. So he would have been around for a potential counter gank if Diamond had have decided to stay. As it happens though, decided against that in the end. So he looked once again towards his bottom lane where Genja slightly edging Creatine out.
And we just see Edward constantly in the face of Millennium. He wants to make sure to hit him instead of hitting Genja. And he can then just sit back and farm like he loves to do. In this mid lane, Kerp slightly behind. This is very expected, however, because Ziggs is such a lane bully. And normally we actually see Kerp start Flask on Twisted Fate, simply to get the extra sustain. But decided to go Doran's Ring this time.
Starts Flask with a lot of different champions as well. Especially, I mean, he's a guy who's not scared of getting into disfavorable matchups for him, that's for sure. He'll often go in with something that's going to struggle in lane and still do a fantastic job moving forward. Again, we see in the bottom lane, Jerry and Edward just butting heads there a little bit. But so far, this Gragas support working out nicely for Gambit. As once again, Nick going to pile down some pressure and forces the flash out of Kerp.
Very aggressive play here. Normally we see Nick just sit back and farm. He loves to go to his own Wraith camp, go back to mid lane, farm. This time around, playing very aggressive because again, Kerp and Twisted Fate has some real issues in his mid lane and there's been no Kottenx to help him.
Has got himself the Chalice, which will help him out a little bit against Nick's pure aggression up until now. And we're actually seeing Gambit recalling already as they just push that one wave quite a bit out there, and that's going to be second Doran's Blade, Longsword, and Boots there as well for Genja.
Just very standard lane. Haven't seen a gank yet. Both junglers spin to a lane, just looked, moved their way back into their own jungle. And actually just been farming very even here. Diamond, however, will steal some Wraith camps because Kottenx is back in base. So 1-0 Diamond.
He gets the first stolen camp of this one. Kevin also going to put a nice deep river ward in there as well to stop Diamond simply sauntering on up there. And maybe a signal that Kevin wants to play a little more aggressive here as he picks up those Brawler's Gloves and the second Doran's Blade as well. Second Doran's Ring actually being picked up by Kubon. Didn't have TP. I didn't see where he used that. He must have been back twice there. Obviously TP in the last time that he came in. We'll see how he handles that one. Kevin himself obviously used TP to get back in lane. So, as you mentioned, pretty standard early farm lanes here. Not too much harass outside of that Kerp flash from earlier on.
Notice here, Kottenx is actually building a Quill Code on Elise. We have seen a lot of AP Elise lately. It's been like the new go-to item where you become very strong in the early to mid game with your ganks. When I was building Quill Code, simply because it's only him and Jerry as the tanks. Kevin wants to go in. He's going to build full damage at least for the first 3 or 4 items. So he won't be able to take a lot of damage. So it's all about Kottenx and Jerry tanking up whatever poke, whatever AoE Gambit actually fires towards them. Even though it's pretty hard to tank up AoE, seeing as it's going to hit
more. Seeing your first blue buffs of the game being given over to the mid laners as well. Nick just going to set that one up and get back off into lane. He's got a nice healthy lead, obviously forced Kerp to flash away earlier on and just had a free time in the lane after that one. See now how Kerp can handle it as he comes back in with that challenge. Is level 7, and we see him already starting to move down, I was going to say, towards the bottom lane, but just to get a ward in there for some extra protection. Kevin, again, going pretty deep through that minion wave, trying to get a bit of harassment onto Kubon, actually losing more health there than he did damage.
So just went in for very fast trade, didn't actually get a knock-up or his ulti, and therefore Kubon could return a lot of damage to him. Bottom lane once again. Oh, Kubon going in. Diamond is here.
And is Kevin going to be able to get away from this one? Slows her down. There's the ultimate coming out of Kevin. I'm not sure that he'll be able to get away. He's got a flash, though. That might be his saving grace. Diamond flashes in, gets the slow. Can he finish him off? One more will do it. No, they can't get it. And Kevin somehow walks away. Kerp is actually going to come up. They're going for Diamond here. Stun card has landed. The wild card lands. And first blood comes in. Kevin with a miracle escape. And Kerp using the Destiny for the first time to get the first kill.
And that was such a good setup by Kevin. Notice how he knocked up 2 members from GAMBIT and just went in. Did all the damage he could, and then he flashed away. Didn't just instantly flash away from the gank. He got Diamond low, so it opened up for Kerp to ghost up and going for the gank here. Oh, Kottenx coming to this bottom lane.
Here comes the next one. Genja gonna be slowed down. Cocoon has landed, and there's the finisher from Kottenx. Bomb coming down from the mid lane there, as well as Nick starts to move in. Barrel comes out of Edward. Critton's actually really, really low here. They need to be so careful of how they're gonna deal with this one. There's the jump away. The bomb was right on top of him. Good Cocoon from Kottenx. That means that they surely will get away. Edward was coming in. I thought they might have a go at tanking it. Decided against it, though. Leaves it at 2-0 Millennium, and some free damage for Kerp onto the mid tower.
A nice patient play by Kottenx. He moves in, doesn't fire the Cocoon from max range, just waits for the stun to land, eats a Cocoon afterwards, and managed to pick up the kill here. So good few minutes for Millennium. They had a slow start, didn't really see any ganks here. Diamond went top lane, backfired from GAMBIT, and now Kottenx down this bottom lane, picking up a kill for himself. Meanwhile, because Nick had to roam from the mid lane all the way down to the bottom side, it actually opened up for Kerp to get quite some damage on the mid tower.
That 20 CS or so behind, though. That of Nick is going to be getting the blue buff here, though, thanks to Kottenx, who actually, because of that kill onto Diamond, managed to get himself a couple of buffs in there as well. So good little bit of play out of them. You see a nice little lead starting to open up actually for Millennium. There's Kubon again going in aggressive. Not sure he's got the damage to be thinking about getting a kill here onto Kevin. Kubon has got that catalyst now, so working himself up to that Rod of Ages to get a bit more tanky.
I would actually have loved to see some lifesteal on Kevin early on here, because Kubon is becoming so tanky, he can't really burst him down. He needs to just sit and farm. The lifesteal would negate a lot of the damage from Kubon, so he could always sustain himself and just stay in the lane and farm. For now, however, Kottenx once again down this bottom lane.
Landing actually the Cocoon there onto Edward, but he just barely slams away from that one. Diamond was waiting just around the corner there as well, and both junglers actually there. No kills coming out of it, but if we look how the CS has developed in this bottom lane, it was Genja, of course, that had the slight advantage on that one. That has since gone over to Creaton after that last kill came in, so Genja going to be fighting a bit of an uphill battle from this point on, but we see that both supports really been quite willing to get things started, especially when we see the jungle health coming down.
I also do see how tanky Edward is. Every single time they actually do poke him, he's like, yeah, don't care, go in. Lasted a minion for the relic shield heal, and then he just goes back to being good old Gragas. Kerp, once again, taking a lot of poke here.
Oh, he's going
Nick
for it.
going for it again.
He's going to go for this one. His ultimate not available. In fact, I think he must have used that fairly early on in that little trade there. And in the end, no kill coming out of that one. Meanwhile, Kevin going aggressive here onto Kubon, but Diamond gonna come in from the backside. Kevin not expecting this one. Can he get away this time? No flash available to him. There's the ulti, actually going through the minions once again, off towards his tower, but there is a dive in from Kubon, and GAMBIT get their first kill of the game.
And this time there was no Kerp to help Kevin, because he was back in base. He's gonna teleport down to his mid lane, however.
Oh, stun card lands. He's in the bush, but he's able to land them. There is a TP coming down behind him, but Nick's going to be already dead by the time Kubon gets there, and he can't do any more from that. Edward had roamed up as well. They might get some good damage onto his tower, especially now with Diamond coming in.
Jerry coming from the mid lane here, or coming from the bottom lane, into trying to defend the mid lane, and everyone simply backs away. A lot of action all of a sudden. Everything actually started from Nick, forcing Kerp back in base, and then the gank happened up in the top lane. They made sure Kerp couldn't counter gang it like he did before. Will, however, take this mid tower, at least get it even lower than before.
Go very low, actually. His wildcard there just connecting onto Diamond, stunning him up, and that's a good amount of damage to Diamond underneath the turret, and that tower will be going down at some point in the near future. Meanwhile, MILLENIUM have moved their bottom lane up. Junglers there, they're going to have a good go at Dragon. It's going to have to be a steal from Eddie. He's got a barrel available. Well, the Dragon being pulled right to the edge of the pit, smited out by Kottenx for the first one of the game. Going to MILLENIUM.
Just a very easy Dragon call. First of all, Diamond was very low in the mid lane. Kubon had already used a teleport as well, so he wouldn't be able to join in. And now, once again, Kevin fighting with Kubon up in his top lane.
Fighting an ultimate.
Kubon always seems to just, when it's just standard trades, no ultimate used, at least not from Kevin. Kubon did use his. He actually wins out on the trade.
And does have that Rod of Ages now done, so bit of additional power for him. We actually see a Cutlass coming out here for Kevin.
So we did see some extra lifesteal. Didn't only use the Dawn's Blades, and actually just wanted to sustain. I do believe last time he played Yasuo top lane against the Gragas, he did the same thing where he got a Blade of the Ruined King as the very first item, even though we normally see a static shift, simply to be able to one-on-one and just sit in that lane and keep farming, and then just use the teleport if he actually wants to join in for a fight.
So that bottom lane again pushed out by Creaton. Gone for the static shift first. Other side, the Phage has been picked up for Genja, obviously working himself towards that Trinity Force. But we are seeing now a bit of jungle participation down bottom. Creaton actually going a little bit low from that one. It might be J-Re though that's caught out. Knock back there. Oh, flash away. Is the shield going to be enough? Summoning heal was used as well. They're going to go up under the tower. They actually decide against it. And now Diamond in trouble. TP from Kevin comes down, and there's the kill. MILLENIUM turning it on its head and may be able to get more here. There's the knockup. He's going in for Edwin. Down to less than half. Kevin underneath the tower, flashing away. Didn't feel confident with that one.
But meanwhile, Nick died just to Kottenx one-on-one here. I do think actually Nick was moving down to throw the bomb and was looking at the bot lane, didn't actually see his own character, and then Kottenx just jumped him and killed him here. But very nice response by Kevin, teleporting to the bot lane after J-Re flashed and then stand behind me over to Creaton to make sure he stayed alive. Kubon up in his top lane here. Kerp wants him.
Yeah, I'm actually going to tank up a couple of turret hits here as well, so Kerp will continue to chase. The gold card is pulled there. Is Ghost used by Kerp. Wild card's going to bring him real low. Ultimate used by Kubon, but I don't think it's enough. Final stun card comes in, and that is the third kill for Twisted Fate. 3-0-0 for Kerp.
And every single time GAMBIT tries to make a play, notice Nick here. He's not even looking at his own character. He's looking at the bot lane. Now he realized, oh, I'm in a pretty bad situation. Kottenx just called me out. And soloed by the jungler.
Oh, wow. That was so nicely done.
Points as well.
Yeah, that was very nicely done by Kottenx, just repelling up there to avoid the damage out of the ultimate. Leaves MILLENIUM 6-1 up. And after such a slow start to this game, every lane farming up. We've seen those teleports coming in down to the bottom. And a gold lead of almost 5,000 has opened up here for MILLENIUM. Of course, they have now got 2 towers on top of that first dragon from earlier.
And an early distortion upgrade on Kerp's boots here, which is very nice. Oh, Edward coming down towards his mid lane. Barrel denied by the wind wall.
Yeah, I don't think they got the damage. Actually, the ultimate used out of J-Re, but not really landing. Trying to set Kevin up maybe to do a little bit more damage after that, but didn't quite work out the way that they were looking for. GAMBIT just going to simply back off, and another blue buff will go over on towards Kerp.
And the best thing for MILLENIUM here is the fact that Creaton could build static shift first item and just sit and farm. Sure, GAMBIT have tried to kill him a few times where MILLENIUM then came down, counter-ganged it, but it's been all about Kerp and Kottenx and Kevin being part of all the kills, being part of all the ganks here, while Creaton has just been sitting and farming. And when you get static shift, it's simply just to skyrocket your way into the Infinity Edge and hit your 2-item point where you start becoming strong. Kottenx over, he wants a piece of Kubon.
Oh, actually landing the cocoon there. May get turned around this one though, because Diamond's coming in. Ultimate going to be popped. Here is Diamond. Kottenx now realizing he's in all kinds of danger. Twisted Fate looking to move up into the top lane as well. Diamond will even the target. No, Eddie comes in from the backside. Kubon's gone low. Barrel comes out of Eddie and knocks him away from the ultimate of Nick. Kubon is low. Finished off by Kerp, and Kevin actually gets another one. And all of a sudden, Eddie on his own. Here comes Nick to get the shutdown on towards Kerp, and Kevin now will fight for his life. Can he kill off Edward? He's going to dive towards the tower. I don't think they'll have enough.
Oh,
that's a great
beautiful. Such nice play by Kevin here. Once again, GAMBIT, they go towards the top lane here. They want to counter gang this time, MILLENIUM, and he just gets turned around. Kerp teleports up here. They manage to pick up some kills, and we see some beautiful moves by Kevin. Will, however, still lose the tower. Look down his bottom lane. MILLENIUM, they don't care. They can just take a second tower.
Yeah, push straight through on that bottom side of the map and got himself an inner turret. Leaves them 3-1 up on that front. And that 5,000 gold lead does stand. Let's have another look at that fight in the top lane.
Yeah, so Kottenx coming in here is actually him starting the gank. Diamond joins in. Remember, he evolves his W and max it, so his damage output in these fights are not as high as you normally see from a Kottenx. So once Kerp joins in, even though it's actually 3 members from GAMBIT, they're not able to fight them. Unlucky, you knock Kerp out of there. Zig's ulti here, but still, Diamond, he will go down. Wasn't able to jump in and join the fight. Another kill coming in for MILLENIUM. And finally, Nick joins. Picks up a kill. So actually trading 2 for 2 here, but with 4 members from GAMBIT.
Look at this once again from Kevin. Got the knock up onto them both, and just it looked like it was going to be finished off the wind wall last second coming up for him. Brilliantly done by Kevin, and he's once again decided to finish off that Blade of the Ruin King as his first item.
It's smart against these tanks up in the top lane who can't 100% to zero him anyway. Therefore, he doesn't have to do this kind of fight we sometimes see with a Yasuo, where it's just all in each other, see who has the most damage for a few seconds, and then you have a winner. It's more like, okay, you can poke me, fine, I can just sustain and keep farming. And once again, he just joins in every time he has a teleport. Whenever he ran down to Dragon because MILLENIUM was started. Kubon coming in behind.
This could be dangerous. Kevin is coming in there as well. Who are they going to go for? Edward going to throw his barrel in. The bomb comes down as well from Nick. Kerp is pretty low and Creighton getting exhausted, but Kevin on the top side does manage to get one back to put him on a killing spree. Meanwhile, Kubon diving in again towards Kerp. There's the ultimate coming out of Creighton. Some of the heal's going to be used. Sapling thrown in. It was actually Diamond that got the kill in the end. And that leaves us with a 3 for 2 in favor of GAMBIT. Dragon didn't go down, crucially, as well.
But MILLENIUM, they're not done yet here. Double buff Kevin. Seems like GAMBIT are actually done, so they're gonna move away from this Dragon. But such a nice fight. Kubon teleporting in behind. It is the very, very strong point about Maokai top lane. You already become very tanky early on in the mid-game points, and you can just engage in with your ulti, your damage reduction. And now it's on to Kevin.
Oh, Kevin has been completely outsmarted there, I'm afraid. We saw him coming down towards his bottom side. Diamond decided to stick around, and well, they just lured him in for what was an easy kill.
Chris,
and now Creighton a little bit too far back here. Still has that tower. Slow actually lands onto Creighton, and GAMBIT realizing that they couldn't really kill him, especially now with Kerp moving down. Destiny is available. Going to see another fight for Dragon.
Teleport is also available for Kevin. 10 seconds. But they actually start the Dragon, even though there's 5 members from GAMBIT. They need Kevin to respawn, then he can join in. Kubon is still fairly low. It could be an easy target for him if he jumps in.
Wildcards will do some decent damage from
Kevin behind them.
From Nick will hurt, and there is Kevin coming in from the backside. There is the first 2 kills. Creighton almost going down as well. The shutdown did come through though for Kerp onto Kubon. Will they trust themselves here to go for this fight? Kerp just gonna run amok and try and stop them from finishing off this Dragon, and neither team very safe about going for these Dragon kills. And in the end, it looks like GAMBIT actually going to back away again.
But all these fights have been around the Dragon, and nobody actually killed it yet. It's still alive. Everyone just like fight each other, move away from the Dragon, fight once again, and again they move away. Now everyone is back to base. Kevin up in the top lane without a teleport should mean GAMBIT can take this Dragon. If they do move, yeah, Kubon is moving straight from base here. But once again, the AoE damage from GAMBIT, if they do get onto MILLENIUM and hit the bomb from Nick onto 2, 3 members, they instantly blow them off.
And as the Dragon started off once again, it's gone low before, wasn't finished off last time, and no one really in range here. This is the Dragon going to GAMBIT. After 2 big fights, they finally win out on it.
And now Kevin is going to take the top tower. There's no teleport on Kubon to actually stop him. So MILLENIUM trading Dragon for the top tower. Didn't want to deal any more with all this poke, all the AoE damage from GAMBIT. Now let's see. Again, Blade of the Ruin King on Kevin. So we might see him just stick to his lane and keep pushing it down. Still needs to be careful because it's so easy for Kubon to get onto him and just perma-slow him while Diamond can join in. And as long as they know where Kerp is, they should be able to chase him up, force a flash, or maybe even kill him.
We're seeing all that AoE damage once again, especially from Nick, who's just throwing everything at him. Does a lot of damage to multiple members. no one's particularly tanky on that team. You talked earlier on about Kottenx actually going for the Golem first. Has actually gone into a bit more damage with Haunting Guys and Sorcerer Shoes.
Just mixing it up a little bit. He wants the Ancient Golem just to get some HP at least. Then he goes towards some magic damage, so he also actually can kill someone in these fights here. But he's got a bit of a mix of everything. Late game, Spirit of the Ancient Golem is very strong because you get 25% bonus HP from it, which means all the bonus HP you get from items or whatever it is will then scale up. So as long as he now gets some extra HP in the late game, he can become a tank, but not the same kind of tank as a Maokai. Also with the damage reduction, it's one thing MILLENIUM will miss out on these late game team fights, which once again means they have to catch someone from GAMBIT out of position, blow them up instantly. I love to use the word blow them up. Destroy them instantly, and then they can actually win the fight. Otherwise, GAMBIT should be stronger in these 5v5s.
And just to give you an idea, that Ancient Golem's 25% bonus health is 160 HP right now, so definitely not masses of health coming from that one. We'll see, though, how it all works and which route Kottenx actually decides to go. Meanwhile, Kubon is going to be coming back up to this top lane to face off against Kevin, who's now got that static shift, got a level advantage over Kubon as well. So needs to be just a little bit careful of how much he approaches Kevin, I think, here at this point.
I like how Diamond actually built Moby Boots simply to try and follow Kerp around or Kevin around when he teleports. And just move between the lanes here, hurry up to the top lane if he needs to try and kill Kevin. Otherwise, just move around his own jungle. Some Moby Boots on his Kha'Zix and also helps him. As long as he doesn't take damage, he can keep kiting and landing the poke, which again, it's all about the poke here from Genja.
Jeremy actually coming in. Land his Q onto Dime, but probably needs to get away from it because Edward and Nick were both around there. Genja has gone into Genja mode, let's call it for now. Right back into that bottom lane, freezing it up and getting as much farm as he possibly can. We see 192 to 185 over Creatine. Let's keep track of the CS there as well, because the mid lane, we talked about that earlier with Nick having a big lead over Kerp after everything. That has now really evened up as Kevin going to actually get dove on here by Kubon. Let's see how much damage these two can actually do to each other in the end. There was the knock-up actually coming away, and that forces Kubon just to back off.
And GAMBIT, they have to either kill Kevin very, very fast or just move away from him. Otherwise, Kerp will join in with his Twisted Fate, and they've seen it before. Therefore, Kubon didn't chase, even though Diamond and Nick was actually moving towards the top lane to help him. And very early Baron here by MILLENIUM, at least setting up for it, waiting to see if GAMBIT wants to face check.
Definitely.
Genja's still down the bottom lane.
Yeah, Genja's going to show himself. Actually, Diamond going to take a lot of damage. Bomb comes in, gets the one. Jerry might go down as well. He actually shielded a lot of that damage. Kevin coming across. There is the TP from Kubon. And finally, Genja has moved back up to them. So MILLENIUM here may actually fall foul of this. Going to be at least forced away from Baron. Question is, with a 5-on-4, will GAMBIT trust themselves to actually start it?
Well, they do have a Cockmore, no blade however, so he won't take it down as fast as we normally see, but they do actually start it. 4 members from MILLENIUM. Kerp is pushing this top lane now. He needs to join in. He needs to pop his ult as well. It's actually, never mind, they do have a ward in the pit, so no need for the ult.
Nick done so much damage to them there, but he's at half HP. Need to be careful as Edward is going to dive in there. The goals coming in on towards Kevin, but Kerp's at the backside as well. He's going to be throwing the carbs in left and right as Kevin gets an ulti up, but does go down straight away afterwards. Kottenx, meanwhile, having to repel away from everything, and GAMBIT pretty low. Kerp's running low on mana here as well. Let's see if he can finish up. Oh, flash away. Actually going to pop his Destiny. Where's he going to go with it? Around the corner. Go shoot as well. Here comes Creatine. This could be the cleanup for MILLENIUM. Creatine getting those resets off, and that is going to be a bit of a whitewash. Genja managed somehow to escape, and in the end, kills left and right.
So GAMBIT, or sorry, MILLENIUM, they stayed, even though there were 4 members here. GAMBIT started the Baron. There was a very low amount of mana on Kubon. He couldn't really do anything in the fight other than just engage it. And then MILLENIUM just bought time. Creatine came back in, and in the end, he cleaned it up. Very ballsy teleport from Kerp. But still, it worked. Got a lot of damage onto GAMBIT. We're just going to see it again here. Notice how Kubon, after he goes in, his mana is very low. He's now done from the fight pretty much, but he's still tanking up all the damage from MILLENIUM. He's doing a very good job. Genja in the back, full mana, full HP, hammering away on people. But now, it's not about killing anyone anymore. It's just about buying time and poking them down. Notice how Creatine on the red buff from MILLENIUM is running down to join the fight. Edward just survives here, and then Kerp goes in. That's a manly move. 4 people, no hourglass, you have no mana left. Just buying time. Crescent joins in, takes some kills.
Able to get that double in the end. Genja actually walked off in the opposite direction as well. There's the blue buff just going to be given over to Nick Diamond, tanking it up until his mid laner came across. In all of that big crazy fight around Baron, the Dragon has respawned and MILLENIUM are onto that one. He's going to go very low. Here comes the bomb though. Smited out nicely by Kottenx. Goes over to MILLENIUM for a second time.
I really love how both these teams are just constantly looking for objectives or fights. They don't just go back to a laning phase. The first 5 minutes, standard lanes, then we got the first ganks, and all of a sudden, everyone just wanted to be part of some kind of fight. We've seen quite some team fights already, also going very back and forth. In the end though, MILLENIUM with the Dragon, with the goal lead, and a very, very twisted fate at this point.
7-3-3. If you can't get in and do the damage though, that might be a bit of a moot point, whether you've got 7 or 70 kills. If you're going to get taken down straight away, could be a problem for MILLENIUM. We'll have to see how that one all works out. We were talking earlier about Kottenx and how he decided to go in for a bit more damage. He's gone for a Banshee's Veil here. Obviously it makes sense. There's all that damage just really coming in from Nick there.
Pretty much everything from Gambit is actually magic damage, except for the poke from Diamond, and then you have the auto attacks from Genja. But there's a lot of magic damage on the side of Gambit here, and also makes it even harder for Nick to instant blow up people, as you just mentioned before, and of course means the poke from Edward onto someone like Kottenx suddenly means nothing because he's not building any AP in this Gragas here. So it makes a lot of sense. Could still go for some attack speed slow if he wants to try and shut down some of the damage from Genja. Frozen Heart wouldn't be the ideal option because you have Spirit of the Ancient Golem, so you would need a Random's Omen simply to get the extra HP to get the bonus from Ancient Golem.
Let's have a look at some of the other items here. The AD carries Infinity Edge and that Shiv from earlier done now for Creatine. Got a Vamp Scepter as well, so see where he goes with that. Genja on the other side. Trinity Force is done. He's going to be going Infinity Edge by the looks of it next, with the BF Sword and Pickaxe already picked up. But you see here both teams having still a couple of men around Baron, and they're just moving in and out, constantly clearing each other's wards while the rest of the team are off farming.
A bit risky from Genja though, going straight into Infinity Edge. No Blade, so just give him some health for the instant heal, and then also the move speed to try and kite around, because there's not a whole lot of protection if MILLENIUM managed to just jump towards him. There's no Lulu to save him, no Black Shield from Morgana. It's all about the minefield from Nick to kind of slow them. And then maybe if Edward stays with him with his own ulti and then knocks whoever jumps him away. But it really opens up for MILLENIUM to target Genja in these fights, especially if he has no flash. Kerp can just jump in. He does complete an Hourglass as his next and last item. He can then jump towards him, stun him, set up something for the rest of the team to slow Genja over.
Nick has now added a Void Staff in there as well, Death Cap, and the themes for him. Actually got a Negatron Cloak now as well, so maybe going a little bit more defensive after getting his core items. Also a Void Staff added in for Kerp on top of everything else, Lichbane included. So MILLENIUM again move towards Baron. See that almost all 10 members are bunched up. Only Maokai not really with the team there. He's going to be pushing out this bottom lane. Let's not forget that Gambit only had 2 towers away so far. The top outer and the middle outer. Bottom is still standing, but look at this. MILLENIUM are starting it again.
There's no ward from Gambit to even spot them start this Baron here. They do, however, move in. There we have the ward from Edward. And MILLENIUM once again backs away from the Baron. Goes back into this mid lane now and pushing it down. We could see a team fight. Kubon on the side here, if he can engage onto Kerp or Creatine, to try and kill him, because Kerp, due to him going Lichbane, there's no Hourglass.
Yeah, no Hourglass in there for the extra protection and the ability to, I mean, the Hourglass would have been kind of perfect for him in that last fight to delay a little bit longer when he TP's right in next to the entire team.
And we could, of course, say instead of the Death Cap, we could go on Hourglass. Lichbane is pretty standard on Twisted Fate, so it was a bit of a wrong.
I mean, he's got 560 AP now, so whilst he might not have the highest amount of protection, he's going to kill people very, very quickly. As again, we see the Destiny going to be used. Where's he gone? He's actually gone towards Diamond here in the jungle, but there we see it. A lot of damage coming his way. Eddie's going to bring him in, and Nick will get the kill. Kevin, meanwhile, will be the next focus, and what's he going to do? He flashes away. Knockup goes on to 2. Kevin decided not to use his ulti. Here is Nick moving in with the rest of rest of the team. So many heal used as well. And Creaton managing to walk off, but will GAMBIT be able to pull one more man down? There is the repel. And GAMBIT, are they going to keep chasing this one? That's a nice slow actually coming in the end. I think MILLENIUM should be out of this one.
All right. But we did see Kerp go in. He wants to just single out a member from GAMBIT, but because no hourglass and he didn't have the damage to actually kill Diamond, I believe the heal came in onto him as well.
Yeah.
And he actually managed to stay alive. Nothing happened from it, however. No Baron, no Dragon. Just gone back again to wait it out. Edward did, however, actually get into this Baron pit now. Clear the pink ward. Scary stuff from Kerp, however. Whenever he goes in, he needs to get the kill and then get the hell out of there. Otherwise, the damage will collapse on him.
Well, he definitely tried to get out of there, but used both Ghost and Flash in that one. Was still caught out and picked off. It leaves the kills at 14, 13, 33 minutes into it. And the gold, not a massive difference between the two teams. 3,500 basically in favor of MILLENIUM. We're going to have another Dragon coming up in 22 seconds. Fights, obviously, in the last few minutes have all been around the Baron area. We'll see if then they both decide to collapse in towards the Dragon. In fact, GAMBIT are coming out of the base here and may move towards it.
However, Creaton is sitting in the top lane farming, so it's only 4 members from MILLENIUM, and they are still staying around this Dragon. He needs to run with his very small legs down to join the team, otherwise GAMBIT can engage.
Well, they are starting to push MILLENIUM away. Creaton still miles off the fight. Gotta try and get in there as quickly as possible. Kevin's actually down pushing that bottom lane as well, so GAMBIT, they've actually waited this one out quite a while. Gonna start the Dragon off, but you can see they're a little bit scared of this one. Wondering where the rest of the MILLENIUM team are going to come from. Poke coming through there from the barrels and those bombs from Gragas and Ziggs. And the Dragon goes back to bed. Starts regenning again. GAMBIT do, though, pull it out once again. Kerp actually will move away. Does have Destiny, though, so he can come back in.
There's ulti for Nick to actually clear the wave down his bottom lane, but he wants to use it for the team fight, so he's not really in a position to do it, which means Kerp, he might just take a tower and trade it for the Dragon here. MILLENIUM, however, still staying around.
Oh, GAMBIT do get it there. It's actually a Cogmore auto attack that finishes it off. Kerp is down the bottom. Has he got the damage here to finish it off? TP is coming in, and he's not got enough damage. Kerp will actually get away from this one, and as he sees the sapling coming out, he's got a Destiny out. They're going to go for this fight here. Once they pulled Kubon away with that teleport, but MILLENIUM not looking strong enough. Kubon has now managed to walk up there with the rest of the team. Group slow as well from Diamond. Kubon dives into the back. Jerry going to be the easy target on the backside, and that's one kill. Can they get any more? Diamond jumps in, not got the range on the Void Spike, so that's 1 for nothing. And GAMBIT looking to push mid here, possibly.
Second fight in a row where it's 1 for nothing for GAMBIT, and it's always MILLENIUM trying to start the fight. GAMBIT then joins in as a group, gets a kill, and we just saw the slow from Diamond here. Once you can actually catch people, multiple of them at once, GAMBIT can chase, and they can keep getting on to you here. So, got a kill. And once again, we just kind of go back and we wait for the next move. GAMBIT are waiting for MILLENIUM to make a move on the map and then try and punish them for it. Baron should be the next target for whatever team wants to actually set it up. If GAMBIT moves in now, gets a lot of good wards, gets some wards inside the jungle of MILLENIUM, they can start doing the poke and the zoning we saw down here at the Dragon. And if they do get MILLENIUM low enough, should be an easy Baron for them.
We see Negatron cloaks across the board here as well now for GAMBIT. In fact, all 5 members have got a Negatron cloak sat in their inventory. There is the Destiny use. Where's he going to go? Where's he going to come up? Actually, will catch Edward out, loses half of his health. Wind Wall goes in, but again, Destiny for just some damage onto Edward. Will that be enough here to secure MILLENIUM the Baron?
They're standing on a ward, however, so GAMBIT knows everything which is going on in this Baron pit, and they're going in for the fight.
Diamond actually waiting off to the side, may decide to jump in a little while. He's going to go very, very low. There is Diamond trying to get in. It's MILLENIUM that get it. They get the Baron, but what is they going to pay for it? They've lost one man already. Kottenx actually missing his jump over, and that's 4 men down for MILLENIUM. Only Kerp actually surviving that one, running right on the backside. To be honest, MILLENIUM are in trouble here. GAMBIT can push straight up this mid lane.
GAMBIT is so strong in these fights here, especially when MILLENIUM are grouped up around a Baron. You just go and you land all the AoE damage from GAMBIT. They pick up so many kills and are pushing on. This is going to be an inhibitor.
Well, those turrets going down incredibly fast. Only Twisted Fate will be up to actually try and save this one with his wild cards. Needs to be careful that Kubon doesn't decide to just flash and jump straight onto him, lock him up for the rest of the team to finish off, but they push through. Kerp staying at a good distance from this one, landing some wildcard damage, but the first inhibitor is going to go Gambit's way.
And it also really hurts Millennium. They don't have a tank. Let's just see the fight again. 3 members from Millennium caught in the pit here. Nyph also hits perfectly onto them. Kevin tries to jump onto Gambit. Instantly exhausted here. He's not able to take anyone down. I believe he actually jumped Edward while Genja was next to him because there's no knockable on Genja here, so nothing worked for Millennium in the last fight. They were caught inside the Baron pit. They didn't get a knockable onto Genja. He was left completely untouched. And then you lose the team fights.
Well, Kerp has got the Baron buff on still, so that's one person. Well, that mid lane could cause them a few problems and may even pull a bit of insecurity out of Millennium as well now after they lost that one so badly. See how they decide to fight in the future. Gambit, by the way, have taken the gold lead at this point, albeit by a small amount.
And I know we have talked about it earlier in the game, the lack of hourglass from Kerp. He's building it now, but it's way too late. He was so far ahead. If it's gonna be a DFG. Still, he was very far ahead earlier in the game, and now Gambit 61%. People believe. And they are playing well, really punishing Kerp again for his lack of outlaws. He could have built it so many minutes ago, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes ago, because he had the gold, he had the kills, and then he could just keep engaging fights, land a stun, pop the hourglass, and Millennium could join in, boom, kill, easy peasy.
If you look down some other items, Kubon's turned his Negatron Cloak into an Abyssal Scepter as he dives right into the middle of them. See, Guardian Angel was finished off by Genja. We'll see what direction Nyph goes with it. I could see him being the next in line for a Guardian Angel as well, and then it becomes a lot harder for Millennium to really deal with this team. We've got 1.5 minutes until the next Dragon comes up, but I feel that Gambit may be looking for towers here, and hard to defend really when you've got a full power Ziggs just hammering away at your backline.
But now it does actually pay off. You have so much AP on your Twisted Fate because you can instantly play the waves here. However, Gambit will actually get some damage on the tower, long range from Genja and Nyph here. And these teamfights from Millennium, they just have to completely change tactic. Kerp needs to stay with Creaton now in the backline, because at the moment Kubon jumps onto Creaton and he's forced to just hit Kubon every single fight, and he can't take him down fast enough, while the rest of Millennium, they dive onto Gambit and they just die way too fast. Genja can kill them, you have all the damage coming in from Nyph as well. So Kerp can't really jump in any longer. He needs to stay with his AD carry, and those two just need to work together, lock down a target, instant kill this target, and then move on to the next.
Going underneath the tower there, it was actually Genja that was tanking it out. Doesn't really seem to care. They get in there, they pick up their 6th of the game, further their gold lead. Meanwhile, Millennium having to deal with these super minions that are streaming into the base now. It's Creaton that's being brought back to actually deal with them. He's now picked himself up that Bloodthirster. What are Gambit's next moves? Top lane, of course, still, or is the only lane with a turret outside of the base left standing. However, they took that last dragon, and they're going to go for another one.
Bloodthirster here. I get he wants to have the shield for the re-damage or the ulti coming in from Nyph, but Last Whisper would really help him against Kubon here. But again, it's all about Creaton killing Kubon, because he's the guy jumping him every single fight. No less, never mind. Just completed the Last Whisper. Just had all the gold in his backs. And now he has it. So now it makes a lot of sense.
Able to pick that one up. What are the other items? We see a locket actually finish for Edward. Nyph has not actually done anything with his Negatron Cloak up until now. Does have almost 2,000 gold to spend as well. That will, if we look, still a couple of thousand gold overall behind that of Kerp. That mostly comes from that early game where Kerp was able to move successfully around the map with his Destiny, I think 3 times when he in the early stages. Gambit slowing things down. I feel like Baron again is probably going to decide the outcome of this game. That's coming up in 2 minutes.
And we do see Gambit actually move around the jungle of Millennium. Doesn't really place any wards, however. So probably going to delay them about a minute and place them when the Baron is about to spawn and try and do the same as we have seen him try and do before, where they zone out Millennium and poke them. And we do actually finally get an Hourglass Kerp here. Diamond jump in. Now Kerp can go in.
Kerp going straight into the back, actually singling out Kubon. There's the knock-up. They're throwing everything at Kubon. He is finally going to go down, but half a Millennium low there as well. Kerp almost being blown up, and there is Diamond coming in from the side. They've been split up. Creaton actually trying to get onto the turret there. Can they actually catch up with him? Kerp so low at the back, and Genja was trying to get in there. Jerry will be the target and will go down as well. Diamond now on a rampage from that, and they see the turret is going to fall. Millennium can't defend.
But such a hero death by Kubon here. He tanked 5 members, he got them low, did a lot of damage, and then the rest of Gambit just joins in, picks up a kill, get the tower, and Genja still, he has the Guardian Angel, he has a red buff, he's more than happy to stay.
Doing so much damage at range there with his ultimate. We see wards being cleared out. The mid-wave was pushed and that inhibitor is respawned. Look at this, Genja, Nick, both towards the turret there. And as the wind wall comes up, no minions as well to help them out. They decide to just back off from it. Maybe time to get some vision down. We see those sweepers all in action there. Just trying to make sure they've got full control of this top side of Millennium's jungle in anticipation for baiting them into this next Baron.
And if you do look at the game Gambit are playing right now, compared to the game yesterday against Copenhagen Wolves, it's actually the same players we really see perform well. Genja's had a good game, but it's been all about Nick and Kubon, in my opinion. Kubon has been playing really well. He played Gragas yesterday, now he's playing Maokai, really adapting to the new picks. And then Nick on Ziggs, same thing yesterday. Laning phase, bit slow. He did outfarm Kerp, but then as soon as he got to team fights, he just picked up all the kills and did all the damage.
We saw that goal difference over time graph as well, with Millennium having such a good time of it. Pretty much the entire game, the last 10 minutes that has swung around, and Gambit hold themselves that slight lead, and now they're going to try and bring Millennium into another fight around that Baron area. And we're going to see wards cleared out, so Millennium have to start moving to this one. They have to get in there for the wards, and that may be dangerous for Jerry. Going to take a sapling, but will get a ward over. And actually, Diamond decides he's going to jump in for this one. Slows all around and couldn't actually finish off a kill onto him. But Millennium have to be real careful about how they go about this. Kerp, of course, does have Destiny, so he can just jump right into the back lines. Does have that Guardian, sorry, not Guardian Angel, that Zhonya's Hourglass, and he does use the Destiny as well. Where's he going to go? He's gone now.
He's not going nowhere, simply to see if Gambit actually started the Baron, and Diamond was simply baiting by jumping on towards Jerry. Seems for now though. Gambit moving away from the Baron, even though they just got the Destiny popped, and Kerp is actually moving towards his bottom lane. As soon as he shows himself, Gambit can go instantly to the Baron. He's actually going to blue buff, not the bottom lane, sorry. And there's no wards from Gambit, so they don't actually know he's gone. They do, however, know there's no ulti.
No ultimate free. Dangerous. If there was a ward there, you'd expect Gambit just to turn around and go straight in towards that Baron.
100%.
Not the case this time though. Kerp not spotted doing that, and now has a blue buff as he comes in towards a possible Baron fight. Already going to be started off. It's going to take Maokai about 4 years to do Baron on his own. Probably would survive it, that's how tanky he is at this point though. And there we go. Gambit turn back around, start to move in for it. Destiny still not off cooldown. They're going to throw everything at it. Edward actually trying to keep them away. We've got Diamond fighting Kottenx off to the side. Diamond actually having to jump away from that one, and Gambit stopped here from doing the Baron. Will they be able to catch anyone out? Looked like they were going for Kevin there. Kubon actually uses his ultimate very preemptively. And then we'll back away. Of course, his ultimate cooldown is literally half a minute, not even that, just a few seconds at this point. And Millennium here making a bit of a positional play possibly to move in towards this inner turret in the middle lane. Finished off easily, was already low, and they walk away, bullying Gambit away from Baron and get themselves that tower. However, bottom lane is pushed up heavily onto the inhib turret.
Someone needs to go and deal with it. Kevin does have his teleport, there's ulti on Kerp as well. Someone does have to go back, clear it. Does seem however like the minions actually doing a lot of damage on the tower. The Millennium minions are here to save the day. And Gambit once again started, there's a ward, didn't actually get it with the sweeping lens.
Just off to the side, so Millennium have full vision of this one. Gambit gonna spot Kevin coming around the side. There's the Destiny pot coming onto the top side. Baron is already low. It's gonna go over to Gambit though, and now Millennium in trouble. Kottenx will be the first target. What can Kerp do? He's stunned up Nick there, but Kubon again is tanking the entire team. It's a double kill for Diamond in the back. There is Genja getting another one, and Kerp will fall as well. Only Creaton left alive. He's running back towards Gambit's base, and Gambit are just gonna run in and try and win.
They have to send Kubon back to defend her because there is minions at the towers. Only Creaton alive. GAMBIT, you have time. Just go straight for the base.
And that's what they're going to do. We see the recall coming in. Look at this TP actually from Kubon onto the bottom lane. He's just going to go charging through with those home guards. Tanks up the turret. No problem for him to do that. And surely Creaton can't hold on to this one. Kubon can tank both of these Nexus turrets all day long. And there they go. GAMBIT moving in. Creaton going to try his best, but they're going to kill him off straight away. So the Ace Genja actually getting that kill to put him on 4-1-12. And as the Nexus turret falls, GAMBIT are going to take down MILLENIUM. And still within reaching distance of a tie, possibly with the Copenhagen Wolves for 7th.
And in this game here, GAMBIT, they had a great team fight. They had a great comp, simply to zone away MILLENIUM. Everything MILLENIUM wanted to do was just pick people off left and right. It didn't work, because every time Kerp tried to go in, there was no Hourglass to protect him. GAMBIT survived, turned it back on him, kept getting a few kills, and in the very end, it was just all about 5 versus 5 team fights, where GAMBIT were a lot stronger than MILLENIUM.
This is a team that have found their form recently, MILLENIUM, and GAMBIT, you know what, picking up a solid victory against them again. I'm not sure what's changed in these last 2 weeks. Maybe it really is that the pressure is off completely for GAMBIT, but they've come together as a team so well.
Maybe it's just getting some synergy going. I mean, all you need is one good week of scrims. All of a sudden, the confidence comes back up. You start trusting in each other. It seems to me like Kubon, at the moment, the team trusts in him. When he calls, I'm going to TP in, they know it. They're ready for it. When he wants to engage the fights, the rest of GAMBIT, they follow instantly. And of course, the man on your screen we just had before, now we have 2 beautiful men, was Diamond. 8 kills on Kha'Zix. Maybe not the champion where he goes in and just instantly blows up people because he involves his W first. But the amount of times he just lands it, pokes, and makes sure MILLENIUM can never engage or disengage, really set up a lot of kills as well for GAMBIT here.
So where was the problem for MILLENIUM? Because they had a full-on grasp of that game. We saw the goal difference over time, and it was red pretty much right up until the last 15, 20 minutes possibly by the end. We saw Kerp, we talked about Kerp already, that he got that Zhonya's Hourglass very, very late. Could have bought it early on because he did get off to such an amazing start.
And then also the first few team fights we had, MILLENIUM was standing as a group. So whenever Nick threw his ultimate or Kubon went in, all the AoE damage from Maokai and Ziggs just exploded at once onto MILLENIUM. A lot of members either dropped very low or died, and GAMBIT actually did really well in these team fights here. And then MILLENIUM completely stopped split pushing. We constantly saw them run together as a group, which is what GAMBIT wants to do, because then it's very easy for GAMBIT to avoid being caught out of position. And then whenever Kerp wanted to catch someone, backfired. And therefore, GAMBIT simply got too strong for MILLENIUM to deal with, and they won the game.
I have to give credit here to Kubon as well, because
100%.
He played so amazingly. 6-5, 13 by the end. Beastly tank, even bought a Thornmail as his last item in there. And he's really stepped up for GAMBIT these last few games.
He's playing really well. He got a lot of flack in the start, but people didn't really like his playstyle. Now with Maokai and Gragas as his new champions, looks very good.
Incredible stuff. Another win for GAMBIT. So let's go down to Sjokz on stage for Nick's take on that GAMBIT victory.
Thank you very much, Joe. Congratulations, Nick. That's a second victory for GAMBIT here in Super Week. Talk me through the game from your perspective. Incredibly close once again.
Yeah. Like, I played Ziggs this game versus Twisted Fate, which is much more comfortable for Ziggs, I guess. I took Kerp flash a few times, I think 2. I did some mistakes dying, but in the end, Kerp didn't build defensive items enough, and we cuffed him like a few times, and this transitioned quite well to us gaining the lead that let us basically close the game.
Yeah, you definitely set up together with Kubon in this game, and it is actually clear that team play-wise, GAMBIT has been a lot stronger this week. So tell us, what has changed for you guys? Why have you guys improved coming into this week?
I think basically some guys went with for they like know right now what was wrong. They started to listening much more to advices from our analysts, from other players, and I think it will be okay.
You think it will be okay? Thank you very much. Congratulations once again.
Okay, thank you too.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it's an old school dust-up between FNATIC and SK Gaming. Stay tuned.
Where's he going to go with it? Around the corner. Goes, shoots as well. Here comes Creaton. This could be the clean-up for MILLENIUM. Creaton
sets off. It's going to go very, very low. There is Diamond trying to get in. It's MILLENIUM that get it. They get the Baron, but what is they going to pay for it? They've lost one man already. Kottenx actually missing his jump over. Kottenx will be the first target. What can Kerp do? He's stunned up Nick there. But Kubon again is tanking the entire team. It's a double kill for Diamond in the back. There is Genja getting another one. And Kerp will fall as well.
Welcome back to the European LCS. We're going to break down our last match where GAMBIT defeated MILLENIUM. And guys, what a surprise, a Tristana and a Kog'Maw, just a lot of elements we've seen a lot of times here today already.
Yes, definitely the same recipe this time round. GAMBIT actually pulling out the stops. They managed to control MILLENIUM. Looked hairy at the beginning, but these teams just went nuts. It was constant fights after fights after fights, and it was very exciting to watch, but you can't ignore the fact that the teams were much more invested in killing each other than killing towers.
Yeah, I mean, it was a game style that actually suited both teams. Both loved to brawl. Clearly, GAMBIT, they were happy to just keep throwing everything at MILLENIUM. You know, every time they got in there, poor old Kubon in the top lane. I don't know what everybody had against him, but he was constantly being focused. But the thing is, he's the tank. As they constantly kept going towards him, Kevin again on Yasuo, managed to sneak it through once again, Twisted Fate. So maybe they thought they'd caught out GAMBIT with that one, but GAMBIT were prepared. Again, you know, as I'm talking about the Kubon with Maokai, proving that Maokai on that top lane, there's a reason he's been banned a lot today. He is a big tanky threat that can also put out damage.
Yeah, and he also brings a lot of utility when it comes to team fights and Barons, for example. And let's actually take a look at some of the Baron fights and the fights in the game. Let's get the first one up on the screen. Is one where MILLENIUM gets away with it.
So it was very difficult picking the team fight we wanted to put on the desk because there were a bajillion of them. Now this particular fight actually started out with GAMBIT pushing MILLENIUM away. And MILLENIUM were forced low. You can see Creatine is still dead as GAMBIT start the Baron off. But take a look at this, 10 to 11 kills at 25 minutes. Only 5 towers killed at this stage in the game. Let's roll a clip out, and you'll notice MILLENIUM engage GAMBIT in a 3 versus 5. Kevin is out of position. He's actually only going to catch Kubon with his ultimate in a couple of moments. And it looks very, very scary for MILLENIUM. It was this team fight that really signaled to me that GAMBIT were going to be able to control the tempo of the game because they had a very solid fight. The only thing they didn't count on was the re-engage from Kerp on the sidelines, and Creatine's about to jump in here and clean house as well. So low health GAMBIT after they made MILLENIUM get low health and MILLENIUM re-engage. And this is just the entirety of the game, over and over and over, teams throwing every single life they have at their opponents. And it was exciting to watch, but you could argue there was an element of sloppiness in there, but it was definitely fun.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly close. If you just caught the end in the corner there, Genja versus Kerp, it could have gone either way. And if Kerp would have won that fight, suddenly taken down Genja, could have got another kill and maybe taken objectives. But GAMBIT, again, coming out on top in the team fights. But they were very, very tight team fights. Kerp using that Destiny there with no mana. Yeah. I mean, even it caught Joe and Deficio. I was like, what's he doing?
He's just going for a nice ride.
Yeah.
He's just going for a nice ride. Let's take a look at the second fight then that was also deciding in this game. Let's get that up on the screen where we see how important Kerp is, and he does get away.
So this one, Kerp manages to survive. It's 10 minutes later. The gold is more even. Please take note, in 10 minutes time, only 1 tower has fallen. On the side of GAMBIT, they've secured one for MILLENIUM. And this was the team fight where GAMBIT ended up coming up victorious and grabbing an inhibitor. Roll this clip out and look at just how poorly positioned MILLENIUM are. They're against a massive AoE team composition. Kubon's going to jump in there with his ulti running. Edward's going to throw the barrel. Mega Inferno Bomb just melts MILLENIUM. And even though, yes, they grab the Baron, they get obliterated in the team fight, losing 4 members. They lose all of their map control. And once those super minions were pouring down the middle, GAMBIT then actually had map presence and map control. It took them a little while to close the game out, but it didn't matter. That was the fight that solidified their lead.
It actually made me think of the SK win earlier when they all, Alliance all went into the Baron pit and Orianna could just ult in. And talking about SK, seeing MILLENIUM lose here again, it is really middle of the table mayhem. And the most surprised I think I am is by both Super Hakru and MILLENIUM in this instance.
You know, we were talking about how Copenhagen Wolves and GAMBIT could be spoilers. They are exactly that. They're putting wins in against these mid-table teams who seem to have took their eye off the ball for some reason this week. Ironically, MILLENIUM and Super Hakru, who coming into this week, we were like, guaranteed 3rd place. They're slipping away. SK are looking stronger. GAMBIT have suddenly turned around. We just heard a great interview from Nick there talking about how suddenly people's eyes have been opened up to actually listening to the analysts. If only they'd have been done that midway through the season, they may not have been bottom of the table.
Yeah, and just one note about GAMBIT as well. They're still 1 game away from the Copenhagen Wolves. So tomorrow, if GAMBIT beat SK Gaming, it's a tough ask, I know, but if they do that and Copenhagen Wolves lose to the Super Hakru, that will be a tie for the 7th place seed. So that is what GAMBIT have to be setting their sights on. They just took MILLENIUM down. MILLENIUM are not performing up to the same level as SK, but there's possibilities for GAMBIT to grab that 7th place as well.
Absolutely, finally coming into form. Now, before we head back to Joe and Deficio, Jess still hopes that SK will make it to Worlds, and he tells us what the team needs to make it through Super Week.
For Super Week, I think we just need even more confidence. We got some confidence from breaking the losing streak, but pretty much this week, getting some wins is gonna put us in a better spot, give us more confidence for the playoffs, and hopefully we'll go to Worlds. Still have hope.
Still has hope, does Jesus? And confidence the key to SK's success?
Seems to always be the issue for them at least, especially Jesus in the mid lane. So if he does get off to a bad start, you could actually see him have a very bad game. We've seen it before, shut him down early, and he's completely gone.
Well, that brings us to our last LCS game of the day and the final El Clasico of the regular season as SK Gaming take on FNATIC. Yesterday, SK managed to get themselves an impressive win over MILLENIUM, and even earlier today, they actually took down for the 1st place team Alliance.
So now 2 wins in a row in the Super Week. And they've been looking great, both against Millennium and Alliance. Against Alliance, full dragon control early game. They got 4 out of 4 dragons early on, had a nice goal lead already at the 25-minute mark against Alliance, who's normally so good in the early mid-game points. Same thing happened between ROCCAT and Alliance as well. So maybe Alliance have some issues here now in the early game. We have to see. Candy Panda, however, is a guy we have to mention. He got all the kills on Tristana, which simply make him skip the weak mid-game Tristana has and just jump straight into late game points where she is so good. And it just worked really well for SK Gaming. There was a few issues where Alliance almost came back in the game, but in the very end, they had a better late game comp and they managed to win. Yesterday, we saw Jessis playing Ahri, and it looked awesome. He talked about the confidence here. After the game, he really needs to believe in himself, pick it again if he has the chance, because he just roamed around the map, he set up kills left and right. And it's been a long time since we have seen him perform on an Assassin, so I do actually hope he picks it again.
So FNATIC then, they managed to secure a guaranteed top 2 spot and a bye into the semi-finals after a very dominant day. I mean, the first game against the Copenhagen Wolves was pretty messy, and it wasn't pretty, but it never seemed like they were really in trouble either.
No, exactly. In the very end, or the last 20 minutes, it seemed like FNATIC were just taking it easy, playing around a little bit. We saw some very aggressive plays from xPeke and Fizz, sometimes backfired. Copenhagen Wolves had some good fights, but FNATIC just always looked in control.
And after that, of course, they took on the Super Hot crew to close out the day, and it was almost a perfect performance. To be fair, very little went wrong for them in that match.
They completely destroyed Super Hot crew. There was no chance for Super Hot crew to do anything against FNATIC. YellowStar looked fantastic in the game, and honestly, going into playoffs, I feel like FNATIC looked very strong. If they can take down SK Gaming now, of course, it's going to look great for them. A player also worth mentioning from FNATIC is, of course, the Spanish beautiful mid laner xPeke, who's actually been, he's very beautiful, look at that face. He's actually been getting better and better lately, which is very impressive considering he's always been a good mid laner, but he's really peaking now at the right time of the season. Yesterday, Fizz was awesome. He ended up 17, 4, and 10 in the 2 games they played, which is pretty impressive.
And it seems like a constant story with Peke as well. He's done it time and time again where he's had somewhat mediocre mid and starts to splits, but always getting better when it really counts. Guys, we're getting close to the game, so let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side today is SK Gaming with Freddy in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jesus in mid, Candy Panda the AD, and then Rated on support.
On the red side, we have FNATIC, SOAZ is in the top lane, Cyanide is in the jungle, xPeke in the mid lane, Rekkles as the AD carry, and YellowStar on support.
So FNATIC has been dominating the vote from LOLesports.com all split long. And this time it's no different because they got 88% of the vote.
No 90% this time. I believe it's due to SK winning the last 2 games. People are like, okay, we believe. FNATIC, clear favorites, but you should never count out SK Gaming. They just beat Alliance. They can also take down FNATIC.
So let's talk specifics on this one. Who's important to target? Is it going to be a lot towards Peke, like we've been seeing drawing constant Syndra bans, for example? Where's that focus going to be in your eyes?
Well, Fizz could be a ban against xPeke. FNATIC yesterday banned Twisted Fate in both their games, so Jesus has played it before.
Yeah.
Didn't see it lately, so maybe he's just going to get completely ignored here. Otherwise, of course, we have the standard ones. Orianna's actually been banned quite a lot today. And then we have to look towards the top lane. Gragas and Maokai here. 2 very viable options. Or Nidalee for Freddy. He's the only guy who plays it in the top lane here in Europe. Was banned yesterday against him.
Well, let's find out. Aatrox as well, while we're on the subject of Freddy. One of his best, if not the best champion that he plays. Banned away. And Nidalee as well. So FNATIC definitely focusing on Freddy. Mid lane focus on the other side really with Fizz. Twisted Fate taken away. Lulu also getting banned out, which we've seen SOAZ running mostly in that top lane. And of course the final ban is the Kassadin ban. Leaves Gragas open. Easy choice for SK.
Didn't really need to think about anything here. It's funny with Lulu because FNATIC is one of the only teams left in Europe who still runs Lulu. And it worked for them because SOAZ plays it so well. So SK Gaming decides to ban away, and the Fizz, it's just become this like European ban. Because pretty much all our mid laners can play Fizz and they can win games on Fizz.
Yeah.
So we just have these teams here. If they fear the mid laner enough, they ban it. Twisted Fate as well. And we often see SK Gaming focus a lot on the other mid laner, simply also to try and give Jesus an advantage in the laning phase.
See there for FNATIC then, going to get Cyanide's go-to champion when it's available, the Evelynn. And also Tristana. I mean, Rekkles was playing Tristana back in these Copenhagen Wolves days when not a lot of people were actually playing Tristana. He's so, so good with that champion.
And as we talked about in the last game, it's just a safe pick now. Because your laning phase is so strong, you can just blind pick it. And of course, Evelynn was actually first picked by FNATIC yesterday over Gragas. Didn't even care about it. Did the same last week. Really seems to favor Evelynn above everything else in the jungle.
So, speaking of junglers, Svenskron's got his as well, taking Elise here in their second round of picks, and Orianna. Expected that one without not going too late into the picture, especially on the blue side. Very safe pick, very strong pick as well overall.
Yeah, so very standard from SK Gaming. In terms of pick, you got strong laners, you got strong early game jungler, you can pick them blind. They did already show the two solo laners, unless it's gonna be support Gragas again from N-rated.
Yeah.
Could of course be a choice. Otherwise, on FNATIC side, Syndra is open for the mid lane if they do want to pick it into Orianna in the laning phase here and try and shut down Jesus. And with the Evelynn, they can set up some pretty nasty picks if SK does split up. But when you already have Orianna and Gragas in that case, SK Gaming is not looking to split up. They're looking to stay together as a team and look for fights.
I think they're going to leave the top lane choice maybe to Lassie, knowing that Gragas could end up switching around. The cow being picked up for YellowStar.
Okay. Alistar here, remember, 4.12. Got some changes, less mana cost on his Q and W, which is very important for him. And then his ulti is instantly 70% damage reduction from level 6 now, which also is a big change. And it really opens up for a lot of tower dive options with Alistar early on here. We often see him roaming around and just sit in the lane when we do see Alistar players. They want to make plays early on, they want to dive the enemy mid laner. And when you already have a stun now from Xerath, you could set it up.
Interested to see how this Alistar is played by YellowStar, because he is one support that has been on form throughout the entire season. Even when FNATIC were having a few troubles winning games, YellowStar was still doing very well. It's actually going to be a Renekton pick here, so will be a top lane Renekton with the Gragas moving into the support role. And Renekton, of course, did play it in their game, in their win against MILLENIUM as well.
So FNATIC now, because they have Alistar and Tristana together, there's a lot of knockback on their side, which opens up for a teleport coming down from sOAZ, and then you just double knock back a target from SK Gaming, and he's caught way behind enemy lines, and you can then take him down, making it a little bit risky for Unrated with the Gragas if he does body slam in, but he's just looking to poke anyway with the barrel. And Renekton, we haven't seen Renekton in a long time. Still the lane bully we used to, but does get outskilled against most top laners in the current meta. And therefore we could actually see FNATIC just look for the lane swap here and completely avoid this lane bully Renekton is.
We're talking about sOAZ here,
He's gonna go Yorick, man. Never mind.
Nah, not quite. Switching out there to Yasuo. You got the first letter right, so that wasn't too far away. Yasuo going to be picked in here for sOAZ. He's a man who's not scared of bringing something a little bit different out. Funnily enough, that's the second game in a row that we're going to have the top lane Yasuo.
It is, and Kevin in the last game did a very good job farming. He didn't have any issues dealing with a Maokai top lane. Now it's a Renekton top lane instead. He can actually kill you, apply pressure onto you, so sOAZ will have to be careful in the lane, unless of course FNATIC decides to swap it around. Because if they lane swap, they can also roam with Alistar.
And let's be honest, FNATIC love this lane swap. They love to dive underneath the tower early on and kill the solo laner. And Alistar's one of the best around for doing something like that with his combo underneath the turret. We'll see exactly how FNATIC are going to go into that. Of course, they were a little bit foiled when it came to that level 1 yesterday, but after that, didn't really have too many problems in their almost perfect game. Well, guys, do you still think FNATIC will end the day with a win? Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag SKWin or hashtag FNCWin to let us know, and we'll see if the numbers changed. 88% of you going for FNATIC. This is second versus third right now in the table, so for me, that's a huge vote considering the position.
It is, especially because SK Gaming have looked very good in the last few games they've played, so we can't really count them out here. And the lineup they do have, you have Jesus on Orianna. He loves to play it, always very strong in the laning phase. And yes, they do have Renekton, who's going to get outscaled, but then you have Orianna, and you have also a hyper carry for Candy Panda, who's going to scale well into the late game, and therefore they do have a lot of late game power as well. Dealing with an Alistar, however, in teamfights, it's not fun.
Not fun whatsoever. And as I said, if YellowStar plays it anything like he's been knocking out the Morgana and Thresh performances, could be painful for SK. Let's find out. It's our final El Clasico of the regular split season here. As SK Gaming take on FNATIC, with SK looking to pull away somewhat from that middle of the pack to the third spot.
And we do see Svenskeren here on Elise. One of the cool things is you can start a ward because you don't actually need 5 potion. Once again, starting with a ward. Wonder if he wants to go into the jungle of FNATIC and place it. Take it easy, guys. It's just a pause.
Hopefully just a small one yet. We'll see exactly what the plan seems to be. Seems to be with sOAZ. So that'll hopefully be resolved here shortly and we can get back into game. Obviously wants everything running nicely, especially when he's up against Renekton or possibly in that 1v2 scenario here.
He did actually start Doran's Blade, and it's not a matchup I see very often. So maybe he's going to surprise us, take the one-on-one and just kick Freddy's ass. However, if you just look at the champions itself, if you do pick Renekton and you don't win your lane, you might as well just quit.
Well,
not quit being a player, it's just the game.
Well, we do see a Doran's shield start actually for Freddy. So does that indicate the fact that he's maybe expecting this 1 versus 2 scenario to come his way?
I mean it, yeah. And just going to stay. Normally, Freddy in the 1v2, he always stays in the lane. And he tries to just get as much XP as possible. And then once the minion wave hit the tower, if Svenskeren is not nearby, then finally he moves away from the tower, actually. He always stays, try to get just a little bit XP. Then he moves into the jungle later on to join Svenskeren. He's Renekton, however, so always a bit risky to dive a Renekton early on, especially if Svenskeren is nearby. So maybe SK want to try and bait it in case we get a lane swap. We keep talking about these lane swaps, even though we haven't actually seen the lanes yet. What we can say is level 1, Alistar with Flash Q, pretty good engage. Does require you, however, to actually find a target and also blow your flash.
If you go as well into the enemy jungle, which FNATIC have been doing, they've been getting those wards almost inside of the base almost, so that they can see exactly where their opponents have actually been going into lane. As it stands right now, they've actually got 4 men on running down the bottom lane, so that might actually be something that they're looking to do. As I mentioned before, seems to be a little problem with sOAZ. Not with him in person, but with his setup here. So once that is resolved, we'll be getting back underway. But you know, FNATIC got that top 2 spot now, all safe. Might be time for something a little bit flashy out of FNATIC, and well, the cow for YellowStar may be the start of that.
I believe he just wants to actually try it out in a real game, see how it works. Because again, well, they are actually still. No, they can't reach Alliance anymore.
No.
So they are 100% number 2. Opens up to try out some new picks. Yasuo top lane, new for sOAZ. And of course Alistar for YellowStar. And again, normally he likes to roam. He likes to set kills up early game. And Alistar is the perfect champion to do it on. He didn't actually start Boots, however. Started Relic Shield. So it could indicate they're actually looking for now 2v2 lanes instead. And therefore not roam around, which we have seen other Alistar players do. And I do have to comment, Rekkles hair today is very different compared to yesterday. It looks sharp.
Yeah, he actually said on Twitter yesterday that he was just trying it out for one day, and he decided against it, so he was going to change it back to its old style.
Unlucky.
You see there SK looking very composed and very focused. That man on the end, Freddy, who's come up big for SK so many times. Let's think back to yesterday where he managed a 3-man or 4-man even knock-up with Aatrox. And then, of course, Candy Panda stole all the kills with his passive on Kog'Maw.
Of course, you're the AD carry, man. You have to get the kills. But Freddy, for me, is a very good and consistent player. And then he makes a lot of calls for SK Gaming as a team, which is something they've talked about where he's very good at not necessarily being like the guy who always talks, but when it comes down to the very important calls, let's make a move now. He's very good at just finding the right call, and it's something they've used in the past to actually out-rotate, outsmart the other teams.
Well, guys, just a quick update on what's actually going on here. It seems like sOAZ got a bit of a room page problem, so we're going to be remaking the game. Same picks, same bans, though, so everything's just going to start again.
I guess we also have to rejoin the game then. We can
That's
just do
true.
it
That's true.
while we are waiting.
We should do that as well. Otherwise, well, we're not going to be in the game. And that would be a bad thing overall. See that SK Gaming looking to solidify that third place spot that they've, to be honest, come out with a different style, I think it's safe to say. Their first game of the week, they came out super aggressive, lots of kills in that game as well, and done really well for themselves. Well, they, again, same as all of these mid-place teams, have had their ups and their downs to the extreme.
And SK Gaming as a team, they always talk about confidence. Seems to be like the main ingredients for success if you're SK Gaming. You need to have confidence going into the game. You need to make some plays. Don't be afraid. Just don't sit back in your lane and farm. So in terms of like quarterfinals, semifinals, best out of 5, you could fear if they do lose the very first game in a best out of 5, it's going to hurt the mentality on the team.
Yeah.
Then again, we don't actually know because we have seen them play best out of 5 before against FNATIC. They ended up losing it, but it didn't seem like it was because they didn't feel confident enough. I mean, they did get to the final last split and actually looked like a very good team. So it's going to be hard to say, but they've had their ups and downs as well. We were always talking about how SK Gaming was one of the top teams in Europe, and all of a sudden they lost 5 games in a row, and we didn't really know what was going on. Now they seem to have been picking it up once again at the right time. I mean, just around playoffs, just around the chance of going to Worlds.
That's the thing. Even if you have a terrible first half to a split, as long as you manage to hit your form, with enough time to spare that you can actually get those wins on the board. If you find the finest form that you've got just before playoffs hit, you're in a really, really good position moving forward, when, especially in the summer split where you're looking at Worlds.
And remember GAMBIT 1 year ago, in the summer split 2013, wasn't the best season for GAMBIT. They were in their big tiebreaker of actually going to Gamescom, where the loser would get 7th place and not go to playoffs. GAMBIT, they peaked at the right time, went to Gamescom, and actually qualified for Worlds, where they also got out of the group stage. SK Gaming can look to do the same here.
And there are a lot of teams and a lot of discussion going around, of course. Top 2 teams, Alliance, FNATIC, and you say there, the way that they're playing right now, look, I don't want to say sureties for Worlds, but definitely the big favorites. Yes. And then there's this middle pack of teams which SK, I'd say, are looking the better of at this point. MILLENIUM have picked up a couple of losses in there. The Super Hot Crew looked lost in their game earlier on today. And it's hard to really say who's that third team going to be that's actually moving through. Guys, though, we have had the game remade, so we're going to jump in there. We'll start it again. SK Gaming versus FNATIC. Looks like we're going to get an exact repeat of positionings as well here from FNATIC, as I was saying before, running down that bottom lane.
Yeah, once again, moving down, only sending xPeke over to the red buff so he can ward it. Actually, not even his red buff, but he's just going to ward to see if SK invades onto the FNATIC red buff. Everyone else moving as a unit.
Yeah, apparently SOAZ couldn't get away from his Lulu room page, which not ideal when you're playing Yasuo. He obviously wanted to come into this with
it's a challenge.
Full crit runes.
It's easy.
Full crit runes as he's running now. Possibly not. But FNATIC here, setting up something a little bit special, but will SK be lured into it? Only Peke is away from the rest of the team, and it's a pulverized death for somebody. If somebody goes in there, it's not a brush that you'd usually ward yourself right at the start of the game. And Candy Panda here, they're going to spot him with that ward. He's used his ward already to go down, and Rated's moving in here as well. And Candy Panda stepping 1 foot closer
to
danger. Will Enrated
send in the fat man
to be the one to check it. Who's going to go in there first? It's going to be Enrated to face check, and there's a pulverized surprise. Enrated, is he going to go down? Someone's under the tower. It worked through it. How in God's name did he survive that with hardly any health? Slaps his thighs and recalls to base.
Man,
I have no idea how he survived that.
Experience from Candy Panda. He's tried it before. DreamHack Season 1, FNATIC made the same play. He was the guy to face check. He died. This time he sent in his support. And man, he also survived. Still, flashed. Heal was used by Candy Panda. And now Rekkles is already in the lane. So you can get an early experience lead, which is very, very huge in the bottom lane.
Summoning a heal from Candy Panda was the saving grace there for Enrated. So close. Nice try from FNATIC, something a little bit different. And in the end, we can say, does work out for him in some respects. They're going to get these first few minions easily, but Still, both players there for FNATIC. Level 1 means that SK can just rock on back up and get themselves back into the farm.
Still lost a few minions, so we will see YellowStar hit level 2 before Enrated, and we could potentially go for an engage. Still, Enrated on Gragas is very, very tanky, already at level 1, so not exactly the target you want to get onto. And Candy Panda, a lot of damage onto YellowStar here.
And that's the best thing to do here while he is still level 1. Do enough damage to him that he thinks twice then once he hits level 2, which he has now, and then decides, okay, I'm too low here to think about going in there for the combo. Actually, he leveled his heal anyway at level 2, so that wasn't going to happen.
No, he took too much damage, and they're not really looking for an engage anyway. Normally, when we see Alistar lanes, they want to be passive. They want to just sit back and use the heal from Alistar, which is very strong in the laning phase. And it works because you do have Tristana, who is a very good laner by herself. Can trade really well. She just needs a bit more range to deal with Candy Panda when he actually pops his W. But it's a matchup we have seen a few times, just 80 carry-wise. Always very even in the laning phase. Now it's going to be all about the supports. And rated only as a relic shield to sustain Candy Panda. And now let's see what Svenskan wants to do. There's already a ward from Cyanide. He's going to move away. Svenskan doesn't actually get anything. He's still very healthy, and Cyanide forced to go back to base.
Yeah, got a little bit low. I think finishing off his raid camp, which means while he's not there, nothing really been stolen at this stage. Let's talk again about this top lane here. We mentioned earlier Doran's shield start for Freddy, Doran's blade start for sOAZ on Yasuo. And it's Freddy that's got the early advantage there. Experience lead and CS lead as well, albeit just by a couple. Not exactly a big number, but there we see Freddy just diving in once again, and sOAZ losing about half of his health.
It's very hard for sOAZ to actually trade Freddy, so he's just going to rely on farming. Svenskan got the golem, going for Cyanide.
Well, the golem is going to actually
Cyanide.
go for the fight. sOAZ is coming in. Renekton is coming around the backside. He actually gets away from the knock-up and goes off into the rush. Nicely done by Svenskan. Dangerously low there from that.
Yeah, no flash used by anyone. Both junglers that kept it cool. Managed to get away here with Cyanide once again. Very, very low. Before he had to go back to base and heal, while Svenskan was in his jungle. And now once again, look at Svenskan, he's waiting. He's hoping Cyanide is going for the raid camp.
Well, he actually go too low from this one. Cyanide's actually got more health than him. There we go. Ward comes down. Svenskan is going to see that. Cyanide smites away that big wraith and decides probably not worth chasing. Peke comes in just out of range there to do the damage.
And this mid lane matchup, two long-range farmers. In the case, Orianna can use a ball to farm all the minions here. And we often see, when we have this matchup, Orianna gonna get slightly ahead early on, and then once she completes her chalice and gets some mana regen, she's gonna start farming the Wraith camp. Just instant clear the wave, go to your Wraith camp. If you have your jungler, go to the enemy ones, and you therefore will just extend your goal lead or your farm. And we often see actually Orianna become very huge in these matchups because the teams don't know how to shut it down properly.
We've seen it time and time again. All of these players, Peke himself, been fighting for records, and it's always Orianna that manages to rack up those insane CS numbers. Look at this though, Cyanide, after stealing away the Wraith camp, is possibly going down bottom. Because that Wraith camp is gone, that gives them maybe a bit of insight into where Cyanide possibly is. They put a pink ward on that corner so that they can see Cyanide actually coming in again. If he does decide that one, and in the end Cyanide just went back on his way into his own jungle to keep farming.
We do have two very good early pink wards from SK Gaming in very defensive positions, simply to try and spot Cyanide. Cyanide did, however, actually get in the jungle and place two wards, so they can now see what's going on. But Svenskan is already gone, and therefore they know he's on the top side of the map. And then be careful. Once again, Svenskan pinging on Cyanide, moving towards the Wraith camp. Because Jesus is pushing up the lane, he can easily move in and help in case there's a fight between the two junglers, where xPeke would then have to sacrifice the farm being pushed into his tower. And we will see a fight again.
Oh,
Level 5 though.
Did he spot him coming around there? Now stealth up, gonna start himself off the golems and probably gonna get chased away. Actually, Cocoon lands, that's danger for Cyanide. Pops his speed boost and will actually manage to get away, but have been under constant pressure here from Svenskan. Then Rated gonna put a lot of damage onto YellowStar as well, but this is the Svenskan style that in the spring split in particular was so strong for SK.
And it works First of all, because he's Elise, he's very strong in these early fights, but then because Renekton has all the pressure in top lane, he keeps pushing it down to the tower. sOAZ is forced to stay and farm, and the same thing has been happening in the mid lane. Jesses push up the wave, and it opens up for your jungler to go into the enemy jungle and do whatever he wants to, because you're going to be there faster, or at least the other team is going to have to sacrifice farm if they want to help. So Cyanide, even though he's been forced back a few times, notice the farm difference between him and Svenskeren, also the level. So much focus on fighting from SK Gaming side. Cyanide's just been farming meanwhile.
If you look at that top lane, triple Doran start for sOAZ, something that he actually does pretty regularly, whether that's Doran's rings or blades. And up against Freddy's double Doran's blade and single Doran shield. So a lot of Doran's items already on that top side of the map. There's the first blue buff going to go to Peke. Jesus will also get the same helping hand from his jungler on their side of the map. They're just going to simply go back off into the lane and continue their way to farm. Bottom lane farm is pretty even there as well.
He needs to push it up, however, because Svenskeren once again want to go in here and look for Cyanide. It's the red buff, which is the target, but now, notice xPeke, he's already moving. There was no way for him at the tower.
And they've spotted him. Cyanide actually going to do some good damage. There is the repel coming in, and Peke actually firing off towards the golems there. sOAZ did start to move around. Svenskeren's really low here. He's in a difficult position. The question is, where is he going to go? He's actually going to try and walk back onto it, but we see Peke starting to move in here as well. Cyanide will now come around the side. That's a big blast of damage, forcing the flash out of Svenskeren. Freddy doing a lot of damage onto sOAZ in the meantime, and SK keeping it very calm and collected, managed to get Svenskeren out alive.
It's a little bit too early they invade this time. Jesus didn't have time to push up the mid lane and therefore forced xPeke to stay at the tower so he could move in, help out Cyanide. Risky situation, but SK Gaming got out alive. Nobody died, a flash was used, and a heal from Jesus.
We go back into that farming game where Freddy continues to rack up the CS 78 to 60 now. sOAZ does have a decent wave push right up on top of his tower here. Almost missing the minion there at the end. Got old Yasuo able to dash on through from that. Meanwhile, Peke actually pushing Jesus back to his tower for I think the first time in the game.
Yeah, got some levels on his Q now, can actually wave clear really well. But Jesus constantly kill the wave, go into your jungle, take a camp, go back to lane, slowly. He's gonna just get more and more gold, get ahead of xPeke here in the mid lane. As long as he doesn't lose his tower, he can keep doing it.
Bottom lane as well remain fairly quiet despite that insane level 1 move that FNATIC went for. But look at this now, at least starting to move in. Pings on top of his head. Yep, there's a ward there in that brush. FNATIC not going to be caught out by this one. Oh, and Rated flashing in. Whoa, that was the wrong order for his combo.
Yeah. Well, he tried to surprise Rekkles, we can say. Yeah.
Would have worked out better for him, but
unlucky.
Yeah.
It happens here. Bit of a misplay by Enrated. He wanted to just really set up the gank here, but Svenskeren was spotted, and there was of course flash already. The good thing about Gragas is if Tristana actually jumps instead of flash, you could knock her back with the ulti still, or at least stop her jump. YellowStar however, now going from Reddit, no flash, remember.
Going in for the flash, already using that last fight, and there's a jump in. Rekkles is going to get the first blood. FNATIC picking that one up, and again we see the problem that a lot of teams have with this Evelynn. There's a ward in that second brush for SK, or at least it was. It may have timed out by now, but Evelynn's invisible. You're not going to see her coming feeling safe where you're not.
And Cyanide moves straight from the base because they saw Svenskeren on the ward, so he just moved down to this bottom lane. As soon as there was no flash on Enrated, easy setup, flash Q from YellowStar, and then you have a first blood onto your hyper carry as well. Tristana picking it up here. Rekkles can be very happy, and is actually doing a bit of a Korean style with his build, where you get your gold generation item earlier, generating item early, simply to quickly reach your 2 item point. You don't really care about the first item you complete, if it's Static Ship or Infinity Edge. You want to go as fast as possible towards the 2 items, which is what he's doing here. So mixing it up a little bit, but will be faster at hitting Infinity Edge and Static Ship together.
Top lane continues to be strong for Freddy, although sOAZ has managed to bring that CS lead down to around, or less than 10 even, at this point of things. That bottom turret the entire time was pretty much pushed up there as well, and FNATIC having a couple of little issues with that one, lost quite a lot of health on that tower. But look at this, SK Gaming now moving through. They're going to take this pink ward. Is that the signal to start doing Dragon? No, obviously that they were spotted and actually will back away.
So sOAZ will have his teleport very soon. There's a long cooldown for Freddy here, which means FNATIC could be the team to set it up and use the teleport to create a 5 versus 4. I'm not sure if they actually do have the timer on Freddy's teleport. They probably do, because he used it back to the tower here. sOAZ would have timed it. I want to see if they actually are going to use it. They do have ulti on YellowStar now. No flash, however, to engage. So he's going to have to do just the standard W-Q combo if he's the guy to start the fight.
Freddy continues to give those problems to sOAZ, who's now picked up a Vamp Scepter, so extra bit of sustain for sOAZ in this top lane, allowing him to have more fun in this laning phase and get where he needs to be in terms of the farm. Peke again is going to be getting himself another blue buff. Just want to check in on the junglers, because there was a big CS difference between Cyanide and Svenskeren earlier on, after Svenskeren spent so much time running around FNATIC's jungle. That's about 15 CS now, the difference.
Yes, I've just been trying to farm up as well. We only saw the gank, or the attempt to gank in the bottom lane. Otherwise, he's just been staying in his jungle. And Cyanide is the guy who once again goes down to this bottom lane. There's a green ward in the bush. Doesn't do anything. So Cyanide is down here. It's going to be very hard to set it up, however, because SK Gaming is so far back already.
And YellowStar has no flash this time, of course. He used it flash Q last time to get onto N-rated, who himself still has no flash after he used it just before that last fight actually kicked off. So FNATIC at this point, if they're to go in for SK on that bottom side, would have to commit to a tower dive.
Yeah, and then you need at least one more member at this point of the game to take down SK Gaming. They do have teleport for sOAZ, but would be very risky, because again, they don't know where Svenskeren is, and up on his top side, if sOAZ decides to teleport away from the lane, the tower will most likely go down, because Freddy's constantly just pushing it and controlling the lane.
Top lane, though, may become a focus here. xPeke and Cyanide both starting to wander up there, and sOAZ trying to stop Freddy from farming in between turrets. And not going to have too much luck with that one, I'm afraid. Ninja Tabi first item coming out there for Freddy, so getting a little bit of extra armor into him, and it's going to stop a lot of that damage that sOAZ throws his way.
Yeah, so FNATIC actually wanted to kill Freddy up in the top lane, but then they saw Svenskeren show himself in the bottom lane, and they knew if they went for him 2-3 members, instantly SK Gaming would have ran to the Dragon, been able to take it, because there's only been 2 members from FNATIC to actually defend it, and therefore win the trade. You can trade Freddy dying for Dragon every single day.
This mid lane farm remaining even as well, 147 to 145. Both of them got themselves their Athene's Unholy Grail. Actually, Sorcerer Shoes picked up early for Jesus here as well. They give him a bit more mobility around the map. Freddy actually might find Peke here. Is he going to force a flash? He is. Ball actually came in and got to pull the trigger on a shockwave. And look at this. They force a flash out of Peke, got him out of this mid lane, and SK moves straight to the Dragon.
And he's very far away. Cyanide as well, already moving away. So they're going to give the Dragon to SK Gaming. Don't want to fight him here early on, especially without the flash for xPeke in this mid lane. And now SK Gaming moving straight down towards this bottom lane again. Svenskeren been staying around for the last few minutes, making sure Candy Panda could farm. And if Sana was there for a gank, which he is now, YellowStar going in once again, but Sana is very far away.
They're going to go to N-Rated's flashes now. Come back up off cooldown. There is the ultimate out of Cyanide, but N-Rated just flashes straight out of there. And yes, that now leaves them a little bit more open again in that bottom lane, means that Svenskeren's going to have to stick around probably.
Freddy just used his teleport on the top side, so if FNATIC want to set up a play with sOAZ joining in, they do have the chance. There's no ulti on N-Rated, very low amount of mana for Candy Panda as well, but doesn't look like they actually want to set anything up here. Sana backing away as well.
Yep, I'm going to leave that one. 16.5 minutes into this, no turrets gone down, just a single kill for Rekkles in that bottom lane. And SK, of course, with that Dragon pickup in the lead here in terms of gold. Not a big lead by any means, but a lead nonetheless. And Svenskeren has now snuck into this brush. This time, Cyanide isn't there. He's coming down through his own jungle cocoon. Oh, gonna go wide. They might have the damage to finish him off though. And Rated doesn't have his ulti available. And there's the flash
TP
coming
behind,
out. TP coming in. Is he gonna be able to catch anyone though? It's Svenskeren they're gonna go for. He hops off to the minions, actually flashes away as well. Now Rekkles jumping in there. There's a lot of damage. Oh, the shockwave whiff there. Rekkles actually flashing away from it. And bit of a hairy fight on both sides down bottom. Looks like FNATIC might try and finish off the tower. Freddy gonna get top though.
So now we actually did see sOAZ teleporting to the bot lane. He saved it for such a long time. Joined in for the counter gank, but everyone managed to just disengage. However, Jesus had to roam from the mid lane down. This could cost his mid lane turret. Or at least get it very, very low. They get the top tower for Freddy. We talked about how if sOAZ ever teleported away from the lane because Freddy kept pushing it down, it would cost his tower. Now SK Gaming can be very happy. Disengaged, and also got a tower for it.
Managing to get again the flash out of both players in that bottom lane. Both of them using it in that last encounter. Rekkles with a last second flash out of Jesus' shockwave. Would have surely meant death for him if he'd have not been able to pull that one off. But again, Cyanide coming down bottom.
Let's see, Candypan could be the target. There's no flash, remember he used it before.
Oh, he's missed it.
Yeah.
That was a Joe Miller-Alistair combo right there.
I do believe if you do it too fast, you actually end up, you do the damage from the Q, but you still knock him back and then he gets knocked up or he takes the damage after the headbutt. So, didn't work here. Again, no flash from YellowStar to actually set it up, and there, yes, and Rady could have been the target, but he's still pretty tanky at this point.
Have a look down some items now. We're approaching 20 minutes, so first few are starting to come in. We see top lane Freddy got himself Tiamat and almost going to be finishing himself off the Rando Doman there as well. Blade of the Ruin King on the other side for sOAZ, going the same way that Kevin actually did in the previous game.
Yeah, so simply just wants their one-on-one sustain and also the damage for it. If Sana joins in or if xPeke joins in for the top lane, you do have the slow now from Blade to try and chase down Freddy, but it's been their Freddy lane. Because he's playing Renekton, he's supposed to dominate the lane. Didn't actually get a kill onto sOAZ, and they were very even in form before the teleport, so SK Gaming haven't really managed to shut him down.
Oh, Cyanide actually going aggressive here onto Svenskeren and almost paying the price. Peke coming a little bit late to that party. Freddy had started to move down as well, and scary couple of moments there for Cyanide. He was the one that actually started that. I think he thought that Peke was going to be backing him up straight away, but that's not the case, and they've lost their grip on their own jungle here on the top side. There's the ultimate out of Enrated. He's trying his best here to keep this tower alive. He's not going to be able to manage it, though. It's going to go down before he can do it, and there is the pulverized headbutt, knocks him back towards the team. Yeah, they've not got enough damage. That's how tanky Enrated is.
He doesn't have ult. He used it on the minions before with Candy Panda joining in for the fight.
Oh, good slow there onto YellowStar. He's going to pop his ultimate, which makes him very hard to take down. Meanwhile, Peke and Cyanide getting involved here in that middle lane. Jesus already used his shockwave to get Peke low. Cyanide low. That's a great start. Svenskeren almost going down. He's got his ulti. He doesn't need it. Snipes him off there. Jesus is going to get hit back. 2 out of 3 blasts of it. And Jesus almost going down. Good turnaround from FNATIC.
Yeah, but very, very nice juke by Jesus here. Otherwise, it would have been a beautiful double kill for xPeke. Now he can push down the lane. Remember, the tower is so low from before where Jesus was roaming to the bottom lane. So FNATIC now getting a kill. Can also get a tower. Still Freddy up in his top lane. He's just being annoying.
And, well, playing the Renekton game, let's call it that. Peke meanwhile stealing away a Wraith camp. Now that Jesus had to go home and recall. Actually, Jesus coming back into lane here with almost the death cap. Candy Panda and the rest of the bottom lane, Enrated, the other man in the bottom lane, actually moving up towards that mid lane. YellowStar also appearing. He's got his boots and mobility on now with that Kindle gem, so he's going to be a lot more dangerous running into you and having those combos to maybe cause a few problems for SK Gaming. For now, though, he's on defensive duty, and that is a lot of damage coming out. Ulti stripping him as well, and YellowStar might just have to back away.
Land one slow from SK Gaming, and then you just have so long range poke constantly down. Doesn't matter who it is. You can just poke them and then Ready going in.
Flashed in for that one as well. Gonna get ulted underneath the tower. YellowStar lands his combo. Shockwave comes in though, and it's a 1-for-1, but Cyanide, he has to flash away from the danger. Here comes the ultimate out of Peke. Can he land it? And, well, he did manage to land them, but not enough damage to actually get a kill. 1 for 1, both supports down.
And there was no source for this fight here. It was just 4 members from FNATIC. And once again, Enraid is trying to do the flash engages on this Gragas. I've not been too impressed yet. He's missed quite some engages this time. They did actually trade 1 for 1. But still took a lot of damage under the tower against only 4 members from FNATIC.
1 for 1, and they may lose out on Froggen here. He's going to go over to FNATIC. Smited down in the end by Cyanide.
They still need to defend this mid lane.
Yeah, they have to loop around for that one because both Jesus and Freddy are there. Top lane also pretty open. We're going to see Freddy there just recalling home. Doesn't really even need to TP towards that top lane either. He's pretty safe to just walk back. He's pushed all the way up towards the inner turret. And in fact, sOAZ has now switched towards that bottom lane. Got a bit more freedom to farm down there.
And we have already seen some fights being engaged by the supports. And it's going to continue through the entire game because they are going to be the main engage for both teams. YellowStar needs to go in, land his knock-up, and then sOAZ can follow up, Sana can flank around. And you have all the long-range poke from both xPeke and Rekkles. And on the side of SK Gaming, I mean, it's going to be hard for Freddy to engage the fights. He needs to like dash forward, and if FNATIC is out of position, sure, it might work. Otherwise, it's going to be all about in-rated. Landing his ulti knocks someone into his own team, and then they kill them. Otherwise, they just have to sit and poke from range and hope for a cocoon from Svenskeren.
There's that age-old story between the two supports as well. Of course, Enrage used to support YellowStar.
Yeah.
And legendary combo
supported
that were
Rekkles
back in the day. Supported Rekkles too. Yeah, that is true.
So actually been part of the FNATIC bottom lane both ways. Now onto this top lane.
Oh,
YellowStar.
Where is it in no man's land here? Actually going to take a lot of damage. He's going to get his combo off onto Enraider, but he needs to flash away from that one. Very much in danger. Enraider actually coming out. Going to go aggressive. Svenskeren's coming in. Let's not forget there's no outer turret available. Svenskeren is just going to go straight to misses a cocoon. YellowStar's still alive, but it's only a matter of time. It's Jesus that gets the finisher.
And look at the mid lane here. Freddy, he stayed. He didn't want to go up and join. He had to teleport if needed. So he's pushing in this mid tower. xPeke trying to do what he can to defend it. Didn't work here. So a kill for SK Gaming and the mid tower, and we are very even in gold at this moment.
Well, they need to move because they might lose the inner tower in that top lane as well. A fresh minion wave just come into that one, and actually Svenskeren flashes cocoon, and they get sOAZ underneath his own turret there, and they can just turn around. This tower is a goner. There's no way they can save that.
And that is bottom lane here. Rekkles tried to take the tower, forced away by Freddy. So first mid tower by Freddy, then he walks down to this bottom lane. Make sure they don't lose the tower. And very, very good moves by SK Gaming. Get the kill, get 2 towers, flash onto sOAZ, instant cocoon him and kill him. And really punishing FNATIC for being a little bit slow moving around the map here. xPeke was moving from the mid lane to the top, and then he moved back to the mid lane, and Rekkles was stuck in his bottom lane trying to push it in. So SK Gaming had the numbers advantage.
He's left the turret here though. Actually Rekkles trying to get it finished off, but we saw the TP from Freddy coming in. Did manage to save his tower as well on his way through. Meanwhile, blue buff started off there by Cyanide, but too many members around it from SK. Needs to back away to safety. It looks like that blue buff will be secured for them. However, Jesus can't really afford to leave this mid lane just for now. With that turret being so low, finally they push it out. And he'll be able to just move in, kill the blue buff for himself.
So everyone now is taking it easy. We've had a lot of fights going on. Only a few kills, but more been about the towers. 4 towers for SK Gaming already. The main reason for them being in the lead in terms of gold. And then of course, if you look at the farm, I mean, yeah, Freddy did win his lane up in the top lane. Was expected from him to do it. But sOAZ still been doing the best thing he actually could. Picking up the farm. And now has completed static shift as well.
Yep, Shiv in on top of his Blade of the Ruin King. Other side though, we see Ravenous Hydra and the Randuin's done for Freddy. He's got another chain vest in there as well, so he's more than equipped to deal with sOAZ at this point. Probably won't be too worried about that. Both mid laners also got their death caps finished off. And the extra blasting one as well picked up for Jesus. If you look down the AD carries as well, Infinity Edge and Shiv now done for Rekkles. Big point of the game for him. Other side, Trinity Force. It's going to be a Blade next for Candy Panda.
And the engage from FNATIC is so important because they need to get onto Candy Panda with a knock-up or knock-back, and then they can actually take him out with swords. Otherwise, as we talked about earlier, they're going to rely on just long-range poke. It's going to be hard for sOAZ to get him by himself. Cyanide at this point is very squishy. Same, of course, goes for sOAZ. If they go in alone and someone is zoning the rest of FNATIC away, it's very easy for SK Gaming, especially Candy Panda once you complete the Blade, to just kill them. Jess is there to help him as well. Already got Death Cap going for Void Staff as next item. So he's just gonna be stronger and stronger and offer a lot of protection for Candy Panda in these fights.
And you have to feel next fight may break out around the Dragon. Coming up in 1 minute's time is that. I see the recall from Peke. He's going to be back into position just in time for that. Actually picked up Sorcerer Shoes and also the Seeker's Arm Guard. So getting the workings there of Zhonya's then rated. Going to find sOAZ, and that's the support Gragas that's bullying here.
Yeah, whoa.
The Yasuo out of the lane. Candy Panda comes across. sOAZ actually going a bit more offensive onto him, but he's not going to be able to escape it. And Candy Panda getting a free kill.
So in red here, just going straight for sOAZ, knocks him back into Candy Panda. Was a good win wall, but just didn't do enough, and then kill now, pushing onto this tower. SK Gaming gonna get the 5th tower of the game.
They're too quick for FNATIC. They've got no chance of getting around to stop the turret. It may look for a fight though. SK starts to back away, and there you see the zoning potential of that ball. Stick it in the middle of the jungle. They decide not to push through, and SK just gonna storm towards Dragon. Well, that turret needs about 1 hit, I think,
go
in the
and
mid
attack
lane.
it. FNATIC needs to go and take this mid tower here, just trade it for the Dragon. Still, again, a kill for SK Gaming. We saw the same thing happen in the top lane, where it's a kill onto YellowStar, and instantly they take a tower and take a next tower and just keep getting all this global gold. 2 towers now from FNATIC, but did lose the Dragon.
Got a lot of wards as well on that bottom side of the map there to SK Gaming. Have to wonder whether they're going to stick around and try and get anyone else. Actually, they're not. They're going to recall. sOAZ is going to come back out. 0-2-0, not been the best showing so far from sOAZ. I mean, he's had a hard lane to start with, up against the Renekton. Freddy having an easy time of it on the other side, of course. And now building even stronger up. There is that turret going down. So 5-3 is now in favor of SK Gaming. FNATIC, what's the next plan for them? Because it's one thing cracking the outer ring of turrets, but getting onto those inner turrets against a team that's leading you in gold, 3,000 of it to be precise at this stage, may be difficult for them here. And SK are going to start to actually ward up around the Baron area.
FNATIC, they do have flash on YellowStar now, so he can flash engage. Otherwise, they do need Cyanide to just flank around here, but it would require them to get a lot of wards down to actually spot where SK Gaming is moving. And at the moment, if you do look at the minimap, around the Baron, where SK Gaming is putting their focus, they have all the wards, 2 pink wards, or actually 3 pink wards down already. And now they can just move in here, wait for FNATIC to move in towards the Baron here, and we can have the standard dance we often see. I doubt the SK actually wants to just start the Baron.
YellowStar actually just going to dive straight in for that one, and well, that may be Svenskeren going down. Actually, he's trying to get away. Peke's ultimate, not quite enough damage to finish him off. Freddy gets in the middle as well. Shockwave comes in from Jesus, and it's Candy Panda that is going to get the first kill. There's one for Svenskeren. Can they get any more? Do they even need any more? They're just going to back off towards Baron.
So the Baron dance, it didn't last for long, but it really worked for SK Gaming here. sOAZ, he was running from the base. He wasn't there. So flash engage from YellowStar without sOAZ being part of it. He's the guy who's supposed to follow up. Miscommunication from FNATIC here and a big mistake.
Oh, and rated there, taking a lot of damage, but Baron's already down to half HP. It's xPeke from the backside that's going to be trying to deal the damage. It's a good stun onto Freddy. Can't quite get the finishing blow though. SK get the first Baron of the game. FNATIC though are pushing down mid.
Let's see, there's only a few minions, so they can tank it up here. They need to be careful, and Raid is coming.
And rated from the side. No barrel available to him just yet, but he gets the slow onto sOAZ. Will they get any more from it? No, they won't. sOAZ and Rekkles able to just walk away around the side, but that may be the tipping point of this game that SK have been looking for. They've already done a fantastic job of moving around to the map to get those turret kills, and you see that's a lot of gold for every person on the team.
And the last 2 times we've seen SK Gaming take towers, it's because they've caught FNATIC out of position. This time around, it was YellowStar flash engaging. We talked about how he could do it on LCS here, straight onto SK Gaming. But it was only 4 members from FNATIC. Cyanide wasn't in position to join in properly either. And then sOAZ was running from base, which simply meant easy team fight for SK Gaming. Take the Baron. They didn't even have to dance around, didn't have to invest time. They straight up got the Baron, can now push up in and look for a fight. going towards the tower. We have seen what they can do already at the tower because they have the ball to zone, they have the barrels from N-rated as well, and if someone gets too close, you just knock them back into your team, you land a cocoon, and then you kill them.
And the AD carries again, you have to say it. 3-0-3 for Candy Panda, Rekkles 2-0-0. They're the ones that are going to be doing the real damage in these games. Going to be the targets as well, obviously, if you look at the other side of that one. Currently, SK just trying to strangle FNATIC out. That middle inner turret is the only one outside of the base that's still left standing, and SK have their sights set on it here. We'll see if FNATIC can actually defend that one, whether they'll want to defend it either.
They need to actually push the top lane here. It's going in favor of FNATIC. Get it pushing towards SK Gaming. Oh, sorry, towards FNATIC. You can choose lane. Rekkles going for Freddy.
Trying to kill off Freddy, but he is pretty tanky. Ultimate will be popped. He's slowly but surely going down. Rekkles taking masses of damage there. They do get the kill, but they've lost their inner tower for the pleasure.
So simply traded the tower. Didn't really feel they could defend it and moved straight down towards Freddy down in this split push. Killed him. We did see the combo where you use your ulti as Tristana just to get the knockback, and instantly Yasuo jumps, gets the armor penetration, everything. So they get a kill, lost the tower, however. SK Gaming should be happy with the trade.
That's alright for that one single kill. We'll see. We'll see if that makes a problem for them. We've got another dragon coming up in 1 minute's time as well.
Yeah, so maybe actually SK Gaming wouldn't be happy because now the whole push is kind of gone. Because Freddy died, yeah, so you traded the tower for the kill. But you can't push up for the next one because they wanted to keep Freddy, keep pushing this bottom lane against sOAZ and just push up the mid lane. Now I had to step away from the push simply because Freddy died. So I guess in that case, FNATIC managed to delay them.
YellowStar got some great moves there. Really, no one's laughing at that?
It's a bit too easy.
Terrible. So, let's have a look down items again here because we've gone past the half-an-hour point in the game. We'll start with AD carries because Candy Panda sat at 3-0-3, has now added a Last Whisper, got a Negatron cloak, has upgraded his boots. On the other side, the BF sword and a Vamp Scepter. So looking like Rekkles actually going to be headed in for a Bloodthirster here next, get himself that shield.
Very surprised Candy Panda actually bought a Last Whisper here. There's not a lot of armor on the side of FNATIC, at least not enough to make it worth it for him because he has so much magic damage on his W already. Sure, there's a Guardian Angel for sOAZ, but I don't know. Probably should have gone either for a defensive item already or build in for even more attack speed.
Oh, Jez is actually getting caught out here in the middle, and it looks like Pekka's trying to finish him off. Candy Panda coming in. Shockwave went on to Cyanide. Is the damage there? It's a good stun from Pekka. They got the tower in the top lane, and now they're going to try and kill off Freddy, actually knocking him away there. And sOAZ wasn't in range to actually get his ultimate off onto him. There we go, though. Ulti is going to finally come down, and Freddy's going to go low. Probably get finished off, especially since sOAZ GA lost half of his health. In the mid lane, SK, though, still pushing on through.
They need to try and get down this tower here, but all the members from FNATIC already recalling, and SK Gaming forced away once again. Rekkles roaming around, going to the lane where sOAZ is, looks for Freddy, and just jumps him. 2 versus 1, kills him, and once again, you delay SK Gaming. They have to wait for Freddy to respawn. Everyone just backs away here.
We have a 5k gold lead, 5,500 really for SK. We'll see how they can push this one forward because the later the game goes on, traditionally SK have been at their strongest. We said it before in the spring split, in the first half maybe you can say of the summer split as well. Late game decision making was their real big strong point.
Yeah, always focusing on rotating, baiting Baron. They did bait Baron this game here. Only had to do it for like 20 seconds and then they actually had the Baron picked up. But it's what they used to love to do. We always saw these late game comps as well. And this time around, Freddy is just becoming a pure tank. We did see his damage before if he actually gets onto Rekkles, but it's going to be pretty much impossible for him to do it in the fight. So he's just going to try and soak up as much damage as possible. And now once again, we're back to the Baron, spawning in about a minute. SK Gaming already put up the wards. Look behind them here. The wards from FNATIC. Also just a spot where SK Gaming is moving towards the Baron.
Rekkles needs to get away. He actually takes the rocket jump away from the cocoon. He's a little bit out of position there. would have been a dangerous point for him. Just want to, while we're on the topic of Rekkles, point out that he's just 13 kills away from leveling ManCloud's record of the most kills in a split. I don't think he's going to get 13 this game, though.
No, and then he has a game tomorrow where he needs to get it. I mean, give him 5 more kills in this game and it could be very possible. I just think back to his like 18-0 game against Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah. Well, he needs
Probably not gonna happen again.
2 pentas and a triple, and he's there. That'd be something special if he could manage that. We'll have to see, though. Because right now it's SK that are firmly in the driving seat, and we've got 20 seconds for the next Baron to spawn into the map. SK are already getting themselves into position, scanning out all of those bushes to get rid of FNATIC's limited warding. And then we'll surely just back away and we'll see, because last time, let's recap on that. It was a flashing from YellowStar, and again it looks like YellowStar might be getting caught out. Ulti is going to come in from xPeke from the distance. YellowStar is actually still alive, but up until now there's no damage. Shockwave was actually with there trying to get Rekkles. YellowStar still alive, finally goes down. sOAZ doing good damage, but can't finish up Enrated. His Guardian Angel is popped, and Freddy is just bullying them off the side. There is the kill on sOAZ. 2 for nothing, might end up being even more here.
And everyone from FNATIC, for some reason, are going towards Enrated. The ulti from sOAZ was used on Enrated, the knockup was used on Enrated, everything onto the support. He even stays alive, and the rest of SK Gaming just cleans up. Freddy was tanking 2 members from FNATIC throughout the entire fight, and the guy is even above 50% HP.
Yeah, I'm really unsure about why they were going in there for Enrated this entire time. They've healed up a little bit now, though, and they're going to come back into it. The turret is taking a lot of damage, though, and will go down. So Inhib down in the mid lane, Inhib turret in the top lane is gone. And now we have, of course, the Baron spawning back into the map. SK actually recalling, though.
Well, they take a lot of damage. They pick up some gold as well from the towers. They already got mid Inhib, so can now go back to Baron, do the same kind of bait. There is teleport on sOAZ and 4 members from FNATIC. They could actually try and rush this one. It's like a disp now. No chance at all.
They'd have
maybe
to,
a bit too desperate if they did.
They'd have to spot it first that SK weren't actually around there. YellowStar gonna put a ward down, or clear a ward out there on the backside. sOAZ also having to get rid of the big wave that's pushed up onto this bottom inhibitor turret. And now SK are already back in here, streaming in. They don't have Candy Panda with them just yet. He's actually going to get himself the red buff before coming back into the team.
And their Alistar Yasuo combo has not worked for FNATIC in this game at all. Not a single time did they actually combine the two together, where YellowStar would flash in, knock up an important target like Jessis or Candy Panda, and then sOAZ would join in. Every single time, he's either too far away or they don't actually get the target they want. And therefore, these team fights become pretty much impossible for FNATIC to win, because they don't get this all in from the Yasuo, don't get the right knockups. Now there's no flash on YellowStar for the next fight, which means SK Gaming can now move in again, go towards the inhibitor.
Recall from sOAZ. xPeke just trying at max range to keep him away from this inning, but it's going to take a lot of damage, and look at the damage coming out on the back. YellowStar's in the middle. He's actually got a 4-man knock up there, but can they turn that into kills? sOAZ is low at the back. He's nowhere near the fight. Shockwave was whipped again down the bottom, and Rekkles, being the focus, blasted around. sOAZ will finally be finished off, and that's already 2 men down. No top laner, no support, and Rated is chasing up Rekkles, bashes him down with a barrel, and this will surely be game here for SK. They're gonna have minions coming up from the top side of the map that they can use to tank. Still 2 men left for FNATIC. Not sure it's enough to hold, though.
But this time, YellowStar hit everyone with the knockup, and sOAZ wasn't once again in a position to use his ulti. Whatever happened, I'm not sure if he was interrupted, but he didn't follow up, and FNATIC losing the game.
Here we go then. SK Gaming already got rid of the Nexus turrets. They're gonna finish off the game, and what a way to go through Super Week, beating both of the top 2 teams in the league. A return to form here maybe for SK at exactly the right time in the year.
And nobody could kill Candy Panda in these team fights here. It was all about sOAZ getting onto Candy Panda and kill him. Didn't work at all, and therefore he just stayed in the back, didn't die. 5-0 and 5. Good game by SK Gaming, but a very sloppy performance by FNATIC.
You have to wonder what happened there in that fight, because YellowStar, I think for the first real time in the game, was able to get in there and get a 4-man knockup. Prime time, prime positioning for sOAZ. I'm actually watching it back on my second monitor just so we can figure out exactly what happened to sOAZ. Indeed, as sOAZ tried to get in there, at the exact moment that the knockup came down, he got stunned by Freddy as he's trying to get in there, stopped him doing it, and may well have just won that entire fight for SK.
Perfect tank performance by Freddy. Then he went in, stunned him as you just said, so he couldn't actually use it. And also the fight before, it was Freddy against everyone from FNATIC pretty much, and he just tanked all the damage. He even forced Rekkles actually to move away, even flash away from him. So such a good performance by Freddy in these team fights on Renekton. Picked up a lot of farm, they got a lot of towers. And SK Gaming, because they managed to punish FNATIC for all the bad team fights, ended up taking the game and looked very good in these fights as well. Except for Jesse's and his ultimates, they kind of whiffed a few times.
They did, but at the end of the day, if you win the game, doesn't really matter.
Right, he still looked good, of course, just his ultis.
Yeah. He actually finished 3-0-6, didn't die. 5-0-5 for Candy. I mean, Candy Panda never looked in danger of being taken down. We saw in the fight previous to that one there that won them the game, they focus on N-rated, real tunnel vision onto N-rated with sOAZ putting his ulti in there. The knockup was thrown onto him as well to set that one up, and you just have to wonder if they're all clumped up, why are you going for the support and not the 5-0-5? Of course, it wasn't then 5-0-5, but I think 3-0-3 AD carry at the back.
Yeah, misplaced, miscommunication. The important thing, SK Gaming won the game, now beat both FNATIC and Alliance today, so it looked like a very hard day for SK Gaming.
Yeah.
Won both the games, he played really well, and going towards the quarterfinals, if I'm Super Hot Crew or MILLENIUM and I look at SK Gaming now, I'm going to be pretty scared and want to try and avoid them.
Well, you don't want to play SK Gaming in this kind of form. They've beat the two teams that are getting the bye into the semi-finals. Of course, Alliance in first position. FNATIC, even despite this loss, already had sewn up that second place. But SK now having a bit of a charge in the final Super Week here and securing nicely on that third. We'll see if they can hold on to it. For now, though, we're going to go to Sjokz and Quickshot, who have Candy Panda with them after that win.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah, what a time to bounce back for SK Gaming and how, let's talk about the game a little bit. Nothing really special coming in there, but the first YellowStar we've seen here, and he can be a real lane bully, but it seemed like you guys had the recipe for playing against him, so talk me through that lane.
Yeah, we had Gragas and Kog'Maw, who have a lot of poke, so even YellowStar can't heal against that. And also, Gragas has a better all-in, so we just pressured the lane a lot. But they managed to keep up and farm really well. That was... They could have went better.
So the game sort of accelerated in your control early on. In the mid-game, FNATIC sort of clawed some way back, got some towers, got a bunch of kills. It felt like you guys were in control the majority of the match, though. What was it that allowed you and the rest of the team to keep FNATIC at arm's reach and maintain control of the game?
Yeah, so I think we bumped out sOAZ's champions, and he went for Yasuo, and we had Renekton, and that's already like a matchup that Renekton can push up against and pressure. And then mid was going very well as well. And bottom we pushed in as well. So whenever Sven went into Cyanide's jungle, he was Elise versus Eve. So it's already better for the Elise, sorry. And we pushed up, so we could always help him sooner than they could. And that way we could pressure them all the time.
Yeah, talk me through the champion picks. You were on Kog'Maw this game. We saw Tristana, and actually those champions, as other roles have opened up and embraced new champions, it seemed that it has come to those two picks primarily in the bottom lane. How does that suit your playstyle?
I mean, I was known for Kog'Maw and Tristana and Caitlyn. Caitlyn isn't so strong right now, but the other two fit me really well. They're like hyper carry, so that's what I like. But I mean, Tristana's getting nerfed now and Kog'Maw as well, so I will be sad. But there's Lucian, so that's not so bad.
Okay, so I got a question for you. There was a lot of talk in the middle of the split about patches and your team's work ethic and scrims. Yeah. Now you've got champions that are definitely working in your favor. You're helping to carry SK Gaming. Is SK 3-0 in Super Week because 4.12 and 80 carries suit you and your team? Or is SK 3-0 in Super Week because you're actually playing at a better level?
I think it's the later. Like, we just scrim more and we play more solo queue and we put more effort into it, we talk more, we just do everything more, we just devote our life to the game right now. And I mean, I was known for Israel as well, so it's not like I can't play other champions, so it's more like we just put more effort into it.
Well, it's good to see. You guys are definitely performing very well. Tomorrow, you've got your last game against GAMBIT. I'm not sure if you're aware, but you could make or break their 7th place seed. Are you going for the perfect 4-0 Super Week, looking for the highest playoff spot possible? And how much less or more work have you prepared for GAMBIT in comparison to Alliance and FNATIC today?
I think we're just going to use the game tomorrow to finish the week off in a good manner. And it's not our business if GAMBIT or Wolves go 8, so we will just play our game.
Yeah, that's what we like to hear. Final question. SK Gaming Prime is setting up here on stage to face Ninjas in Pajamas. How do you think that matchup will go for your sister team, I said?
I mean, SK Prime upset H2K as far as I know, so it will be a really good match, especially since Nyph is known as the best challenger team in Europe right now. So I cheer for SK Prime, but it will be a really close match.
I like your air quotes there. Well, congratulations. Great Super Week so far for you guys. Now we'll head back over to Joe and Deficio for an update on the standings.
Thank you very much, guys. And with that last match complete, let's take a look at how the teams stack up at the conclusion of Day 2 here in Super Week. Alliance, of course, continue to remain 1 game ahead of FNATIC, and at this point, FNATIC can no longer catch them, but both teams are also untouchable in 1st and 2nd.
And the middle of the table is really turning into a traffic jam of possible ties. SK Gaming has now moved into 3rd place, but they can still be caught by either the Super Hot Crew or MILLENIUM. And a bit further back, we have ROCCAT, and they can only hope to tie MILLENIUM at this point. And then we have the Copenhagen and GAMBIT. They just continue to fight for the 7th place, and which simply means they can actually choose their opponent in the challenger, in the promotion tournament, and wait to see who managed to take it.
Yeah, and tomorrow's Super Week continues with 5 more matches, beginning with GAMBIT versus SK Gaming.
And we'll end the day with Alliance taking on MILLENIUM, and those matches, they start on Thursday at 5 p.m. Central European Summertime, 8 a.m. Pacific.
Times are hard, Deficio.
They are very, very hard.
But of course, next up is the Challenger Series Summer 2 finals, where you'll see some familiar faces. Stay tuned for Alexich and the Ninjas in Pajamas taking on SK Gaming Prime in a best of 3 right here on our stage.
Without the ham, we would be nothing. What?
No ham, no life, you know?
Freddy gets in the middle as well. Shockwave comes in from Jesus, and it's Candy Panda that is going to get the first kill. Shockwave was actually with there trying to get Rekkles. YellowStar still alive, finally goes down. sOAZ doing good damage, but can't finish up Enraged. sOAZ is low in the back, he's nowhere near the fight. Shockwave was whipped again down the bottom, and Rekkles, being the focus, blasted around. sOAZ will finally be finished off.
Yeah.